Yeah, brilliant.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to my side for the 2024 Men's Scottish Cup final, where Heriots are taking on Falkland. Falkland have won the toss and have decided to have a bat first. I'm George O'Neill, and I'm delighted to be joined on commentary this afternoon by Scotland international Ali Evans. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, George. How are you?
Oh, top of the world, mate. You've played in a couple of Scottish Cup finals, won one, lost one. Talk me through the day. Pretty special experience as a player.
Yeah, they're special days as a player, but more because you know how much it means to the club. You play a lot of cricket. It's a long summer, but knockout cricket is very different entity to the usual league format. There's an extra level of pressure and competition and enjoyment that comes with that. So you need to work hard to get to a final, and then you just try and take it in as much as you can. You know, they try and say that finals, you know, treat it like end of the game. You can't do that. There's definitely another level to it. So, you know, I played in one very much as a youngster back in 2007, and we got on the receiving ends to a hiding to Greenock. So sort of 10 years later to be able to get across the line in 2017, you know, was a really special feeling. And it was the first time Carlton had won it. So to see all your hard work pay off and to see how much it meant to those who've committed so much to the club is a really special feeling.
Yeah, and that's certainly the case for Falkland here today, playing their first ever Scottish Cup final. Captain Jack Henderson's won the toss. He's going to be opening the batting. Do you think winning the toss pretty big deal for Falkland here? It's been kind of the way that both teams have gone throughout the tournament to bat first, get runs on the board, and go from there.
Well, finals cricket is about pressure and which team deals with the pressure the best. And the one consistency in any final from a pressure perspective is scoreboard pressure. So whatever you get, you can back yourself to defend it. Obviously, the more you get, the better. But I think being able to provide that mental edge of knowing that you have the runs on the boards is that sort of X factor that can make a big difference in any sort of finals cricket.
We've got your Scotland international colleague Gavin Main with the new ball here for Heriots. He's going to be bowling to the Falkland overseas amateur Ethan Frosler, and here we go. Short and wide outside off stump to start there, and let through to the keeper by Frosler there.
Yeah, a bit of a loosen around terms. He won't be happy with the line he's bowled there. It's decent length, but you know, first ball in a final, you want to try and make the batter play. Nice to see this wicket. It's actually got a little bit of bounce. They put a lot of hard work here at Marseille the last couple of years to improve their wickets, and we've seen that. So we want to have a good cricket wicket where there's value to get your hands through the ball. But as a bowler, as a seamer particularly, you hit the pitch, you know you get value for hitting a good area.
That's a better line there, just asking a bit more of a question and safely let through again by Frosler.
Yeah, first one we've seen sort of bounce and sort of go away. That one, a little bit of an angle in, a little bit of with the arm going in, threatening both edges. Nice start by Gav in terms of he'll be happy with the lengths he's hitting. We know he's got the pace, and when he gets it right, it's a real handful.
Bat on ball for the first time, just guided out to backward point there. Slightly overcast as well here today, so certainly bowler Gavin Main's prowess, he'll be looking to get this new ball talking.
Yeah, I think you don't know how long these pink balls are going to swing for. We found that with these Scottish Cup balls, they're slightly different balls to what we use in the league. They can be a little bit unpredictable whether the lacquer comes off. So any sideways movement you get off the pitch or in the air, the length is key to make the most of that.
and safely left alone again there. It doesn't seem to be doing too much through the air early doors, but is it just a case of that might come in a couple of overs' time as the lacquer comes off a little bit?
Yeah, we'll see. As I said, there's a little bit of an unpredictability with these cut balls that they use, and that can work in your favour. You know, if batters know how any particular type of ball is going to behave, you can set up yourself to combat that in terms of the shots you want to play or put in your locker or put away. So, not knowing how it's going to react can make it more difficult in terms of setting up your plan.
Oh, playing a miss. That's well bowled from Gavin Main. I think that's just left Ethan Frosler there. And that's the first sort of sign of maybe a bit of nerves from the Falkland opener.
Yeah, well, when he first came over, first half of the season, he found himself sort of more in that middle order. They've over the last couple of weeks, they've seemed to move him up to that opening berth to bat with the captain Henderson. I think it works quite well as a combination. You know, Henderson, he likes to anchor the innings, more traditional bat through. Frosler likes to feel bat on ball, likes to sort of utilise that first 10 and be a bit more of the aggressor.
Oh, and there is that aggression, another big play and a miss. And it's a maiden to start from Gavin Main, and it's a pretty promising start there for the Scotland man. Bit of movement on offer off the pitch, and crucially, no runs on the board.
Yeah, I think the sideways movement will come, but what I've really liked is the lengths that he's put to bowl. He's looked to bowl full. When you bowl full, you play that little bit of risk-free rewards. You want to see the batters driving early, leave those gaps through the covers, see if they want to try and utilise them and get off to the flying start that you want to get off, knowing that that's when that brings potentially the false shot that could bring the edge, brings the stumps into play. It's very easy to get sucked into bowling a little bit too back of a length. A particular pitch like this, which has got a little bit of bounce in it, a little bit of carry, and there's a sort of even grass covering on it. But it's a very similar wicket that was played here yesterday, where there was almost 600 runs in the day. So the batters know that if they get in, they could be value for shots on this pitch.
It's going to be Adrian Neil from the other end. Bit of shape there for the big man.
Yeah, and what's so great about Adrian there is that first ball swung away. When Adrian first sort of came onto the scene from Nairn originally, I played for Aberdeenshire, came down to come for Heriots. He was known for his big induckers. He actually, on this ground, I believe, got 10 for, just with real big in swing. But pretty soon people worked that out, so he's worked really hard to be able to get the ball to go away as well and add that additional threat.
That's nicely shaped up too there from the captain Henderson and just driven out to mid-off. It's a good start this though from Adrian Neil, and I think you talked about not getting carried away with that back of the length, and with his height he really doesn't need to. He can just come in, hit a good length and see if this pitch has got anything in it. Yeah,
I mean, when you're 6'10" or whatever he is, being able to hit that fuller length and then hitting the splice of the bat from that's his real threat.
Short and just helped down to fine leg, and Falkland are off the mark in the 2024 Men's Scottish Cup final. A couple of cheers they've brought a big crowd down from Fife. Falkland, obviously a big day out for them, and I'm sure they'll be in good voice as the afternoon goes on.
Yeah, it's a big community club up in Falkland. I mean, you see that a lot in these Fife clubs. You know, the villages and towns, the community gets behind it, and that's ultimately what recreational sport should be about. You know, getting behind your local club and making it a community in a place you want to be.
Neil again then, and there's that shape Ali was talking about, away from Frosler, left alone safely by the South African.
Yeah, we know that the Heriots makeup of the side, they come at you with a barrage of seamers early. We've got Gavin, Adrian here. We know they've got Joe King, Hung Gray to come in. But it'll be interesting to see how they use their spinners in the middle. No Mark Watt today. Obviously, we know the skills he has. He's a big contributor in that middle part of the innings.
Oh, that's well bowled. Really good length from Adrian Neil. And again, it's just moving away, leaving Frosler off the pitch. And that's a play and a miss. Oohs and ahs from the slip cordon there.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were alluding to, that, he could bowl that ball 10 out of 10, and I'm not sure how many times Foster's going to nick it. If he gets it that half a yard fuller, that's when you see the edges. So if he can stick in around there, it's going to be difficult to score off, but I'd like to see him half a yard fuller.
Oh, and there it is. It's just pushed it forward right on cue, and a big play and a miss outside off stump. It's 1 for no loss after 2 overs.
Yeah, and, we're just starting that discussion about no Mark Watt today, no Matthew Cross, but Mark Watt down, doing his duty for his for the 100 finals day. It'll be a great experience him there, and Matthew away in the Cayman Islands for a franchise T20 tournament there. But they a lot is put on Mark when he's in this team. He bats in the top order, and we know the quality spinner he is and the control he brings. So in terms of what the mindset of Falkland might be, whether they look to get through what the opening barrage of, as we say, Maine and Neil, and then see what comes up in the middle and maybe look to target that. Maybe a slight change to, obviously, we always talk about utilising the first 10 with only 2 fielders outside the circle.
Play and a miss from Jack Henderson. It's that same just 5th stump line from Gavin Main. There's a few spots of rain come down, but nothing to worry about, I don't think. You talk about Mark Watt and his obvious influence on this team, but I mean, a massive contributor for Heriots throughout the season, league and cups, being James Dickinson and his leg spin. He's gonna play a massive part, isn't he? Yeah,
he's made huge strides in the last year, James. He's worked really hard on his game, both to be able to spin the ball both ways and threat for that, but also with his batting.
Main again, and just left alone by Jack Henderson.
And you can see, before we go back to James, you see Gav there, in his reaction after that ball. It's a pretty line in length, He can see he wants to be threatening in and around that off stump a little bit more, bringing the outside edge, but also the inside edge into play. He bowl there all day, but you want to be looking to take wickets. You always want that mindset first and foremost. How am I going to take a wicket here? And going through there is not particularly threatening.
Short and wide again, just punched to backward point by Jack Henderson. It's shaping up quite nicely there, the Falkland skipper. Like you say, you just probably want Gavin Main to be that tiny bit fuller.
Yeah, a little bit fuller, maybe half a stump straight up. By no means is he bowling badly at all. He looks like he's a very rhythmical bowler, Gav. He's all about rhythm in terms of his takeoff. When he hits that crease, when he gets his rhythm right, he's up there, one of the most threatening around in the country. So looks like he's just building himself into this really nicely. He's bowled beautifully so far this season, and he'll be looking to capitalise on that today.
Oh, just a bit fuller, and it's another big play and a miss. Doesn't look too easy for batting here so far. Might just be a bit of moisture in the air, clouds overhead. Might just take a bit of time to feel your way in as a batter. But, you'll have bowled here plenty of times, Ali. Just from this end, from the pavilion end, running up the hill, does that hinder a bowler at all?
No, it's quite weird because you actually start your run up downhill. It sounds like as you approach the crease, you then come uphill again. So that can just get your timing right. But I always feel with this end, you get a little bit more bounce.
Well, there is that bounce, just in at the gloves and just fended off by Henderson. So a watchful start here from Falkland, having won the toss.
Yeah, so actually, it's a bit undulating ground in and around the run-ups, but because it's slightly uphill, ever so slightly uphill the way the pitch is laid here, so you do get more bounce, whereas the other end, you're actually running uphill slightly, but just before you reach the crease, it starts to go downhill, and that's when I think actually Adrian can be extra effective because you hit that sort of back of a good length here, and then from that height, if it shoots, batters aren't set up for that.
Main again, full and wide. I think he's maybe got away with one there. That's 3 overs gone, and it's still 1 for no loss.
Yeah, and we started that conversation about Dickinson there. I've seen him work so hard over the last couple of years. We all have our strengths and have our weaknesses, and by his own admission, he's had to go away and think if he's going to score runs in the sort of positions where he's going to be batting, whether that's regional cricket or with his aspirations to play international cricket. Obviously made his debut earlier this year. What does his shot selection look like? What areas is he going to look to score? What does that look like in terms of his game plan? He's worked really hard, and it's good to see that coming out with some runs so far this year.
Neil again then, and it's just that away shape again. It's really nice, but left alone by Ethan Frosler. Yeah, playing here at my side, it's very open as well. I think today with a bit of a breeze, that's another aspect that might help the bowlers.
I think this is probably one of the calmer days I've seen at my side, and it's still blowing pretty hard. You know, typical school ground, always very open because of the nature of the rugby pitch and the football pitches they have.
Neil again, just defended into the offside.
But with that, that will become a big factor as the game goes on. At the start, both teams just testing each other out. But as we get into the game and we start to see certain matchups come through, the batters and the bowlers will be very much considerate of where that wind is coming from. And from the end that Adrian's bowling at, it's coming from left to right, as we see on the screen. So, you'll be looking for bowlers to hang the ball out wide to sort of use the wind.
Just punched through the covers. It's a lovely shot from Ethan Frosler. And that will skip away for the first boundary of the day. Yeah, just shaped up really nicely there. Used the pace on the ball and just guided it through the covers. Yeah,
just slightly over pitch from Adrian, but I don't mind that too much. That's the sort of boundary as an opening bowler you're willing to accept, because you're taking the attacking aggressive approach, which is looking to get the ball that slightly fuller, okay, especially if the ball is swinging, knowing that will be what brings the edges, so I don't mind Adrian being driven through there because he knows he's in the game.
That's really well bowled. That's a much better length, isn't it? Just slightly short, but still just full of a good length, making Frosler play, and with that movement that's on offer, just beating him outside off stump.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of being a tall bowler there, is that length. Normally you'd look to try and get yourself forward to it, cover the swing, cover the seam, what have you, even if you have to take it on the stickers. But you can see that Frosler getting a little bit stuck in his crease, almost playing slightly off his back foot. All of a sudden his weight's not going into the ball, okay, and that's when you see yourself in a poorer position.
Just about jams back down on that. I think that was maybe one of the ones you were talking about, Ali, where it just shoots through a little bit, but safely navigated in the end. I think for these two sides, obviously they've played a lot of cricket against each other in the Eastern Premiership, so they know what each other are all about. But it's the occasion that you're almost playing as much as the opposition today, especially for Falkland being in this spot for the first time, and they'll just want to get through the first 5-10 overs unscathed. Ooh, had to think about playing that, but left alone in the end, and that's after 4 overs gone. Falkland are 5 for no loss.
Yeah, and we spoke about it a couple of times. This wicket, there seems to be a little bit of sort of tennis ball bounce in there. It seems to be if you hit an area that you can threaten with the bounce, especially the way these two bowlers operate. But I do wonder, as the ball gets a little bit softer, as we talk about the way the pitch slopes ever so slightly from this end uphill and from the far end down the hill, whether that will then change the lines and lengths that are looking to bowl.
Gavin Main again, full wide outside the off stump, left alone by Jack Henderson. Yeah, and I mean, 2 league games between the sides this season have been quite interesting. I think I spoke to Lloyd Brown earlier this week, and he was very candid about the fact that sort of the big names for Heriots, they haven't really been available too much, so they've relied on their squad a bit more. In the first meeting of the sides, they were maybe a bit below strength, and Falkland ran through them and won quite comfortably at Goldenacre, as Gavin Main prepares to run in again. Short, wide, punched away, beats the fielders. There's a chase on through the covers. They'll come back for a couple. Might push for 3. Nah. Oh, yep. Back they come. That's good running. And they take 3. It's a very nice shot from Jack Henderson. Just stood up on his toes, punched it through the covers. Yeah.
Nice and controlled. Jack, as we know, as said earlier, he looks to anchor that innings at the top. He'll look to sort of stay slightly leg side of the ball. Anything with any sort of slight width, he'll look to get back on, knowing that if he pierces that offside field, there's gaps there for runs to be scored.
better line from Gavin Main, asking questions and just defended out into the offside by Frosler. But yeah, sorry, talking about those previous meetings, must help for Falkland coming into a game. Admittedly, they beat Heriots when they were below strength, but coming into a cup final knowing that this season they've had the better of this side.
Yeah, I think so. I think anytime you make it to your first cup final, you're coming with confidence. There'll be some nerves there, but to make it, as a side, you've had to work hard to get it. And you say these guys know each other so well.
Just punched. It's a bit fuller from Gavin Main. Not a half volley by any means. Just punched to cover. And safely fielded. No run.
Yeah, and again, just with the previous we were talking about Neil getting driven for 4. And Gav won't be disheartened by seeing that. He's committing. He's committing the stumps in play. If there's a little bit of seam movement or swing in there, the stumps are in play. If it just holds this line, the outside edge, and those 2 slips are waiting to grab it. So that's the sort of length I would like to see Gav stick out.
Yes, that similar ball again, and just played back to the bowler by Frosler. Encouragement from his teammates away to our left. It's been a fairly cagey start, hasn't it? Just feels like the team's working their way into the final.
Yeah, I think Heriots will be happy with how they started. Obviously, not letting any team get away from you is good. Yeah, Neil and Main will both feel they're in the game. They're there or thereabouts. And from Falkland, I think the last thing you want to do with your first final is get yourself part in the 8 ball. So just giving yourself an opportunity to get into the occasion, get into the game, and then you can take it from there.
That's a lovely shot. Punch through, extra cover. Might not quite get to the boundary. James Dickinson in hot pursuit. Ooh, and I think he's just hauled that back inside the rope. Question marks from the Falkland players to our left about whether his foot was over the line, but I think he's saved a run there. But yeah, lovely shot to finish the over. And it feels like both batters maybe just starting to get the hang of things out there. It's 11 for none after 5 overs. And the sun's come out, Ali. Isn't that nice?
It's August in Scotland, the festival's on, so you have to make those people who travel from all around the world realise that you do see sunshine every now and again in Scotland. Not that we'd have believed it with the summer we've had, but that's to be expected. I'm just intrigued to see what the game plan for the batters is here. Are we going to see some sort of counter-attack coming at some point soon? Or are they happy just to sort of settle into the first 10? There's very much two ways to approach it. Do you make the most of the first 10, knowing that the boundary sweepers aren't there, try and get ahead of the game and then sort of go down a gear, or do you look to build a partnership, and then go up the gears through that way, get your feet moving, get your hands moving, get your head into the game, and then take it from there?
Ooh, bit of a false shot there from Ethan Frosler, inside edge onto pad. And yeah, Lloyd Brown, the captain there at first slip, he liked that. It's like you said, the bowlers and Heriots won't mind seeing them drive. But yeah, it feels like Falkland content to just build a bit of a platform here and yeah, like you say, get themselves in the game.
Yeah, and we know how much of a threat Neil and Main can be in terms of both internationalists, both wickets to international level. So taking the sting out the Heriots tack early and then see where they go from there.
It's well bowled, just tucked him up a little bit. Doesn't look entirely comfortable, Ethan Frosler, and like you say, I mean, it's obviously a different role. He's come from batting middle order and then moving up to open the batting, and it's not the easiest adjustment in the world.
No, and they've been a bit flexible with their order throughout the season at Falkland. You've seen, obviously, a lot is put on Jacobs, that they're overseas. I've seen him bat at 3, down at 5. They've had Meagle up there. He's jumped down. So they look to try and find matchups that work for them.
That's well bowled. Really good length, asking questions. Just defended out to mid-wicket. But yeah, Viemmerit's just sounding his encouragement from behind the stumps there. I think they'll be pleased with what they've seen so far. Just desperate for an early wicket here, Heriots. Breakthrough here after Falkland's fairly watchful start, and they'll feel they're well on top. Oh, that's lovely. That's really well bowled from Adrian Neil. Just leaving Frosler. It's that shape you talk about again, Ali, that he's worked on, that away movement, and no answers from the batter there.
And that's the sort of length with Frosler. What we're seeing is he almost plays it with an angled bat face. And, from that length, which is just full, it's not over pitch, it's not too full, it's just that good length, slightly fuller than a good length. All the bat face has gone through towards sort of cover, extra cover. It's not looking to hit mid off from that length. So that is, as a bowler, you could lick your lips and think, here the slips come.
Oh, short and held down to fine leg. Chance. Oh, and it just dropped short. Gavin Main down at long leg. That's a really false shot from Ethan Frosler. Short at the body. Frosler just fends it away, and that could have gone anywhere, and he'll count himself really unlucky, Adrian Neil, to not get himself on the board there. Frosler gets a bit of a life.
Yeah, it wasn't really short enough to pull, and that's what we saw there. It was earlier in the over, you saw him sort of having a look at where the mid wicket and mid on fielders were. He was looking at that leg side, and first opportunity where he thinks he's got the leg to pull it, so you can see him trying to utilise that, but it wasn't there. It was kind of in and around his hip, and that going to that cross batted shot. That's when you can get that leading edge and get in danger, and he's got away with one.
Yeah, you just wonder if he was waiting on a short ball, if he's wanting a shot a ball that he can get after and just release the pressure a little bit. Punched, and that's a lovely shot down the ground from Ethan Frosler, and he'll feel much better after that.
Yeah, and that's when you get, and again, as a bowler, you feel, okay, I'm in the game there. But that's probably just slightly too full. We were talking about the previous over. We've seen Frosler playing with a slightly open bat face, defending to sort of extra cover, and whereas there, when he gets slightly too full, that's when it allows him to then hit through the line of the ball. So Gav, again, feels to be in the game. We pull it back half a yard. That's the sweet spot.
Oh, playing a miss. It's just short and wide. He'll feel he missed out there a bit, Ethan Frosler. But yeah, he'll feel much better for having driven through mid-off instead of just sort of fending out towards extra cover.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, the longer that Falkland can sort of stay none down, that the confidence will build. Especially Captain Henderson's not quite had the season that he wanted to this year. Last year he was the 5th highest run scorer in the league. Not quite followed it up this year. So the longer he stays out there, we'll see his class come back, I'm sure.
Short. Pulled away through mid-wicket, and that'll be 4 more for Ethan Frosler. That one was short enough for him to just rock back. And it was a bit of a short arm jab through mid-wicket. Very effective. And that's 2 fours in the over now for the overseas.
Yeah, and you see a lot of these from the overseas players, coming from South Africa or Australia, particularly New Zealand. They're used to quicker pitches. They grew up there knowing they have to be able to play the short ball to be able to succeed. Over in the UK, particularly in Scotland, where we've got those slightly slower pitches, just due to the climate. They as soon as there any opportunity to play off the back foot, they take it because they're used to that. That's where they make their bread and butter.
Main again short. Oh, and he's not got it, but he'll just about clear mid-wicket. And they'll scamper back for a couple. Just hurried him up a little bit, but, they take 2. And it's a good over this so far. Just releasing some of that pressure that Heriots had built.
Yeah, slightly more of an effort ball there, Gav. I think the ball before, which got pulled before, I just didn't quite get his length right there. It looked like he actually tried to bang it in a little bit more, hurried him up a little bit. And if you're going to go short on a Scottish wicket, it has to be high. You have to have the batter really being able to reach for it in and around head height.
In again, short wide. Flashed hard outside off stump. Playing a miss through to Vian Moritz.
Wonder how much longer we'll see these two go on. Wonder what Captain Lloyd Brown's thinking about, whether he gets spin in the game early, something he's been known to do. We've got Joe Kinghorn Gray, who's taken wickets through the years with his wily medium pace, whether he looks to stick with the seam.
Full, just punched to James Dickinson at mid-off. Shaped up nicely there, Ethan Frosler. He's building himself into this innings. That's the end of the over. Falkland 22 for no loss after 7. Yeah, it will be interesting, won't it? I mean, Heriot's bowling attack's chock full with quality bowlers, and they've got that option of James Dickinson, maybe Ryan Brown, some off spin. But yeah, I mean, with the seam options they've got, you think you might hold Main and Neil back for a few overs in the middle and towards the end. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see when the first bowling change comes. It's going to be Neil to continue from the far end, from where we are.
Yeah, they'll bowl a lot of spin in the middle. We'll definitely see James Dickinson and Ryan Brown. Lloyd Brown, he can bowl some off spin as well. JJ Elliott, I think, has turned his arm over throughout the course of the season as well. So they've got lots of bowling options, which is a real good place to be in as a captain.
Oh, that's close. Given not out. Just felt like that was the one that's just come back off the pitch. The umpire, I think, just indicating it was maybe missing leg, maybe a little high. But it's a good shout, that, from Adrian Neil, and he'll feel he's in the game here, both edges.
Yeah, absolutely. Tough for a tall guy to get LBWs unless you go really full. But that's the length where you're not going to score up and you're threatening. You're definitely feeling him. He's started really well here, Adrian. Bowled with real control. I wonder if we're going to see any go back to revert to what he grew up doing with his big in-swingers, looking to hit those stumps, whether he's happy just hanging around off stump, looking for the outside edge.
Ooh, nearly found that outside edge. It's just hit the ground there, Jack Henderson. But yeah, I think with that first one coming back in, maybe wary of that again, and just had a little nibble outside off stump with the one that leaves him. And yeah, like you say, he's bowled really well here. He's been of the two opening bowlers. He's been asking the questions, Adrian Neil. Yeah, Heriots just want to get an early one on the board. He's the way into this game. Oh, a bit shorter. Just fended off to backward square leg. That'll scamper through for 1.
We've obviously spoken a lot about the opening bowlers here and the sort of tone they're looking to set, but if you actually look at who's been taking the wickets through the season, it's been the spin. We've seen Brown and Dickinson both taking 23 wickets apiece, but before then the seamers. So they look to build pressure up top. That's not necessarily always getting the rewards, knowing that at some point the batters have to release that pressure, and that's when the spinners can come in and really squeeze and see if they can put pace on the ball themselves.
That's a wide down the leg side. Just before that ball, Adrian Neil just moved Gavin Main a little bit wider at long leg. You just wonder if he is going to try go a little bit shorter to Frosler here. There was a false shot in the previous over that Neil bowled where it's just short of Gavin Main down there. You wonder if that's a ploy he's going to go to.
Well, they've also brought their third man up and gone out to a deep square. So their two fielders on the boundary now are out at fine leg and deep square just in front. So he's going to have to make sure he's bowling nice and straight here, Adrian.
Yeah, and just tucked off his hip by Ethan Frosler, out to Gavin Main up long leg. They decide to stick at 1. The throw from Gavin Main's a little bit wild, nearly takes out the man there behind the keeper.
Well, he's got a rocket arm, Gav. He's always been known for, when he's been in and around the setup, about having a gun arm. A little bit sporadic at times, but we'll let him off when we know the pace is coming. But then they've obviously worked out a plan here to Frosler, because they've now gone back to a third man and a fine leg. So Henderson, for Frosler, they kind of concoct a plan where they see we can get him caught on the boundary, hitting into that wind. We talked about where the wind was coming from. Might be a wee ploy.
That's a bit short as well. Jack Henderson just pulls it away. Didn't quite get a hold of it. Went out to mid-on. And it's just a single.
Yeah, the wind is so crucial from any batting and bowling plan that you're trying to set up. So here that Adrian knows that he's got the protection of being hit into the wind leg side. As one of the slip comes out and now come into the mid wickets. So the early swing that we saw from the balls looks like it's gone out pretty quickly. So now we're moving to a slightly more hit the stumps sort of mindset. Use your short ball. So Adrian, look here around middle and off here, top of the stumps, and make sure he uses his bouncer as well.
And that is short. That's quite well played by Frosler. just tucked into the gap. They'll come back for 2. It's good running. He's played that well. He's obviously aware of the 2 fielders out there. And he'll know what the plan is to him here. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, I think if you're going to go with a plan like this, you need to make sure you're getting the ball high enough. He's tried to bang in a couple there, Adrian, and whether hasn't quite got the length he wanted to, whether this pitch isn't quite receptive to the bounce at the moment. He just didn't quite get it high enough. It's too easy when the batter's expecting that plan to be able to just tuck it around the corner, to hit 1s and 2s, whereas if you need to actually get him hooking, you need to get the ball high enough.
It's going to be Gavin Main to continue from the pavilion end. Full punch back down the ground. That's a gorgeous shot from Jack Henderson. Maybe not quite timed, shaped up really nicely, and they come back for a couple.
Well, I think there was actually half a chance there for Main. Hit it straight back. It's sort of very difficult in your follow throughs to take any sort of catch. But I think a little half finger on that was enough to stop it going for a boundary. But again, Gav there, looking to keep the stumps in play, looking to stay full. You know, he's tried to adjust from his sort of earlier length, which was probably a little bit too short. Probably just overcorrected a little bit. Trying to hit the bails. We always talk about as bowlers, how many times can you hit the bails? That's the length that's hardest to score off.
That full, lovely shot through the covers. Again, not quite time, maybe toe of the bat. They come back for a couple more. Jack Henderson just started to tick here, easing his way into this cup final, and that was a lovely shot.
Yeah, it looks like they're losing one of their slips here. So again, similar to Adrian, we talked about. So a little bit of early swing there, a little bit of tennis ball bounce. It was going through, but whether it's this ball has softened up pretty quickly and that swing and threatening bounce has gone a little bit. But again, now we've bring that extra slip out. It's about those spots, setting those straighter fields, looking to hit the stumps.
Punched back to the bowler. Main does the fielding. Yeah, he's shaping up nicely here, Jack Henderson. You said he's maybe not had the season he'd expect from himself, but he started nicely here. Very watchful to start, and just starting to unfurl a few shots. Yeah,
no, he's always been a very well respected batter. You knew when you're coming up against Falkland that he was going to be a prize wicket early on. He kind of sets the tempo in terms of how the innings is going to progress, and last year had a very successful season, and this year and hopefully in this final he can bring out his best version of himself.
Short and pulled away, just gets over the fielder at mid wicket. Again, not quite timed. They'll come back for 2 more. Just not quite finding the middle of the bat, but doing enough to pick up some runs. It's been a productive over here for Falkland.
Yeah, he's as I said, he looks to be more comfortable playing through the offside, Henderson there. So we've seen it when he's sort of on the back foot punches, the drives. You know, he looks to try and stay a little bit leg side of the ball there. When he's trying to get through the leg side where it's pulling it, it's not necessarily his strength. And fortunately, Dinesh Champion didn't quite time his jump there. I'm not sure he got there anyway, but felt like he was in the game for a long time.
Oh, that's short again. Yeah, it just looks like Gavin Mains just dragged his length back. Good line just outside off stump, and a little bit of a play and miss. Just played inside the line, Henderson. But yeah, I mean, you spoke earlier about Kyle Jacobs coming in at 4 and how much they rely on him as their overseas professional. Got Asif Khan at 5 as well. Scored a lot of runs this season, having moved from Morton in the Championship. Very good player. So if those guys can be coming in with a decent total on the board, a good platform, that'll be Falkland's plan. Oh, edged by Jack Henderson. That'll go away for 4. They took a slip out, didn't they, Ali? And it goes away through second, maybe third slip to the boundary. And I think that's 10 off the over for Falkland, who move on to, as I wait for the scoreboard to update, I think it's 38 for no loss after 9 overs. Yeah, the clouds have just rolled in here. Few spots of rain, nothing heavy enough to worry about the covers coming on, but it's got a little bit dark here in Morningside. Neil again, just punched to mid-off by Ethan Frosler as the rain starts to come down a bit heavier now. You wonder if the umpires, yeah, the square leg umpire there just looking out towards the covers, and some hoods going up in the crowd. Just wonder if we might have a couple more deliveries and then get the covers on here, because it is starting to really come down. Full, just defended back to the bowler by Frosler.
I wonder if there's a bit of a two-pace nature to this pitch, which we've seen a couple of balls from Maine in that last over, and really from back of the length zip through. But there, Adrian, again, there's been a couple of times where we've seen Frosler play forward, and he's not quite timed it. So again, just trying to suss out how this pitch is going to play.
Ooh, left alone by Frosler as it just jags back off the pitch. Someone furiously knocking in their bat in the Falkland dressing room. Someone's keen to get out there, Ali.
Yeah, good. So there should be. It's finals cricket, but there, it was a slightly shorter length. Still full of length from Adrian there, and we've seen that go whistling past the sort of mid-drift of Frosler, whereas the ball before, yes, that little bit fuller, but just a little bit lower, didn't quite come on as well. So I think there's definitely a two-pace nature to this pitch.
Ooh, yeah, and just maybe expecting that to be a bit shorter for Frosler. Just a bit of a false shot played into the ground, no run. With that two-pace nature, would you maybe be looking to get a catcher in at short extra or short mid-wicket and just get one to maybe pop?
Yeah, that could be a way you could go, but the other way to look at it is your catchers behind the bat, getting that a little bit squarer. Getting that, that's when you see sort of gully come into play. But as you see, they've ringed up on the offside now, sort of challenging the batter to hit through them.
Oh, and that's very close. And given, that's the first wicket of the cup final. Ethan Frosler pinned LBW by Adrian Neil, and Heriots are on the board. It's 38 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled by Adrian. We've talked about with the two-pace nature of the pitch, with the fields they've set, with a swing not going out the ball pretty early, that targeting the stumps is going to be really, really important. And again, Frosler, we mentioned that when he looks to score, he tends to look to go square of the wicket. That means he's playing with half a bat face, and recognising that, Adrian's managed to get him on the inside half of his bat, and it looked pretty dead from here.
Frosler's annoyed with himself as he walked off. Just missed a full straight one there. It looked pretty adjacent.
Yeah, he's gone for that fuller length there, Adrian. And although Frosler has looked to play straight, yeah, the elation in his eyes. He knew pretty much from the jump that he was in the game. But Frosler there looking to hit sort of through to the left shoulder of mid-off, and the ball looking to cannon into middle stump, middle and leg. He needs to be a little bit straighter than that, and ultimately that was his downfall. And
with the wicket, we're going to have a bit of a break here because the covers are coming on. That rain that I spoke about a few minutes ago has just got heavier. And so the Falkland number 3, Devon May, has had a walk to the middle and then coming straight back. Clouds don't look too heavy round and about the ground. It's just these darker grey ones overhead, so hopefully this will blow through in the not too distant future. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back with you.
Take your instructions. Everybody's safe. Where are you? You finished up? It's cricket's going. Right.
Break didn't last very long at all, thankfully. The rain's blown through after that wicket of Ethan Frosler, who fell for 21 off 38 balls. So it's going to be Devon May facing up to Adrian Neil as we get back underway at Mireside. Banged in from Adrian Neil. Welcome to the Scottish Cup final, Devon May.
Yeah, and that's we're talking about. If you're going to on a pitch like this, use your short ball. We need to get it up throat head height. So really nice over and a really nice spell so far from Adrian. Looks to be in real control of what he's do, and we've got the first bowling change of the morning or afternoon.
Is it going to be Joe Kinghorn-Gray from the pavilion end? Spoke earlier about how many wickets he's taken with his slightly slower than Gavin Main. I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying. But he's a very clever bowler.
I think he'd be happy for you to say slightly slower than Gavin Main. But you know, he knows his trade, Joe. He knows what his strengths are, what his role in the team is. You know, there's a lot of cutters, a lot of cross seamers, three-quarter seamers, stump to stump, miserly operator. But knows what he's bringing to the side.
It's nice to be nice, though, Ali. You know, as a non-bowler, I can full of admiration for these guys charging in.
Well, he certainly does that.
Low full toss to start. Just punched to mid-on. Feel he missed out a bit there, Jack Henderson. Loosener to start, bit too full.
Yeah, it just has to reset now, Henderson. Even though it's 5 minutes, it can just break your rhythm mentally. You need to get yourself back into the contest again. You know, but he's an experienced campaigner. It won't take him long.
Full punched to short extra cover. I think they have just brought that extra cover fielder in a few yards, maybe just looking for a catch, one that just pops, and he was certainly in the game there.
Yeah, it's two-pronged having that fielder there. It builds that pressure. It'll be really difficult to score through that offside now. Joe not trying to swing the ball a huge amount these days. So more try bowlers, cross-seamers, cutters, really use the pitch to his advantage.
It's well bowled, like you say, just stump to stump, asking questions. Yeah,
at some point we'll have to see what the Falkland plan is now. Whether it's just to keep batting time, or whether they've come up with a plan if they want to target a particular bowler, try and put pressure back onto the Heriots attack here.
Just left alone outside off stump. 2 types of leave, Ali. That was a good one.
Yeah, and that last 2 deliveries is classic Joe King Hungray operation. He doesn't miss a huge amount. He won't try and vary his length a huge amount. He'll hitting around that top of off stump, etc. He will occasionally bang it in just to keep you honest, but I think he'll wait to have the right field to do that.
That one is a bit shorter. Just toe of the bat, Jack Henderson. But yeah, like you say, it'd be interesting to see how Falkland go about building this innings. Going along at under 4 and over so far, and a decent batting wicket. He said about the amount of runs that were scored in the league here yesterday. So yeah, it's whether they look to punch and counter-attack, or just rebuild after that loss of Frosley.
So yeah, again with Henderson, we see his preference is to play offside. Looks a lot more comfortable when he's punching and driving the ball, and have you. As soon as he looks to play slightly straight, he squares up. You feel you're in the game as a bowler. But the longer he stays there, the more confidence that Falkland will have, because they know that if he bats through, that like your middle order with Jacobs and with Khan coming in, looking to be real powerful hitters. We know with Jacobs, he looks to be strong against spin, happy to go over the top, quite orthodox, but also likes to put pressure back on the bowler. So the bigger platform they could set, the more of a licence that middle order will have.
Oh, edged and gone! It's beautiful bowling from Adrian Neil, and he picks up his second. Really well caught low down at first slip by the captain, Lloyd Brown. And Heriots go bang bang, 1 before the rain, 1 after, and Falkland are 38 for 2.
Yeah, again that fuller length from Adrian. He last ball of the over, the first ball for May, went past his throat, went past his chin, and then next ball he gets in, make sure he gets full in the game. We keep talking about that. Get them forwards, get them driving, get those catchers in front of the bat and behind the bat, challenge both sides of the bat, inside edge and outside edge, and a really good plan, well executed from Adrian.
It's a good slip catch as well, low down, keeping his eye on it, and I mean, it's a big wicket. Yeah. We, a really big skill that Heriots used this year is being able to take wickets in clusters. They know that they keep coming at you. They don't give you that 5th, 6th bowler to be able to target. So they know that if they get one breakthrough, they can put pressure straight onto the new batter and look to take wicket in clusters. Yeah, and you talk about pressure. There's a lot on this man striding out to the middle, Kyle Jacobs. He's the overseas professional for Falkland. It's a lot on his shoulders. Bats in the middle order at 4, and he'll bowl his leg spin later on. But yeah, he comes out to join his captain in the middle, with Heriots on top.
Yeah, as we see the wicket again from Adrian getting nice and full. We see there from May, never really got his bat into the ball. He planted his foot early. It's almost like his lower half of his body was working separately from the upper half of his body. Big front foot stride out there, then the bat face, when it's not working time with the upper half, then comes across the ball slightly, means again you're not playing with a full face of the bat like we saw with Frosley, and that's when you get yourself in trouble.
It's been a really good spell this though from Adrian Neil. Into his 6th over now, charging in down the hill, and he's causing all kinds of problems. Full again, asking questions, and just punched to extra cover by Kyle Jacobs.
Yeah, and very similar ball there from Adrian that got May out the ball before, but again there we see the difference with how the batters played it. Really good start from Jacobs, because the hardest time to bat is your first 10 balls. We talk about that all the time, because you've not got the pace of the wicket, you've not got the pace of the bowlers, your feet aren't quite moving, you haven't quite got your eyes in there. But there we saw his top and his bottom half of his body working separately from the other. Jacobs there, nice and compact into his innings.
Oh, and that beats him. Just drags his length back, Adrian Neil. Beats the outside edge. It just leaves Jacobs. He's bowling beautifully here.
Yeah, he's into it now. He's, like all of us, a big confidence bowler, Adrian. You know, when he's got his shoulders back, he's pumped his chest out, he's got his legs driving through, he's a real handful. So again, Falkland got to make a decision here. Do they look to ride it out, or do they look to try and find a way to put pressure back onto the bowlers so they can control the tempo of how this innings is going?
Oh, Fuller beats him again. Draws the drive. Playing a miss from Kyle Jacobs. And Adrian Neil's all over this Falkland batting lineup. It's a big wicket, this. Obviously Jacobs, as the overseas professional, has a lot on his shoulders anyway, but Heriots in the league game at Scroggy Park earlier this season, Jacobs scored 114, I think batting at 3 that day. So Heriots know what he's all about, know the quality he possesses. He just wants that slightly wonky sight screen moving.
I always find this interesting when batters ask for a sight screen to move when you're playing with a pink ball. The nature of the pink ball being that you can come out of any sort of background. So moving the white sight screen half a foot to your right, I'm not sure what difference that make, but that's maybe why I'm a batter and I'm not a batter and I'm a bowler.
If you play and you miss twice, it can't be your own fault, Ali. It's the sight screen's fault. You say you're not a batter, Ali. I've been hearing all about this magnificent, glorious innings you played yesterday. Oh, Neil again. Half a shout for LBW, but I think that was a bit high, and maybe a bit of bat involved as well. But yeah, Ali, talk me through this clinic that you put on.
Well, you've used the word glorious and clinic. I don't think I'd use either of those words to describe what happened yesterday. I think a case of, if you swing hard enough, that you'll hit a couple of boundaries until eventually you hit one straight up in the air. But no, yeah, I had a month off cricket with various work commitments, so good to be back out playing yesterday, and being able to help the team to victory is always good.
Neil again to Jacobs, crouched as he waits for the ball and defends nicely, watchful, into the offside. That's the over. Falkland are 38 for 2 after 12 overs. Captain Jack Henderson is 15, not out, and Kyle Jacobs yet to score. Yeah, Adrian Neil's now bowled 6 overs, 2 for 11. He's not given anything away, and Heriot still just want to keep squeezing here, keep that scoreboard pressure building, and hope to nick another one out here. As the sun breaks through, you wouldn't know it was raining just 20 minutes ago. Scottish summer, 4 seasons in one day.
King Hongray continues from the pavilion end here, and Heriots looking to continue to build the pressure.
Oh, another play and a miss, this time from Jack Henderson. I mean, all the bowlers, I mean, I know you spoke about Gavin Main maybe not being at his threatening best earlier, but he certainly didn't give anything away, and it's just been a pretty relentless onslaught this from the Heriots attack.
Yeah, no, it's they keep coming at you. They keep coming and they keep coming. They've got a lot of confidence in what they do. They're very clear in their roles, and that clarity is often actually the biggest factor to whether you're successful. In that.
Big shout for LBW. Maybe just an inside edge, saving Jack Henderson. Maybe a tiny bit leg side as well, given not out. But yeah, pressure continues to build. Keeper and slip. Be in the batter's ear here. A lot of pressure on the captain, a lot of pressure on the professional.
And that's what King Hungray will do. He will just nag away and nag away, nag away. Say, roll his fingers over occasionally, little cutters and cross seamers, knowing that classic you miss, I hit.
Just back of a length, defended nicely into the offside by Jack Henderson. Yeah, and I mean, we talk about Heriots and how they know their roles and they're a really cohesive unit. Lloyd Brown said to me earlier this week just how proud he's been of how much basically everyone stood up through the season. It's been far from a one-man show or a two-man show. Everyone's stood up, everyone's performed. And I mean, you see that at the top of the league, top of the Eastern Premiership, in a cup final. They're a team that are used to winning. Short, just punched to extra cover.
Yeah, it's amazing what happens. You know, the habit of winning is in terms of belief in each other. You know, that can go a long way, and actually the mindset you can have on the opposition. You suddenly start to have a different perception and play different players differently.
Oh, that's a lovely shot from Jack Henderson. A little bit short again from King Hungray. And he just rocks back and jabs it through mid-wicket for 4. Lovely shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be hugely disheartened if I was King Hungray. I'm not sure how much that ball is going over the stumps. Whether it was slightly shorter and it just didn't bounce. But anytime you're sort of in and around the top of the bails and you start to see a batter play cross passage, you think you're in the game. A little under edge, stays a little bit low, and all of a sudden they're not covering that. So I wouldn't be hugely disheartened here.
Similar length again, just defended into the offside this time. That's the over. Falkland 42 for 2.
Yeah, no, we were just sort of discussing there. There's almost an aura that comes with a team that is consistently winning, and we see it in all sport, not just in cricket. You know, they talk about it in American sport at all about playing the pinstripes of the Yankees when they were in their heyday, and you'd face a pitch or a delivery or come up against a batter, and all of a sudden you had this belief that they were doing something amazing or outstanding, whereas actually if someone else had bowled that ball or hit that ball or pitched that ball, it's just in an area. So that mindset of being able to switch off to that and just to play every delivery as it comes, regardless of who it comes from, is a real trick that sort of sets the sort of top apart from the rest.
Edged and just short of Ryan Brown at second slip. It's Adrian Neil into his 7th over now, still charging in, still asking questions. His hands on heads in that slip cordon because they know that was nearly the 3rd, and it would have been the big scalp of Jacobs.
Yeah, I like this aggressive play from Lloyd. Bowling, by going down this route, it means that Adrian really can only bowl 2 spells, only having 3 in his locker. But he knows if he gets one of these guys out now, he's right into the middle order and putting the pressure on the other. So I like the aggressive approach to keep him going.
Charges in again, just defended inside edge onto pad. Some very thick dark smoke billowing from on the horizon there as something's maybe on fire just north of my side. Thankfully nothing on the ground. Never a dull moment in Scottish cricket, Ali.
No, our astute producer beside us is trying to make some sort of fire puns, but we'll ignore him and let him stick to his job, which is fine.
Always best to ignore the producers, I find.
Well, that's sort of say until they pull us off air. But no, yeah, really aggressive plan here to keep Adrian going, and I think it might bring some rewards.
That's nicely defended by Carl Jacobs. It's really solid. He's a quite boxy player, like very crouched, very deliberate with everything he does with the bat. and shaped up nicely there.
Yeah, and it's not a bad ploy in terms of Scottish wickets. Coming over from South Africa, be much more pace and bounce when he's used to it. It's over here. Getting yourself lower in your setup to cover that lower bounce is a really good ploy to any young batters out there who are thinking about how they want to approach their game.
Oh, edged and gone this time. Taken by Lloyd Brown at first slip. It's beautiful bowling again from Adrian Neil, just leaving Kyle Jacobs. That's a big wicket. And Falkland now are 42 for 3.
Yeah, that's when it's great when a plan comes off there. Keeping Adrian going, knowing that they want to get 3 down early, get through one of these 2 players to expose the middle order early in the innings. Excellent from Adrian Neil there. We've seen him bowl full, dragged his leg back ever so slightly, still just short of a good full length. Jacobs stuck on the crease, feet didn't really go anywhere, hung his hands out there, and really well basketed at first slip by Lloyd Brown.
I think that's now 3 wickets for just 4 runs for Heriots after a pretty solid start. You see it again here. Good length, just leaves Kyle Jacobs and straight into the safe hands of Captain Lloyd Brown at first slip. Yeah,
foot movement there from Jacobs with what he was looking at. As we said, Adrian's bowl really full today. It's been great to see him getting right up there, targeting the stumps, and just drags his leg back. Wasn't really a commitment into the shot, just hung his hands out there, and as soon as a batter, you're in trouble. So a really, really well planned from Adrian and Lloyd there, and well executed.
Yeah, Captain Jack Henderson needs someone to stick with him here. Joined in the middle by number 5 Asif Khan, who scored plenty of runs this season for Falkland in the league. Having joined from Morton in the Championship, scored a lot of runs for Morton last season, was comfortably led the Championship scoring charts, moved up to Premiership level and has done it there as well. And his side need a big innings from him here.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see how Khan goes about it here. He looks to play nice and straight, which is first and foremost always a good place to start, but he's a bit of a boundary hitter. He likes to put pressure back on the bowlers. So does he look to trust his instincts and maybe go for a little bit of a counter-attack, or do they look to absorb a little bit more pressure and then build a platform from there? So it'll be the next sort of 3-4 overs. Really intriguing to see how he goes about the innings today.
Oh, and he's beaten first up by an absolute beauty from Adrian Neil. Really full Yorker length and straight through Asif Khan. He's lucky that hasn't taken out off stump.
Yeah, no, really good ploy from any bowler there. New batter, first ball, particularly some early wickets, or someone's trying to counter-attack. They're looking to set up for that top of the stumps, good length. We talk about it all the time international. Can you throw a Yorker in first ball before we got their feet moving, before they're into their innings, before they're sort of got their tempo or anything? Can you sneak one through right at their toes?
And I think that might be a leg by, but they scamper through. So it just goes out to square leg. And Vian Moritz does the fielding as the wicket keeper. That might be Adrian Neil's spell. 7 overs bowled. He's bowled beautifully. 3 for taking all the wickets to fall. And he's really, really swung the momentum Heriot's way. Yeah,
we often see Heriots coming with a sort of 4-pronged seamer attack with Neil Alexander in there as well as an option. Not on the squad today, not on the team today. So I wonder if he'd been around, whether they just kept Adrian going. His rhythm's good, keep him going through. But just with only the 3 seamers, whether they need to hold a couple of overs back. But it depends what sort of approach you want to go through. Because if you're holding those overs back, what are you holding them for? You've still got a number of overs of Gav to come in. Joe started really nicely, so it'll be interesting to see whether Lloyd maybe wants to give him one more. If you bowl him 7, there's no harm in bowling him an 8th, because he's only going to come back for one spell later on anyway.
That's a wide from Kinghorn Gray. I was just waiting for the umpire's arms to go out there, left alone by Asif Khan.
That's one thing that we haven't touched on, is the discipline nature of the Heriots attack today. I think that's the second, maybe third wide we've seen, and extras are such a big component of of modern day cricket. You want to make sure that as a bowling unit, you're not bowling more than 5-6 wides at the most. So,
oh, big play and a miss from Asif Khan. Just hung out there by Joe Kinghorn-Gray. Draws the drive. It's through to Vian Maritz with the gloves.
Well, that's what you'll see from Khan. Again, likes to feel bat on ball, likes to take ownership of the situation and put pressure back on the bowlers. So any opportunity he has to get his hands through the ball, show a little bit of purpose, I think that's will be his approach.
Full punch to mid-on. No run. And there's a shout from behind the stumps there that Khan wants off the mark. Just trying to get in his head, but I think they're probably right. It's been that flurry of wickets. Falkland just a little bit stuck here. I want to put a bit of pressure back on Heriots. Short and absolutely nailed by Asif Khan. 6 over square leg. He's a serious player, and that's 6 over square leg. First of the day. He was very quick on that short ball.
Yeah, pecked the length really quickly, swiveled, fast hands through the ball, hitting that way, as we've said, is hitting with the wind. You know, still only the 2 men out for Heriots at the moment, so a quarter of the bat, and he knows he's not going to be in trouble there, and then let alone when he middles it. So off and running now. I'll settle him down, got one away, and now he can build into his innings.
A bit fuller from Kinghorn-Gray, and just defended to extra cover. Some big cheers from the Falkland travelling support away to our right, Ali. And I've just spotted there's a few chaps over there in what looks like full kit. Give me your thoughts on that, please.
I think if that's their shirt, they want to support their team, they should go for it. You know, just down the road at Tynecastle when Hearts are at home, I think you'll see plenty of adults in their shirt and their kit. So I think it brings them all out. Let's see them enjoying their the first ever Scottish Cup final the way they want to.
Ooh, playing a miss again outside off. Just looked like that one came through with a little bit more bounce than Khan was expecting. But yeah, like you say, it's great to see so many people out supporting a community club. Big day out for Falkland.
Yeah, two coach loads came down across the Forth today, so yeah, that's what it's about, and hopefully they have a Sunday to remember.
Short again, not quite the bounce as that previous one that went for 6. And it's tucked away down to Adrian Neal, who does the fielding, and they scamper back for a couple. Yeah, and we spoke about that crowd. There's a good number here supporting, maybe a couple of hundred. I suspect that'll grow as the day goes on and the bar opens.
Yeah, and as I kind of hopes that Lloyd Brown would go for, giving Adrian another one. You know, once you've committed to this plan of only ever bowling in 2 spells, you really want to take the most out of that first spell. Tails up. You know, with Adrian, when we see him picking his knees up and really hitting the crease like he is today, that's when it's most threatening. So they'll be trying to really get into this middle order early and make the use of the momentum that Adrian's got at the moment.
Just defended by Jack Henderson. And you suspect Henderson and Khan will know here that this is probably Adrian Neal's last. He's been the real threat for Heriots. Just want to get through this over and then see who comes on from the far end.
Yeah, and it's been good, solid approach from Henderson. We've seen him nice and compact there. We talked about with Jacobs earlier. When there's in that compact position, he was able to react to what came down. He just needs to stay in his positions.
Defended again, nearly rolled back onto the stumps, but it's a jokey appeal from Vian Maritz as Jack Henderson pops the ball up to Ryan Brown with his hand. But yeah, as you've spoken about plenty here, Ali, Falkland will be looking to bat around Jack Henderson, bat around their captain. He's 19 not out as we go into the 16th over. Very watchful, just keeping his team in the game. A little bit shorter, just tucked to the fielder at square leg, and there's no run. It's really good again from Adrian Neal, asking questions, hammering away at a good length, just defended into the offside by Jack Henderson.
A slight change of the field here now from Adrian Neal. He's just putting his square leg out on the boundary. So we saw this earlier. Keep mentioning the wind's coming from that side. So whether it's a dummy ploy or whether he's going to go short and see how Henderson wants to take it on.
Does go short, pulled out to that man at square leg, one bounce. Yeah, it's a definite ploy, isn't it?
Absolutely, but you know, bowlers will often utilise that plan. Stick a couple of men back out there, just get in the batter's head, get them thinking about it, and then see how their footwork's going to react. Might not change their plan at all. They might still stick top of off, nice and full, but just to see how the batter's going to react. Even if you stay full, all of a sudden is the batter going to fall across it, trying to use that gap they've created, play with half the bat, bring the stumps into play.
Short again, and Asif Khan gets enough of it to get over mid-on. Just hurried him up a little bit. They come back for two. Like you say, he's going to play his shots. Yeah,
I think he likes to score freely, and that's the way the modern game is going. You know, we look at how the change of the game with T20 cricket, T10 cricket, the 100 over the last 20 years, where it's gone into Test cricket now. There's no point being out there if you're not going to look to score runs. You want to be looking to score first. What does that look like for each individual batter? That's going to be down to them. But Khan has it his way, and he looks to put pressure on, looks to be a ball striker, and it'll be interesting to see then how Heriots react to that.
Full from Joe King on Gray, driven to mid-off where Gavin Main does the fielding. Yeah, I mean, you talk about looking to score and being proactive in the modern game. I mean, this Heriots batting lineup, that's what they're all about. I mean, Lloyd Brown and Peter Ross at the top of the order yesterday got off to an absolute flyer against Forfarshire at Goldenacre. And, I mean, I think with the batting they have and the way they go about things, Falkland need a good score here. Peel for one down the leg side. Some spectators down at fine leg asking for a wide, but umpire signals that it just came off Jack Henderson's thigh pad.
Yeah, you're right what you're saying, you know, in terms of the modern game all being about who's putting pressure onto who. So as a batting unit, and we saw that with Brown and Ross yesterday, the illusion of being on top and then seeing how the bowlers can react to that pressure.
On Gray again, just strays onto Jack Henderson's pads, tucked nicely out to square leg. I thought about two, but it's a really good bit of fielding from Adrian Neal to get around, get his throw in and keep them to one.
Yeah, and as soon as you have that clarity, going back to what we're talking about, that you're going to look to score first and put pressure on the bowler, rather than you get into much better positions even when you're defending. If you're in survival mode, where you're just sort of maybe waiting for a loose delivery here, loose delivery there, all of a sudden you're not committing with your weight into the ball. Your feet aren't working. You're just sort of prodding at the ball. So it's been shown the more purpose you have to go and look to score first, hit the ball first, that's going to get you better positions and you a better mindset to react.
And again, similar ball, worked off his pads by Asif Khan down to Adrian Neal, who again keeps them to a single.
Yeah, he's been a nice start here from Khan. He obviously got away with one slightly in the last over, that just pull shot that just crept over mid-on for a couple. But overall, he's looked like he's knowing his game. He's setting up a tempo, and he's showing that he's able to start reasonably quickly, being off 11 off only 10 deliveries.
A bit of a false shot there from Jack Henderson. Hint of a leading edge, safe.
Yeah, once again, there it shows Henderson that the ball's probably looking to cannon into middle and leg, and Henderson there looking to hit straight. He is more of an offside player, the way he sets up with his bat face in his pickup. Much more comfortable when he's got a little bit of width to work through. But again, we know with King Kong Gray, he's just going to keep threatening the stumps, nagging away over and over.
A little bit short, draws the edge from Jack Henderson. Thick edge though, played with soft hands down to third man, and it's just a 1. That's the over. There's 17 being bowled, and it's 58 for 3. Just in between overs here, I think we're going to see James Dickinson from the far end. So we're going to have some leg spin, but just share some information with you between overs. It's been the fixture schedule released by the ICC for Scotland Women's Under-19s World Cup campaign in January of next year, which is very exciting. It's going to be out in Malaysia. Thailand have pulled out as co-host, so all the games are going to be played out in Malaysia. Scotland are in Group D of that tournament. They'll be taking on Bangladesh, a yet-to-be confirmed Asian qualifier, and the big fish of Australia. And, I mean, what an experience that'll be, Ali.
Yeah, I think the introduction of the Women's Under-19 World Cup mirroring the men has been a huge revelation and a much needed one. The exposure and the experience that it gives our young female cricketers is what it's about. You know, we do what we can in this country to keep stretching them and challenging them, and the work that they do in the development side of the organisation is great. But we see it in Scottish cricket at all ages, all stages, all genders, that we need to be getting ourselves out playing against other countries and other environments. That is how we're going to improve, and we need to get used to being able to play at that level. Getting limited exposure to it on a semi-regular basis isn't enough, and the more we can get our under-19 men and women to these World Cups, the earlier they get that exposure, and it sets them up for their careers when hopefully they transition to the senior side.
You see some of the talent that's come through the women's setups in recent years to the full national team. The likes of Catherine Fraser, Darcy Carter, these sorts of players. There's from your club, Carlton, Gabriella Fontana played the most recent series. There's so much young talent coming through, and like you say, the more exposure they get to top level cricket, that pathway is just going to continue to flourish. Ooh, Asif Khan, little bit aerial, just clips it off his pads out to the sweeper on the leg side, and they come back for 2. As the match coordinators away to my right, chasing sheets of paper as the wind at my side causing a bit of chaos. Did well to keep himself off camera there, though. Oh, catch it. Oh, shelled at extra cover. That's a big moment. It's a fairly straightforward chance away to his left as well. Peter Ross away to his left. It's well bowled by James Dickinson. Just drawing Asif Khan forward into the drive. Just didn't quite get there. Played it aerial. And that should have really been taken. He's almost had 3 goes at it, Ali. He thought he had it on the rebound and just went to ground.
Yeah, he's got excellent hands, Peter Ross. You know, he's had a stint behind the stumps at times when Heriots needed him to, and he moves well. You know, he's a big, strong lad, but very agile. So he'll be very disappointed there. It's a bit of a collector's item, that one. But what I really like to see with the Heriots fielders in terms of what they've done with their mid-wicket and extra cover is they've got them in really, really close into the bats for Dickinson, for the spinners, really squeezing almost in the eye line of the batters, so they know that they're there, backing themselves to be able to cut off that angle. You know, that again, we talk about building pressure, we talk about having who's in charge of the arm wrestle, who's on top of it, and just giving that, even that facade of being on top of them, that can really play with the batter's mindset. So that aggressive stance they're taking where they're right clean close creates opportunities like that, and as I said, Peter Ross will be really disappointed.
Just going to see that chance again. Khan just didn't quite get to the pitch of it. Punched it to Peter Ross, in it goes, and out it comes. Oh, you saw Lloyd Brown there, the captain, how disappointed he was at first slip.
He almost had too much time to think about it sometimes. Sometimes when it's whacked at you and you just get into your natural reflexes, it's sometimes easier, but not something you'd expect from Peter Ross.
That's a nice shot from Asif Khan, just guided down to third man. As Joe Kinghorn Gray continues from the pavilion end.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely here, Joe. He's, as I said, he's not tried anything too away from what he does well, which is, so constantly saying, rolling his fingers over the ball, hitting the stumps, cross seamers, little split finger deliveries, not necessarily bowling the same ball each ball, just enough variation.
Oh, that's a great bit of work.
And that's Peter Ross that we expect to see. Goes the drop before, but yeah, no, it's uncomplicated from Joe. He sticks to his 2 or 3 deliveries, and it's been effective for him.
As a bowler, though, Ali, if you've got that really set idea of what you want to do, and you've maybe got 1 or 2 change-ups, cutter here and there, does that make it easier if you've got almost fewer ideas in your head?
Yeah, it absolutely can do. You know, a mantra that we've lived by for a long time is that a bad plan committed to is better than a good plan not committed to.
Oh, that's well bowled. Jack Henderson just plays across one. Not the ball to really try to work through mid-wicket, and he rehearses a defensive shot into the offside. But safely through to Moritz, and there's no run.
So back to that point, you know, if you know what your 3 deliveries are and you can commit to them and you're comfortable with them, just sticking to that, all of a sudden it fills you with that confidence, feels like a hot air balloon because you know that this is your skill and you back it. Whereas if you're trying to add 5, 6, 7 deliveries in, not knowing when to bowl and which one to go to, it can just add that confusion.
Bit fuller from Kinghorn Gray. Henderson punches it to mid-off for no run. Gavin Main does the fielding.
And then you just rely on it. And if you do everything right, if you execute the skill you want to with a clear mind and committed to it, and then the batter plays a good shot, or you just don't quite execute what you want to, that's much more easier. That's a much easier thing to be able to process as you go to bowl your next delivery. Whereas if you haven't quite committed to something and then it doesn't come off, there's little questions nag at the back of your brain, and all of a sudden then you're not in the moment, and that's when you can then slip into a wee spell where you're not showing your true quality.
Another tidy over from Joe Kinghorn Gray, not really giving anything away, sticking to those plans that Ali Evans was talking about there. And it's going to be James Dickinson to continue from the far end. Didn't get to talk over too much of his first over, but it was nicely bowled, as you come to expect from the Heriots leggy. He's a really accurate leg spinner, doesn't give too much away. It's turned into a really, really top bowler.
Yeah, his consistency is his strength. He's not a huge turner of the ball, but what he does do is he keeps the stumps in play. He allows a little bit of natural variation. Shane Warne talks about it all the time. He never knew how much a ball was going to spin. So
Asif Khan picks out extra cover there. Peter Ross gets a hand to it and keeps it to just one.
So if you as a bowler don't know how much exactly it's going to spin, it's very hard as a batter to be able to react to that. So keeping the stumps in play. If it does spin, the outside edge comes into play. If it doesn't, the stumps comes into play. Very simple plan for any leg spinners out there.
Oohs and ahs there as Henderson defends back to the bowler. Just a little bit shorter and flatter there from Dickinson, pushed through onto Henderson's pads. Oh, and a similar delivery again. Better line on middle and off. And defended back to the bowler by Jack Henderson.
Gets through his overs quickly, James Dickinson as well. Before you know it, the over's gone. Another one ticked off.
It's a bit shorter. Again, just can't get bat on ball. Yeah, I mean, and we've talked about all the way through this innings about Falkland not really being able to get away and release the shackles, and if James Dickinson can rattle through 4 or 5 overs for not many runs here, that pressure will only continue to build. That's nicely bowled again, fired in at those stumps, and that's the over. Dickinson's second done. And it's 64 for 3, with Asif Khan 16 not out, having been dropped on 13, and Jack Henderson 23 not out.
It's going to be interesting to see. We've mentioned it a couple of times. At what point are we going to see whether Falklands are going to just have a little change of gear, try something different, particularly to Dickinson. Any spinner, when they first come in, you don't want them to settle into that line and length. We talk about put pressure back onto them. Are we going to see someone using the feet, maybe get down a sweep, a reverse sweep, just something to make Dickinson think? The longer he lets them bowl to them, the more confidence he builds, the harder it is then become to put that pressure back onto the bowler.
Yeah, I did think when Khan rocked back to that short ball from Kinghorn Gray for 6 over square leg, you wondered if it was going to be the Heriots seamer that Khan and Falkland looked to maybe target. But I mean, since then he's bowled a relentless, monotonous line and length. Monotonous may be harsh because it implies it's tedious, but I mean that's what he's all about, isn't it? Banging away, top of off. There he goes, and it's blinked a little bit, but evades mid-off, and it'll skip away towards the boundary rope. Dickinson fields well. They come back for a couple, but yeah, I mean, you just sense Asif Khan. He wants to score, he wants to feel bat on ball. Just walked a little bit at Kinghorn Gray there, looking to go back down the ground. Didn't quite time it, but it's intent, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's a good move. I really like that from Khan, trying to put a little bit back onto Joe there, knowing that it's not even half a bat and he gets it over mid-wicket or he gets it over mid-on. So while the fielder's up there, backing himself, just even get half a bat on the ball, all of a sudden Joe's got something to think about. Does he change his plan? Does that lead to a looser delivery?
Short, big swing and a miss. But yeah, he's gonna look to go here, I think, Asif Khan.
But there we've just seen from Joe there, we've not seen him bowl that many short deliveries, and all of a sudden Khan's used his feet, and he's already hit the one short delivery he's had from Joe. He's already hit for 6, so all of a sudden Joe feels he needs to change his length after one, and then that's potentially an opportunity to score. Didn't capitalise on it this time. It's led to a field change. Now deep squares back, so there's a big gap at the leg side for them to try and use now if they want to, but it's good to see them trying to be a bit proactive.
Fuller from Kinghorn Gray, maybe just a bit of a slower ball as well, and defended into the offside. Lovely shot from Asif Khan. Belted back down the ground. He gets the connection he wanted that time. And it skips away for 4. Lovely shot.
Yeah, and again, we go back to that intent. You know, if Asif Khan, as soon as he's come in, he's looked to score first of all. It means he gets into good positions. King Hong Gray slightly over pitches there. You know, he's held his length really nicely so far, but as soon as he misses full, because Khan's got intent to score first, he's into the ball, into a position, looking to utilise his favourite area, which is nice and straight. We talked about it when he first came in. He looks to hit straight, looks to be a boundary hitter straight first and foremost, full face of the bat and gets full rewards.
Yeah, and he's moved on to 18 not out now from just 20 balls, ticking along nicely. Full again. Bit fuller Yorker length and just defended back to King Horn Gray. But yeah, I mean, I played in a game against Khan when he was still at Morton in the Championship, and he really took the game away from us with some really powerful hitting down the ground, and like he can be so destructive when he's in, and you just wonder if Heriots will live to rue that drop catch of Dickinson. Obviously a long way to go, but he's a player that can take the game away from you quickly.
Yeah, I mean he's the 5th highest run scorer in the Eastern Premier League this year, 610 runs, averaging a 46. He's had a really good year stepping up to the Premier League, showing his real qualities, and they'll be hoping to capitalise that in the final today.
Jack Henderson just really nicely shaped up to that one from Dickinson. Just punches out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Gets Khan back on strike. It's a low full toss from James Dickinson, and Asif Khan punches it to Adrian Neil at long off. Is it long off? Mid off? Mid off, I think. It's hard to tell with the depth perception here, but either how, it takes a single out to Adrian Neil. Oh, that's well bowled from James Dickinson, just pushed through on off stump, and Henderson does well to get a bat down on it.
Yeah, Henderson looks like he's plans to stay leg side of the ball here. Look to try and take the strike to that gap at cover. As soon as there's any width, maybe cut 3 point. James then corrects and looks a little bit straighter, having recognised that, which is good. This is the intricacies of the battles of cricket, isn't it? In terms of what the bowlers try to do and the batters trying to counteract that. That's why we love the game.
Bit shorter from Dickinson, but again flatter, quicker. And just defended back to the bowler. There's 1 ball left of his 3rd here. Started really tidily, as you come to expect from him. Made his Scotland debut not too long ago, James Dickinson, as a reward for all the wickets he's taken for RHC and then for Heriots. Oh, that's a beauty to finish. Just beats Henderson on the outside edge. Really well bowled.
Yeah, another good over from James Dickinson there. It's interesting that in terms of the end that they've chosen to bowl Dickinson here. With that wind coming across the ground, from the end we're sat at here, the pavilion end, not the end that James is bowling from. The wind's coming from left to right. So with James bowling at that end, with the drift you'd like to have, ideally for a leg spinner, what you want him to do is have the ball drifting in on the wind, so bowling the wind coming from left to right, drifting in towards the batter, and a right-handed batter then spinning away. But bowling from that end, it means the ball's drifting away from a right-handed batter, potentially spinning away. Then potentially to bring the inside edge, and they bowl some googlies or some arm balls, but not traditionally the end you bowl leg spinner from, but he started really well.
They may be conscious of 2 right-handers hitting with the wind to the leg side, perhaps, but it's going to be Gavin Main to return for Heriots from the pavilion end. And he starts with a short ball. Asif Khan, chance. Little bit of a mix-up there. And a big shout for a run out. Given not out, he looked in, and it goes away for overthrows. And there's all sorts happening there, Ali. First of all, the short ball from Main, not quite timed, punched to James Dickinson at mid-on. Really good bit of fielding. Shied at the non-striker's end. Khan was home. And then the player backing up shies at the striker's end where Jack Henderson just about made his ground. Ball hits the stumps and flies away for 4.
Yeah, action ball. You know, first and foremost, James Dickinson, we know he moves well, and he moved very well to his right, clean pickup. I think an earlier shout from one of the fielders all of a sudden that if he'd known to throw to the keeper's end, I think they were in trouble. There was a bit of a mix-up there, and there could have been a bit of a clean run-out. However, Dickinson looked to get rid of the ball nice and quickly, put it on the pressures on the end. Batters were still sort of finding their bearings. Captain Lloyd Brown, really quick thought of mind, has a go at the keeper's end. He's convinced that it's out. He's absolutely convinced that he's run him out. Without any TV replays, umpires, hard to give, but direct hits tend to be closer than you think. And then, like we saw with Ben Stokes off the bat in the World Cup all those years ago, runs away for 4.
Oh, chance and gone! Jack Henderson can't believe it. It's short of a length again from Gavin Main, and he's just hit it straight to extra cover. This time the catch is taken, and he has to drag himself away from the middle, the Falkland captain. It's a horrible way to get out.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with himself there, Henderson. He talked about him anchoring the innings, batting through, people bat around. He'd done all the hard work, and once again, excellent piece of captaincy from Lloyd Brown, bringing his strike bowler, his quickest bowler, Gavin Main, back in. He's got that X factor. He has that raw pace when he really gets into his rhythm, and looks to hit the pitch hard, and gets his reward. So as we see there, bangs it in. We talk about Henderson likes to be an offside play. It was there to be hit. It was there to capitalise. Something that we talk about is looking to hit the ball hard, and he just never timed it. Loops up, nice and easy catch there for Heriot in the covers, and Henderson has to go.
Yeah, it just seemed like he was almost in two minds as to whether to go over the top, or he never quite got on top of it, did he?
No, and we talked about that mention of the two-pace nature of the pitch, and whether often when you see a ball that short and wide and someone with the pace that Main has getting caught in front of the bat from that length, whether it just held in the pitch slightly, didn't come on quite as well as Henderson thought it was going to do, but he just never really managed to get his hands through the ball, and didn't really make a decision whether to try and roll his wrist and hit it hard along the ground, whether to go up and over the fielders. Ultimately was his downfall.
There's been a slight tweak to the Falkland batting order here. I think it's Stephen Meikle who's come out to bat. He was originally listed down at 7, but he's shifted up the order. Left-hander.
Yeah, he's spent a lot of time opening as an opening batter. Sort of second half of the season, moved into the middle order.
Ooh, and that's a little bit wild from Gavin Main, who I think was a bit disappointed in himself there. Miles down the leg side, and that's a wide.
And I wonder if with the introduction of Dickinson, whether going for a left-hander was part of that decision. As you said, he's moved up one spot, or potentially, see, he's more an opening batter, looks to anchor the innings. So whether with the early wickets, whether they just wanted to have a little bit of stability, hold to Jago, he's more of a ball striker for the latter part of the innings.
Meikle just hurried up a little bit by Main there, so it thunders into his thigh pad.
But yeah, as I said, a lot of last season, the third part of the season, he opened the batting. With Frosler coming over and the success he had, he's moved up the order. So very experienced in facing the likes of Main is Meikle, and as I said, just need to maybe give a little bit of stability, just absorb a little bit more pressure, and looking to build a partnership here again.
That one comes off his thigh pad again, and I'll take a leg by down to fine leg. But yeah, I mean, Meikle's one of several players in this Falkland 11 that's come through the club's youth setup, and that's great to see as well. You talk about these community clubs and how much it means and how much the towns and villages up in Fife get behind their teams, but to see a local village team producing lots of first team cricketers is really good to see.
Absolutely, and a number of those young cricketers now that are also then sort of doing representative stuff, Scotland age group level stuff. You know, we've not seen them yet. George Cutler and playing for the under-17s recently, and Logan Briggs going to the under-19 World Cup last year. You know, the fruits of the labour. A lot of good volunteers, good people who put a lot of time in at clubs like Falkland, and to see them being able to see their hard work paid off is something I know the club cherishes.
Main again, short. An uppercut by Asif Khan, just about gets away from Peter Ross, I think it is. A backward point. But yeah, he very deliberately played up on that to get it over the ring, maybe where Jack Henderson didn't in the previous, for the wicket, sorry. And they come back for 2. And I think he's just going to play his game, isn't he, Asif Khan? They need him to stand up with a big innings here, with the score being 81 for 4 in the 23rd over. So yeah, I mean, you'd be thinking on a decent pitch, quick outfield, looking at 220 minimum here. Short again, and it's going to be just short of the fielder. Gavin Main has his hands on his head, bowling to that field. Khan goes for it. He rehearses the shot, playing down on it that time, but he didn't get on top of it at all there. Gets a little bit lucky.
Yeah, it looks like he's a batter who plays the short ball on impulse. We've all been there. He certainly plays it better than I do. But yeah, Main with that extra pace. And what I really like this combination of Dickinson and Main is, as a batter, when you've got a spinner and a seamer sort of operating from each end, then you can never settle into one tempo of batting, particularly when you've got a seamer with the pace of Main. It means you're constantly having to change your mindset, change your tempo of your movement of your feet, whereas if you're just getting similar sort of type of seam from both ends, or just getting to 2 spinners operating, then you can just get into that mode of batting. So real good challenge here for these 2 batters.
Low full toss from James Dickinson, who continues from the far end. Asif Khan punches it down to long on for a single. So yeah, we spoke about the left-hander matching up to James Dickinson. Here's Stephen Meikle. Dickinson's going to come round the wicket, to the left-hander. Yeah, we spoke about Dickinson bowling from the far end and maybe not getting the drift you'd want as a leg spinner, but perhaps the thinking is that right-handers wouldn't be hitting with the wind, hitting into the wind as it is with Dickinson bowling from the far end. But for Meikle, with the wind going away, as we look at it from left to right, he might look to target that leg side. There's a fielder out at square leg sweeping, there's a fielder out at cover sweeping, and Adrian Neal's back at long on. So there are gaps there if he wants to take it on.
Yeah, and that again, we see Ryan Browning really tight on that offside. The benefits of that there, a little bit deeper, you're trying to work that gap, get yourself off strike, but when you're squeezing in close there, it's really, really difficult to be able to manipulate, get those ones to the square sweeper.
Manages it this time. So just opens the face and guides it out to the deep cover fielder. Brings Asif Khan back on strike.
As we see Jay Elliott on the screen there, overseas for amateur for Heriots this year. Come over first time in Scotland. See him at the top of the order for Heriots in the next innings.
Just flicked around the corner by Asif Khan. I think it's going to be given as leg byes, no bat on that, but they come through for another single. Yeah, he's played pretty well, hasn't he? First taste of Scottish cricket, Josh Elliott. Couple of hundreds in there. I think he scored a big innings in the semi-final as Heriots qualified for today's showpiece event. Oh, edged wide of first slip. It's not going to go for 4. Joe King on Gray scampering after it. They come through for a couple, but yeah, just drawing the outside edge. James Dickinson stands, hands on hips.
Yeah, no, he's been very much a cup player. Josh Elliott, 264 runs in his average of 132 in the cup so far this year. 2 not outs. When you're batting at top 4 to have not outs, it tends to mean you've done the hard words and done your job and anchored the innings. So yeah, 101 in the semi-final not outs to set a really good score of 283, which Grange then couldn't chase down. So yeah, he's started slowly, but that's to be expected. So a lot of these overseas players having to get used to Scottish conditions, very, very alien to them, and often you see that the players who come back for a second and a third year really get the fruits of labour of the time on task. But really compact player, very organised. Smaller man, so that then lends itself to being really strong off the back foot. But real talent in there.
1 over to drinks, 24 gone, with Falkland 87 for 4. And Gavin Main just want to nick one more out here. Very short. And that's a wide, too short from the Scotland quick.
Yeah, we talked earlier about not wanting more than 6 or 7 wides really in an innings. They're the sort of wides you can forgive. 2 types of wides you can forgive. It's going for a bouncer, don't quite get it right. You still get the effect of the bouncer, which is pushing the batter back. It means their feet aren't moving into the ball. The other one, obviously, we're going for that wide Yorker at the back end of the innings. And a little bit too wide. They're the ones you can forgive. So I don't mind that from Main. I'd rather it be too high than not high enough.
Short again, outside off, and Asif Khan tucks in. Lovely cut shot, and it skips away for 4, backward a point. Yeah,
and that's what we're saying there, that I'd rather it be too short, and then when you don't quite get it short enough there, like it was the case, then it could be easy to have easy pickings. Khan, we've seen his mindset is going to be, if it's short, I'm gonna take it on, and I'm going to look to go over the top. So there's going to be some eventful balls coming up, I think, here, but at the moment Khan's really putting the pressure back on Main.
Short and wide again, and carved away for 4 more. Little bit of a counter punch here from Asif Khan. And I just wonder if Gavin Main's got his line slightly wrong here. He's got 3 men out on the leg side, no one back on the offside, and he's just strayed outside off twice. And Asif Khan's put him away for back-to-back 4s.
Yeah, it's a poor delivery from Main. He'll be disappointed there. Almost looked like it wasn't necessarily the bouncer, going back to a little bit more, trying to hit back of the length. And as we see a slight change in the field here, putting a deep cover out, bringing in the player at cow corner, or deep square, deep mid wicket, depending on how you want to describe it. But yeah, no, we can see that Khan's setting up for the short ball now, so I'd like Main just to go back to a little bit more convention, see how well Khan's feet are moving.
Short and wide again, hammered to backward point. No run, good bit of fielding. Yeah, he's not easing his way to drinks, is he?
No, and I don't think, unfortunately, they're in a position they can be, although they've lost 4 wickets. And only 96 on the board at the moment. We talked earlier what a past score is. We know how dangerous this Heriots batting lineup can be, even without Watt and Cross in it. Plenty of run scorers, plenty of boundary hitters. They'll be needing to get at least 250 plus to be happy with their first innings work.
Really opens himself up there. Asif Khan doesn't get hold of it. Gavin Main gives him a slightly disdainful stare there. That's one that will be familiar to you, Ali's a big fast bowler.
I'd like to think I've mastered that by now, but I'm sure the batters will disagree. But you can see Khan there, he's setting himself up for anything back of a length, anything short. There, that ball's going maybe 30 centimetres above the top of the stumps, and he's set himself up to be able to target the mid-wicket area there. This is what I want to see, what Main can do going full. Test him on that front foot defence, see how his feet are moving.
Bit fuller, and carved away, backward a point by Asif Khan. It's the 3rd 4 in the over. If you're going to flash hard, Ali, and he certainly did that there.
Yeah, he's just got his lines all wrong in this over, Gav. I don't think he's hit the stumps once. If you're gonna, on a pitch like this, they never get quick pitches in Scotland. If you're gonna bang it in or you're gonna pitch up, you need to have the stumps in play. And he's just given too much width. He'll know that. He's been around, experienced campaigner. He'll be going through his processes, but we need to see him straightening this line up.
That 3rd 4 in the over brought up the 100 for Falkland. Oh, little edge on that one. Goes straight down, though, through to keeper Moritz. And that's the over. That's 25 gone, and that'll be drinks here at Mireside. Falkland are 100 for 4. So the players wander off for some refreshments. We'll take a little break, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Honestly, I didn't even really realize it until I was scored.
Back with you at Mireside after drinks. It's going to be James Dickinson to continue with the score 100 for 4 after 25 overs. Full and dug out by Stephen Meikle. To the fielder just at 45 there. Ooh, just dragged his length back a little bit there, James Dickinson. Stephen Meikle throws his hands at it, looking to score, but again there's no run as Joe Kinghorn-Gray does the fielding. Lovely shot from Stephen Meikle, shapes up really nicely the left-hander. And they take one. Delighted to be joined on co-commentary with Ali Evans away, getting himself a coffee, by Falkland captain Jack Henderson. Jack,
Yeah.
pleasure.
Cheers, George.
Just talk us through what it's like batting out there. Just from here, it looks like it's maybe a little bit sticky.
Yeah, it's a bit sticky. I found it quite really hard to time, to be honest. Credit to the Heriots bowlers, though. They bowled a really good line, good length. Didn't give you anything to put away square of the wicket much. Yeah, hats off to them.
As James Dickinson continues, and Asif Khan just pushes back down the ground.
I think it's going to be it's one of these wickets that might be, well, I'm hoping it's quite tricky to chase on, because it is a bit slower and a wee bit challenging, but we'll obviously have to be on our lines and lengths similar to what they did. So.
Dickinson again, defended by Asif Khan. It's shaping up really nicely here. Yeah, having won the toss and batted first, with it being a cup final, is it just the thinking of maybe get some early nerves out of the way, get some runs on the board and go from there, back yourselves to defend a total?
Yeah, I think we had a discussion at the start, and obviously it's an occasion. There's enough pressure with a chase. I think generally we've batted quite well first and built pressure in the second innings. So yeah, I mean, we took into consideration the pitch to a degree, but I think the alternative, the other way to look at it is we've batted first, we've done well, and we thought that was a good option today and put the pressure on them when they're chasing. So yeah,
Going to see a change at the pavilion end here as Ryan Brown comes into the attack. Short to start. Stephen Meikle just rocks back, takes a single out to the cover sweeper. Yeah, spin from both ends here, Jack. You just your batters probably here just looking to build a partnership, work a few singles with those sweepers out, and then cash in back end of the innings.
Exactly, yeah. There's lots of pockets out there where you can get twos, plenty of one options. Don't want to give him the kiss of death, but Asif's quite strong against spin. Right on cue.
I was really desperate for there not to be a wicket there, just for your sake.
I regret saying that now, but no.
Nice bit of bowling from Ryan Brown, just pushed through, played for turn Asif and didn't quite get there. But yeah, I mean, he started really nicely. I know he got dropped early on, but he's a destructive player, isn't he?
He's been a phenomenal player for us this season, today obviously, but so consistent all season, and he's been such a good find for us this year.
See. Smashes one out to the cover sweeper. Trots through for one. Yeah, I was saying to Ali before you came on air about when he was playing for Morton, he absolutely destroyed our bowling attack in the championship, and like just ever since then you look out for his name, and he's always scoring runs, always up the top of the run scoring charts. Yeah.
Over the close season, just there chatting to him quite a bit, and he was saying that he'd actually been playing majority of the games with a pulled hamstring as well, so he was managing to be destructive on one leg, so
it's a pretty good effort, that. Most of us struggle on two. So
exactly, but he's been valuable on the pitch, but off the pitch he's such a nice guy, great character, really nice person, and just really glad that he's come to us.
When he goes big here, bit of a top edge, fielders converge and takes a really good catch. Big wicket for Heriots, big celebration from Ryan Brown, and Asif Khan has to go for 45. Trudges off, and I mean, Sally Evans returns from the cafe with a coffee. Thank you, co-coms. But yeah, I mean, Jack, I hate to say we might have given him the kiss of death there, but it's a good catch out on the boundary.
Yeah, I think I've definitely given him the kiss of death there, but good catch, and Brownie will bowl just that area, and he'll make the batsman make mistakes, and it's up to us, like we said, to try and nudge it around for ones and twos and get a partnership going. So
can just see that wicket again here. Khan looks for a big slog sweep. He'd taken 6 over that leg side boundary earlier in the innings, but didn't quite catch it. As you see there, a nice high catch away to the fielder's left. it's a big moment in this game, you sense. But I mean, Jack sat alongside me, spoke about the semi-final win and this tournament, the ploy being getting runs on the board, piling pressure, and it was 169 in the semi-final against Force that did the job. And I mean, with the bowlers you've got, you'd be hoping a similar sort of score today, or maybe north of that can do it again.
That wicket changes things, I think. We've still got a lot of batting to come, but that does change it a wee bit. And obviously the previous round against a decent Forth side, we managed to squeeze them with the total we put on the board. Obviously, Lloyd and Peter Ross have been destructive recently at the top order. If we can just sneak an early wicket and just ride that wave early on with a decent total on the board, then we've always got a chance. So.
Especially with the bowling attack you've got as well. I mean, Ethan Frosler's come over this summer as overseas amateur, and he's bowled some really important spells for you, serious pace as well. You'd be looking to him with the new ball to make a couple of early inroads.
100%. I think early on for Ozzy, it was all about pace, all about bowling the ball as quick as you can, which is great. And then I think he's slowly learned that some pitches, it might be better to not run in, steam in, but just find an area and let the pitch do the talking. So he's learned quite well this season. But he's been phenomenal with the ball this season. To have someone, a spearhead that you can chuck the ball to if you need to break a partnership or something's invaluable. So, we've got plenty of options with the ball, and we'll see what happens when we get out there and what total we've got to defend.
Absolutely, and I mean, just going back to Falkland as a club, and this, I think it was first semi-final ever for the club this year, first final obviously.
Yeah,
I think yourself and Robbie Nellies have spoken a lot about how much it means to the club, and you see with the support that you've brought down today, how big an occasion it is. How proud are you of the run that this team have been on and getting to this point, and with the performances they've put in?
It's been it's been, I don't know, it's like it's not happened, but it has. I think first and foremost the support from the club and the supporters this season's been immense. Particularly in that previous game against Forth, the hairs were kind of standing up back on the back of your neck, and it really gave us an edge in the field, gave us an extra 10%. But yeah, to go on this cup run, I think other than the Village Cup, so we had to pull out the Village Cup because of fixture clashes. Other than that, we've played or started every single game possible this season. Obviously we had the good run in the T20 as well. We've done well in the SPCU Group T20 as well, and it's been phenomenal. Like, we've had a good close-knit squad that we can kind of play every week, the same boys, and stuck together. It's been obviously huge, but it's been tough as well. Like, there's a lot of cricket being played, and we're coming to the back end of the season, and I think some of the guys are like the adrenaline and stuff will get us through today, but we're running on empty. But it's been amazing, and to be part of it, to be part of this amazing season and runs, just is.
And for yourself, having joined the club quite young, and so many guys in this team coming through the club's youth setup, it must be really cool to see these guys kind of grow together, especially for you as captain.
Definitely. The club does a lot of work behind the scenes. Robbie Nellies does a tremendous amount of work behind the scenes, supported by a number of people, and we build this nice group, like nice youth setup, and try and drip feed some of the boys through, and you can see, as you say, the guys are coming through. So it's probably one of the most pleasing things, seeing guys that are that's come through the system being able to play on a stage like this, and it's something that we're tremendously proud of, and I mean, hopefully let's not make this a one season thing and kick on from here as well.
Yeah, if you've got guys like Logan Briggs been away with Scotland under 19s, George Cutler the 17s recently, if these guys can be a part of the setup for a few years to come, then like you say, if you can keep building on that and continue to grow, and hopefully this is, like you say, it's not a one-off and there's more cup finals and things to come.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Briggsy and George have been amazing. Great attitudes. First and foremost, great attitudes. They always want to learn. They're up training all the time, playing all the time, and if they've got that attitude, then me as a captain, I'll support that and give them their opportunity.
Bit of a mix-up. An appeal from the crowds for obstructing the field, which I think might be a result of a couple too many cans. It was never going to be given out.
Too many cans at this time.
Oh, it's been a long old day for some of those boys, I think, already. As James Dickinson continues to whirl away. Yeah, I mean, Robbie Nelly's assured me that there were no beers on the buses down from Fife, but I'm not sure I believe him.
Well, I was against the boys travelling on the bus, but I can't tell them how to get here and whatnot. But I do trust. We brought 2 buses actually, so I hope there was a dry bus on the way down. But I don't know. Yeah.
But no, looks like everyone's having a really good day out here at my side. The sun's come out. There's a man in a vest over there, which I'm sure is maybe a step too far. But yeah, pleasure to be joined by Jack Henderson, and all the best for the rest of the day. Oh, James Dickinson, big ask for LBW there against Julian Diega. Given not out, I think might have been a tiny bit leg side, as I'm rejoined by Ali Evans.
Yeah, lots been going on. I've been away, which is good. Important wee phase of the game here for Falkland. 2 spinners rushing through the overs. Need to not allow them to do that. Don't want to look up before you know it. 35 overs are gone, and need to give themselves that platform now with the way the innings gone to utilise the last 10 overs, I think.
Julian Diega just tucks a single off his hip. Yeah, I think as Jack said when he was here, that wicket of Asif Khan just changes the complexion of things slightly. That's 30 overs bowled, and Falkland are 108 for 5. And I think the old adage in 50 over cricket, Ali, is that you double what you're on at 30 overs, and I think Falkland would snap your hand off for 216 right now.
Yeah, they'll need to go some. They need to make sure they're not just to get into survival mode. Keep being proactive.
And that's a lovely shot from Julian Diega. Tiny bit full from Ryan Brown. And Diega just punches it past mid-off for 4. And Ali Evans does the fielding after the ball finds its way into the little tent we find ourselves in here. Expertly done, Ali.
God, that gets harder and harder to bend down and field the ball, I tell you. But yeah, no, as soon as there was a little bit of opportunity to score, make sure they capitalise on it. But yeah, they need to keep, they need to make sure that the occasional boundary they're hitting, they need to be rotating the strike a little bit more. There seems to be a little bit sort of patting back a lot at the moment. We've not seen one person use their feet to spin, not seen a single sweep yet. So we're needing to make sure these, from a Falkland perspective, these Heriots spinners aren't just settling.
Asif Khan went to that slog sweep. I mean, he was looking to clear the ropes though. Yeah, like you say, just maybe looking to get down on one knee, take one to the sweeper, instead of, like you said, just with those fielders in tight at extra cover and at mid wicket. It's nigh on impossible to just drop and run, so you're going to have to look to either get right back or right forward.
Yeah, he's a hard man to sweep Brown because of his height. He's very tall for a spinner.
And that's absolutely nailed again by Diega to Joe King on Gray at mid-off, and he did well there because it took a nasty little bobble on its way through to him, but a dot to finish, and it's 112 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone's a sweeper. I appreciate that. It's a big part of my game. Some people are more comfortable using their feet or have you, but I just think they need to be doing something to get these spinners thinking. The moment they're able to just go into their overs, they're able to just settle, even if it's just to give themselves a little bit of room or shovel across the stumps, back themselves to hit the ball. But at the moment it's a little bit too easy for these spinners just to run in, hit the bails, not having too much to think about. And it's tough when you've lost wickets at regular intervals, but that's the art of batsmanship, making sure that you're finding ways to score first rather than just survive.
Dickinson continues. It's a wide down the leg side and a scamper through for one after it evades Vian Maritz. It's the first sort of wayward ball James Dickinson's bowled, really.
Yeah, I think that's my point. He's just been allowed through his whole spell. He's into his 8th over here. He's only gone for sort of 16 runs.
Oh, that's a little bit short and just punched to long on for a single.
But at no point have I really seen any of the batters go out and try something different. Try and put pressure on Dickinson to see under pressure can he hold his line and length. They've just allowed him to bowl at them.
Yeah, I mean, I know Stephen Meikle's batted up the top in T20s for Falkland this summer. So you wonder if it'll be... I know Diego can hit a hard long ball as well. So yeah, you just wonder if one of, or maybe both of these two will look to pile the pressure back on Heriots a bit. As Dickinson tosses it up, and Ryan Brown does the fielding extra cover.
Yeah, slightly full from Dickinson, but again, once you know what you get, it's amazing how you get away with those deliveries once you've sort of settled into your spell. Whereas if you've had to think about it, you've had to go away from plan A. I think that's it. They've not made him go away from plan A at all. Haven't even tried to do anything. So I wonder if it's almost too late as he's almost completed his 8th over, but these last 15 balls or so, what can they get out of them?
Good bit of fielding there from Joe King on Gray. Gets down, keeps it to just a single. And that's the end of James Dickinson's 8th over. He's bowled 8 overs, no maidens, none for 20, and I think like you say, they won't particularly mind the 0 in the wickets column just because he's not giving anything away really, and he's rattling through those 8 overs, and you don't get them back as a batting side.
No, absolutely not. And if wickets are full at the other end, you know, we talk about batting partnerships all the time. You know, as you hear people talk about building a partnership with bat in hand, it's exactly the same when you're working bowling tandem. Is that the pressure that is built at one end easily can transfer to the other end. So if you're not doing your job at the other end and holding up an end, then it doesn't allow your partner potentially to take the wickets. And one week you're the person who's building the pressure, the next week you might be the one taking the wickets. But building strings of dot balls or building strings of overs that go for less than 4 and over, that's when the pressure's on the batter, and that's what can bring wickets.
Yeah, and I mean, we spoke about Dickinson there not really going for many runs from the far end, but Ryan Brown's into his 4th over now. He's taken 1 for 7 in what, 20 balls. And so it's been a 2-pronged death by spin here, really strangling Falkland, restricting the runs, building this pressure.
That's right. I'd just like to see one of them, and both of them in between innings. Right, one of them. Who's going to be the aggressor here? Who's going to look to try something a little bit different?
And Diego goes, lovely shot. He hit a low full toss to Joe King on Gray's right a couple of overs ago, and he smashes a half volley to his left for 4 runs. I was just thinking, with King on Gray up at mid off there, I think that's probably the go for Diego, either over his head or try and smash it past him.
Yeah, and he's a big, strong lad who looks to hit straight. You know, we'll see. He's a bit of an all-rounder. We'll see him over in the bowling later.
Oh, and he goes again, thick outside edge, and I think that might skip away for 4 more. And it does. Back-to-back 4s for Julian Diego. Much needed for Falkland. And it's just like we said, it's a bit of a false shot, and Ryan Brown will be annoyed that skipped away for 4, but it's that intent to score, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, he's got an intent to score. First of all, gets a half volley on off stump, crashes it through wide mid off. All of a sudden, pushes back on Ryan Brown a little bit, doesn't hold on to his line, a little bit of width. Once again, looking to score first and foremost, thick outside edge, but where the ball flies. So, really good end to the over there, 9 off it, and we'll be interested to see how Heriots respond.
I think James Dickinson's going to bowl straight through here as he goes into his 9th over. Just wonder, are they going to see him off, or are they going to take him on as well? Oh, thick outside edge again. It's just short of joking on Gray, but yeah, there's again that intent to score. This time from Meikle.
Yeah, that's good there. It's amazing when you have that intent, those thick edges, they don't go to hand. When you're looking to survive, they just get a little bit thinner, slips waiting for it. So I like that from Meikle, looking to hit the ball first. Yeah, once again, real purpose. All of a sudden, Dickinson's got a little bit to think about. Probably for the first time, he's got a lot to think about. So whether he's going to be able to hold his line, hold his length.
Yeah, a couple of dots to start the over, a third one there, but instead of it just being patted back to him and there's no sort of jeopardy of any kind, like you say, he's having to think about what Meikle might do here. Wonder, cow corner's open if he might look there. Oh, playing a miss. It's really well bowled, that, from James Dickinson. Great length, drawing Meikle forward and beating him on the outside edge.
Yeah, using that wind, talk about that drift, using that wind drifting away from the left-hander. A little bit of an arm ball, just keeps them going, lets the wind do its job. Keep threatening that outside edge. A little bit straighter that time on the stumps. Yeah, and we just talked about rush through. All of a sudden, one ball left in the over. And Dickinson's on for a maiden.
Tossed up. Oh, and I think that's a drop. I mean, it's a half chance at best for Ryan Brown. He's in very tight there at extra cover. And Stephen Meikle smashed that straight at him.
Bit of self-preservation there by Ryan Brown, but you know, he'll be a little bit disappointed that he wasn't able to hang on to that. Straight at him, hit hard, never easy, but again, that's that intent we talk about. You know, if you don't go out there intent half hard, don't commit to the shot, that loops up to the cover fielder. But once you need to hit the ball, something that Kyle Kutzer talked about all the time, his setup. Played with him for many, many years, and he would always talk about looking to hit the ball first, and if you hit it hard enough, make it hard for the fielders to catch it, and if they do, fair play to them, but that happened so infrequently that he just kept going.
Meikle takes another single from the first ball of Ryan Brown's 5th over. He moves on to 12 from 35 balls. Diego at the other end, who's on strike here. He has 15 from 20. Yeah, and just after those successive 4s in the previous over, slight field change for Brown to Diego. Kinghorn Gray drops back. Oh, and that's speared down the leg side, and I think that's going to run away for 4 as well. So yeah, 5 to the total for Falkland, and that's a freebie, and they'll certainly take that with the match situation as it is.
Yeah, as Brown does, not a huge turn of the ball, but uses that height, spears it into the stumps, gets bounced when he can, tries to rush through his overs, rush the batter, just slightly offline now, and Falkland will take anything that'll come their way at the moment. Once again, looks to hit the stumps, nice and straight, ready to bowl the next ball. Really flying through this over now, Ryan Brown.
Just darts them in, doesn't he? Nothing, giving nothing away. That high release point as well.
Yeah, so what Jack Henderson, Falkland captain, was saying earlier when we had him on was he just tries to keep the stumps in play and wait for the batters to make the mistake. You know, sets his field to his areas where he knows the batters are likely to target, and just wants to see if they're good enough to take him on.
Just tossed up a little bit from Brown there, seeing if Meikle would take him on, but just knocks it down to Adrian Neal at long off there. Takes a single and he'll keep the strike. It's 134 for 5 after 35 overs. And James Dickinson is going to bowl his 10th over from the far end. His 10th and his last.
Yeah, and I think the fact he's bowled 10 straight from that end, and I don't. So last over, Meikle tried to play a couple of shots in anger, but when it was there, however, they've not really ever tried to put any pressure back on him. He's bowled nicely, as we know he would do. He's bowled with control. He's bowled to his fields, but at no point have Falkland really ever challenged him.
That's nicely bowled from James Dickinson. Meikle playing for turn, protecting his stumps. Just fires through, beats his outside edge. But yeah, again, 2 dots to start the over. Dickinson giving nothing away from that far end. Tossed up, catch, just short of joking on Gray. And they scamper through. Good piece of running. Yeah, tossed up outside off stump. Stephen Meikle just was dangled a bat at it, guided it, just short of choking on Gray.
Jammed his bat down on it. A little bit of width. That's where he needs to capitalise. But again, just falling a little bit short. The fielder at point.
Diego gets it past Dickinson. They trot through for another single.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic that from Dickinson. Very good off his bowling, very good fielder, exceptional fielder. Nice low centre of gravity, moves well, good hands. He'll be disappointed with that one.
Oh, and Meikle goes for the sweep, looks close, and given. We're talking about would they go to that sweep shot. It's maybe not the ball to play it to. Very straight from Dickinson, targeting the stumps. Wraps Meikle on the pads, and from our angle, Ali, that looked out.
Yeah, that's the build-up of pressure, isn't it? That's what they've been trying to do, both Dickinson and Brown. Not rocket science, keep the stumps in play, bowl nice and straight. You know, we talked about whether they'd look to use their feet.
So it's going to be Zane Schlebusch to join Julian Diego in the middle. With Falkland now 6 down. Still 14.5 overs left here at my side. And I think the first job now for Falkland is to bat the overs. Get to what they can. Jack Henderson spoke about just getting as many runs on the board as they can. And then they'll back themselves to squeeze and defend a score.
Going on the attack now to 2 slips in play for James. Mid wicket gets even tighter. Cover right under his nose. Last ball, and that brings Dickinson's spell to an end, finishing with 1 wicket for 23 runs off his 10. Well bowled from James. He'll be very happy with his day's work so far.
Yeah, and I mean his pressure that built up from that far end as well. I mean Ryan Brown picking up Asif Khan from this pavilion end. It's going to be Brown to continue, but yeah, it was that build up of pressure from that really tight 10 over spell from James Dickinson. Couldn't get anything away off his bowling, and I mean it's only really been Gavin Main that Falkland have really been able to take for any significant runs. and all the other bowlers have squeezed really tight, not giving much away. Oh, big shout. It's just missing. Oh, given! Wow, I thought that looked a bit leg side. Umpire had a long old think about that. Thought that was sneaking down.
Yeah, no, it's close. He's stepped right. His front foot has gone slightly across. It's not gone down the wicket towards the ball, but there was a little bit of turn there. It's hit him on the outside half of the pad and spun to the mid-wicket area off the pad. So it's definitely going to have been close. It's just how much that has spun. But when you plant your foot down there and you miss it, you give the umpire a decision to make.
Yeah, Julian Diego has to trudge off. We see it again here. It's hard to tell from that replay, but certainly from where we were sat live, it looked leg side. And he's just signalled as he walked past us that he thought that was turning down the leg side.
But again, if you're gonna plant that, as the Maya side winds kicks in, our tent is having a little bit of a party over here as we scramble to nail it back down. If you just bear
About
with
to
us a
take
second.
off here, Ali.
Indeed. In the wind tunnel, but yeah, Diego, the problem with that is when you plant your front leg down the pitch and you miss the ball, you do run the risk of giving the umpire a decision to make. But one thing that Heriots do really well, and is actually an underrated quality of a team, is they appeal really well. When the bowler goes up, the fielders go up with them, and when you're putting the umpires under pressure, you ask them to make a decision. That's what they're there to do. We've got two excellent umpires out there, but you want to create that interpretation that you definitely think it's out, and then leave it in their hands.
It's whipped away by new man, Cameron Nellies. Through the leg side. And he gets off the mark. But yeah, I mean, with that wicket going down and Diego going, they've just got to get as many as they can here. We spoke about how they defended that relatively low score against Forfarshire in the semi-final. 169 they scored. If they can get anywhere close to that today, they'll take it. And that'll certainly help. As they take 4 down to long leg, Ryan Brown just strays onto the hip. And it's nicely put away for 4.
Yeah, as you were mentioning a couple of over or so ago, it's a case of eking out and facing as many of these 300 balls now for Falkland. You don't want to leave any balls out there. You want to take every opportunity to score. Nothing worse than getting bowled out before your allotted time. So really important now that they use all balls available to them.
And they pick up 1 to end the over. Down to Adrian Neal, long on. I have another change of bowling from the far end after James Dickinson's 10 over spell, and it's going to be Heriots overseas, Josh Elliott, who also bowls offies. He starts with a low full toss that Jane Schlebusch punches back down the ground, and a good bit of fielding keeps him to just 1.
Yeah, more spin. There's been very successful with their spin so far. Slightly different off spinner to Brown. So Elliott gives a little bit more air. Brown very much taller, darts in. Elliott will toss up a little bit more, try and get a little bit more spin on it, but bowls with good control.
And just fired in a little bit quicker at the pads. It's a real industrial operation going on around us, Ali, as producer and co try to stop this tent of ours flying away. Oh! And Cameron Nellies has been given out there. caught and bowled. Looked like a caught and bowled, but from here, looked a bit like a bump ball.
Well, yeah, and where our commentary position is, it's hard to tell with the angles and everything. It certainly something didn't look right, but that doesn't necessarily mean to say that it isn't. But the umpire certainly, who has the best view from front on, was convinced, and unfortunately, the batter has to go.
Cameron Nellies, as he walked off there, saying that the umpire said that he's hit it straight onto his foot. And then Josh Elliott's taken the catch. That's what the umpire has given it out for. Nellies is convinced he's hit it into the ground, and then it's ballooned up off his foot. Again, it's hard to tell from that replay, but Nellies was convinced that that ball's been hit into the ground. Still, he's been given out, and he has to go. And it's another big blow for Falkland here, batting first. Brings Logan Briggs out to the middle. Falkland number 10, who can bat. Made a couple of important knocks in League and Cup for Falkland this season, and they seriously need him here because they're in all sorts of trouble at 143 for 8.
Yeah, it was at the Under-19 World Cup. Boys Under-19 World Cup last year. So coming in, used to high pressure situations, so certainly had some exposure to it. Perfect opportunity for him to go and make a name for himself. There's Elliott again, nice and full and straight, keeping the stumps in play. They just really struggled to combat the spin this afternoon. Not been a huge amount of turnout there. Obviously spinners have all bowled with control. As we know they do, they rush through their overs, they always do that. But they just never seem to get out of first gear, never really seem to have a plan B. They've gone to the sweep a couple of times, which unfortunately has brought downfall for a couple of wickets, but it almost seems like it was a last resort sort of panic option. Well, has not really ever kind of formulated a plan of what they were going to do to try and put a little bit of emphasis back on the bowlers in terms of making them go away from plan A. Just a little bit of survival mode.
Well, that's now 17 overs of spin that Heriots have bowled, and they've picked up 4 wickets for 54 runs, which kind of tells the story, really. As Zane Schlebusch defends into the offside off Ryan Brown. I mean, from here, Ali, it's just as many as they can get, really, isn't it? It's all previous plans of... there's an appeal for caught behind. Not given, but yeah, it's, I mean, all sort of previous chats about targets and par scores at this point go out the window, and it's just getting as many as they can on the board. Zane Schlebusch sweeps away out to Adrian Neal. It's the right ball to play that shot too, as Ryan Brown just drifts down the leg side slightly.
Yeah, there's 2 ways to play the sweep. Either be a confident sweeper, happy, premeditate it a little bit, backing yourself to hit it, or you play it on the line. There, Schlebusch saw that Brown lost his line a little bit leg side, able to drop down quickly onto his knee, so able to sweep the ball away. Brown a little bit quicker and flatter, back of a length, trying to trap Briggs on the crease. Again, another dot.
It's just dot after dot, it feels like, for Heriots as they continue to squeeze. A bit fuller outside half of the bat from Logan Briggs, and that's the over. It's 39 gone. Falkland 144 for 8.
Yeah, it's inevitably rolling one way at the moment. We said right at the start that finals cricket is about pressure, getting score on the boards and what have you, and then looking to defend it, but it's also about the momentum you want to take into the second innings. The longer the Falkland bat, eke away a few runs and what have you, build a little bit of partnership? Can they wrestle some momentum to go into that second half?
Josh Elliott continues. Obviously, this is the main cricket event of the day, Ali, but there's some Scots in action down in England in the 100 final. The women's showpiece events just got underway with Scotland wicketkeeper Sarah Bryce representing the Welsh Fire as they take on London Spirit. And then later on, Heriot's very own Mark Watt is in the Oval Invincibles squad as they take on the Southern Brave. But obviously, stick with us here as we talk you through the rest of the Scottish Cup final at my side, the men's Scottish Cup final. As Falkland take on Heriots.
Yeah, he's easy enough to support the Scottish contingent playing in the 100, and also have us on your tablets or your computer screens. Get both screens up. No better way to spend a nice sunny Sunday up here with us in Edinburgh, but also down in London. Top quality cricket in both of the capitals, north and south of the border.
Just wonder how long Lloyd Brown's going to carry on with spin from both ends, or if he'll go back to Adrian Neil and maybe Gavin Main.
I mean, I think the way at the moment, I'd be sticking with spin for as long as I can. Not really going anywhere, Falkland. You go back to that pace, yeah, you can get all your death skills out, your bouncer, Yorker, slower balls, etc. But it can thick edges, thin edges, squirting away. Sticking with the two spinners. There we are, as another wicket falls. As we're about to say there, when you're sticking with the spinners, it requires the batters to have to put pace onto the ball, have to hit the ball. You can't use the pace on the ball. All of a sudden, that puts a little bit more pressure on it. Go for a shot, doing a good position, as we've just seen, and Slowbush has to go caught behind.
Yeah, it's right on cue, wasn't it? And I mean, it wasn't quite wide or short enough to cut. And Slowbush just cramped for room. Little thin edge through to Vian Moritz. And always tough, those nicks off the spinners for a keeper. Does the job well, some good gloves. And it brings young George Cutler out to the middle for Falkland. They're number 11. 2 Scotland Youth Internationals out in the middle now for the Fifers.
Yeah.
Hopefully they can get their way up to something approaching respectability.
Yeah, Slowbush there just didn't quite stay into the shot. As the replay comes up now, you see his weight there. You see, as he's playing the shot, all his weight is falling back from the ball. His front foot opens up, that hip opens up, means that the back face, you're not quite hitting through the ball. Your momentum and energy is going away for it. Means you're not in the position you need to be. Run the risk of the nick there, as we saw. And excellent take by the keeper, nice and low. You know, they make them look easy, but they're not easy. Me and Matthew Cross would have arguments for years about being a wicket keeper's the easiest thing in the game because you've got those big gloves on, but he'll tell you that standing up with those little nicks is not particularly an easy thing to do. But yeah, plan for these two now is how long can they stay there. The longer they stay there, a couple of edges here, a couple of little nicks there, you just never know what you can get yourself up to.
And that'll help as Ryan Brown spears one down the leg side. So wide. But yeah, I mean, Falkland aside, built on their youth setup. So many coming through that. Be fitting if a couple of their youngsters could have a bit of a partnership here. Build a score. As I said earlier, they scored 169 in their semi-final against a good Forfarshire side that they then went on to defend. George Cutler just punches one to mid-off and there's no run.
Yeah, no, and what they need to be thinking is that
Ryan Brown sneaks one straight through, just on with the arm, no turn, and George Cutler's bowled. And Falkland at my side are all out for 146. Having won the toss and batted first, Jack Henderson will be slightly disappointed with that, I think. Heriot's absolutely delighted. It was a case of Adrian Neil doing the damage up front with that new ball. Brilliant spell he bowled, taking 3 wickets, and then the spinners went to work. There's James Dickinson, Ryan Brown and Josh Elliott combined to wrap up the innings.
Yeah, really, really professional performance so far from Heriots. We've talked about the clarity of the roles, knowing what needs to execute in the different phases of the game. We know the power and they come with at the top order, bombard you with pace and bounce from Main, and Neil Main not quite hitting his straps today, didn't quite execute, but that's where you talk about bowling in partnerships. Adrian Neil outstanding control, getting the early wickets, really wrestling momentum to the hands of Heriots, and then Falkland can never quite recover. Rushed through the middle with a spin, 10 overs from James Dickinson, 1 for 23. He bowled with control, he bowled with patience, just did the easy work of bowling plan A over and over again, and there was no response from Falkland. Ryan Brown finishing with the best figures of 4 for 32 off his 7.5 overs. Again, nice and control, looking to hit the bails as much as he can, waiting for the batters to make mistakes, and Falkland were no match for the control that he showed.
Yeah, Ryan Brown, he picked up the big wicket of Asif Khan, didn't he? He was the only real Falkland batter to get a good start, and he was the one that was targeting boundaries and going along at a decent rate. Jack Henson and Ethan Frosler, the two openers, both made it to 20. But yeah, it was that wicket of Asif Khan in the middle that Heriots were on top, but really swung things Heriots' way. And we'll have around a 40-minute break now before Heriots, with, you suspect, Lloyd Brown and Peter Ross, come out to open the batting and look to chase down 147 to win the 2024 Men's Scottish Cup Final. Me and Ali Evans will be back with you for that chase, but until then, bye-bye for now.
I'll probably bring the table round to the back.
I think you could stay in the same right here. Well, we can run the net. We can do it, yeah. B, are you getting the valuables? Yes. Medals are in there. Where's the cup? In the bag?
I believe so, eh?
Welcome back to my side, everyone, as we get ready for the chase here in the 2024 Men's Scottish Cup final. Heriots chasing 147 to win, having bowled Falkland out for 146. Just to recap, if you weren't with us for the first half, Asif Khan top scored for Falkland with 45. Ryan Brown was the pick of the bowlers, taking 4 wickets. And it'll be Captain Lloyd Brown opening up with Peter Ross, who'll take strike. And it'll be Ethan Frosler with the new ball for Falkland. Rejoined by Scotland international Ali Evans. And you suspect, Ali, that Heriots will want to knock these off pretty quickly.
Yeah, good afternoon again, everybody. Yeah, I think we'll see a slightly different approach from the Heriot batting lineup than we saw from Falkland. These two yesterday had an outstanding opening partnership. Peter Ross in the last couple of years has certainly moved his game forward, much more intent in his batting, looks to hit the ball hard, tall guy, strong lad, stays nice and tall, looks to hit straight wherever possible, get quick onto the short ball, but he certainly likes to set his authority on proceedings. I think he'll look to utilise this first 10, only 2 players out, but as we know with Frosler, he's had a very good season with ball in hand. Bowls quick, looks to swing it away from the right-handers. He settled into Scottish cricket with ease, with the ball in hand, and you know, when you've got 33 wickets to your name, second top wicket taker in the Eastern Premier League, I think he'll be a handful for these opening batters.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously Heriots are on top before we get underway, but a couple of quick wickets for Falkland, runs on the board, pressure does funny things. Here we go then. Oh, and straight on the money, Ethan Frosler. That shape Ali Evans was talking about, away from the right-hander, and it beats Peter Ross and flies through to keeper Cameron Nellies.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you look at this Heriots batting lineup, as we've spoken about already, no Watt, no Cross today. They're away on other duties around the world playing their cricket. You know, they've been a staple of the top order the last couple of years. You know, so important start needed for these two, not the normal middle order we expect to see in a Heriots team.
Bound ball. Oh, and Lloyd Brown scurries through. And Heriots are underway, 1 for none. Quick, sharp running, real intent.
Yeah, and if you look over the last couple of years, you know, Heriots, a lot of run scorers coming from Hayes as well, Hayes van den Berg, who's no longer, he's moved away from playing his cricket. So, you know, there's recruited with Dougie Voss in this year, seeing the elevation of James Dickinson. We talked earlier about how hard he's worked on his batting and his bowling. You know, Josh Elliott has got used to it, but it's not necessarily always the same strength and depth you've seen in Heriots teams. So a couple of early wickets, you just never know what could happen.
Nice shot from Lloyd Brown's first ball. Just punched to mid-on.
It's already interesting to see the slightly different tactical use of the field as well. Long time in that first 10 overs, Heriots kept their 2 slips in, and certainly the lengths that Adrian Neal bowled kept them interested. But already just the 1 slip, I would have thought, need to take early wickets. You know, he looks like to swing the ball away, pitch up. Nothing worse than finding that edge and think a vacant slip area. But they're looking to maybe starve the runs in the covers instead.
It's well bowled from Frosler, good length, asking questions of Lloyd Brown, and there's no run.
Now the one thing that for this Falkland side will bring is energy and competitiveness. They like to be aggressive, they like to hold their shoulders back, the strong body language, like to let you know they're in a fight. You know, it's what it's all about. Want to be in that contest, so they like to bring a bit of feisty spirit to them. It's always good to see.
Oh, banged in, and that's quick from Frosler, and it hits Lloyd Brown, and that gets some oohs and ahs from players and fans alike. Steaming in here, Ethan Frosler. He is quick.
Yeah, Lloyd. He likes to take on the short ball normally. Again, that South African upbringing. come to Scotland. These slower pitches, we've talked about it a couple of times. But putting it away for now. Bob maybe didn't get quite as much as he's used to, but just sussing out conditions to start with.
Short again, down the leg side, half an appeal for caught behind, but Lloyd Brown was a fair way away from that, and it's a wide. The big I say challenge, but the big thing that Frosler needs to make sure he doesn't get himself too amped up. I've seen so many bowls over the years get themselves to final, get themselves to battle, charge in, try and bowl as quick as they can, which is good. We want all young fast bowlers doing that, but don't want to lose that accuracy and control and start spraying it everywhere. Needs to make sure he holds his line and length. Dug in again, and pulled away by Lloyd Brown. It was pretty close to a catch, but lands just short of the man at backwards square leg.
Yeah.
And they come through for a single. I mean, I think it's slightly interesting matchup with Frosler bowling to Lloyd Brown. You spoke about Lloyd Brown's South African upbringing. Lloyd was telling me earlier this week how he grew up playing not only with teammate Vian Maritz in South Africa, I think at university level, but also played with Kyle Jacobs, the Falkland pro, and just a few years behind them at college or university, I'm not sure exactly which one, was Ethan Frosler. So a real taste of that part of South Africa here on display in this Scottish Cup final.
Yeah, no, there's a well-trodden path now from South Africa to Scotland. You see a lot of people making the trip, not just South Africa, but to the UK. I was actually just in South Africa myself. It was a great place to go. Really hospitable people, really welcoming. You know, they bring a lot. They take their sport very seriously. They're very competitive, and you know, we want to welcome as many people to be coming and playing in our leagues. And with that, it brings a different experience and different way of seeing the world, and that's what it's about.
Oh, Julian Diego, that's close. First ball. Oh, it's a huge shout, not given. Lloyd Brown just walked across his stumps there, wrapped on the pads. Just maybe too far down, Ali.
Yeah, well, he's gone across. There was also a couple of sounds, but he's walked across the stumps. He's come down the pitch. It's a lot going on. Umpires, you know, they have to be certain. I think it's a good decision.
Julian Diego again, left alone outside off stump.
But already we can see the different mentality between the Heriots batters and the way the Falkland approached the first 10. We spoke about it in the first half, about we knew these two would come out and look to put the onus back on the bowlers, not let them settle in, see how they would respond, see if they were good enough and had the patience to hold their line and length. And within the first ball to Diego, Lloyd Brown is taking the onus on himself to try and stamp his authority.
And there you go. That's the intent Ali Evans was talking about. Bit too full from Julian Diego, and Lloyd Brown goes straight back over his head for 4.
Yeah, very good from the skipper. A little shuffle across, but the key to this is, once he's made his early movement, slight trigger, is that at the point of release, he makes sure he's still. You know, we see these days more and more batters moving around the crease, whether they're using their feet to run at them, going deep, going leg side, offside. But the most successful ones who get their movements in early and actually point to release, their head and their eyes are still.
Full again, doesn't quite time it, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's just been too full here so far, Diego. You know, he's slightly different, or quite different to Frosler. He doesn't swing it as much, more of a nip bowler. Bustly run up, comes in, looks to hit the pitch hard, nip it around. Just hasn't quite got into his stride yet. It's not quite hit the lengths he wants to be hitting.
And that's a quick single taken to, I think it's Kyle Jacobs at mid-on. It's just sitting back on the 30-yard circle, and Lloyd Brown scampers through.
Similar to what we were talking about in the first half, you know, when you've got an opening combination like this, we were talking about the pace and the spin and the sort of differences of how batters then have to set their mindset and their game plans. You know, when you've got the pace and the swing of Frosler coming from one and Diego, you know, that still tall but slightly more bustly, slower, more medium pace rather than fast medium. Again, batters can't set to one tempo of batting. It can make it a real challenge to get yourself into your innings.
It's a good length, just drags it back slightly, and Peter Ross defends to finish the second over. and Heriots are 8 for no loss. I mean, when these two played in the league up at Scroggy Park, it was abandoned because of rain, but I think Heriots knew that rain was coming and got off to a real flyer in that chase. They were chasing 290, 300 odd. And Lloyd Brown was robbed of 100 by the rain. I think he finished 94 not out off about 60 balls. It goes at a good click, the Heriots captain. Yeah, that's nice. As Frosler just strays onto his pads. Just worked away into the leg side and they come back for 2. Didn't try to overhit that.
No, and that's the difference. Lloyd, you see, they're happy to shuffle across his stumps a little bit. Looking at the field, got fine leg and deep square just behind. Third man's up in the circle, no one out on the offside. Knows that Frosler's going to be attacking the stumps. Happy to shuffle across stumps slightly to access the leg side. Backs himself to hit it. Again, putting onus onto the bowler.
Frosler just pulls his length back a little bit and there's no run.
It's important for Falkland here to know that at some point, even though it's a low score they're defending, at some point Heriots will have a partnership. It's the nature of it. They're not going to blow this side away. So it's knowing that when that comes, to stick together, stick to their plans, because one will bring 2 or 3 wickets. We've seen that already today.
Oh, chance. It's a leading edge. I think Jack Henderson spoke about how the pitch is a bit sticky. Lloyd Brown just a bit early on that. That could have easily gone straight back to Ethan Frosler. It's just evaded his dive away to his right. Yeah, that'll give him encouragement, won't it?
Well, I don't think he was ever catching that. It was a bit one for the cameras. I hope someone got that shot, but no, he started really well here. He set the tone, which is what you want from your opening bowler.
It's a little bit short, and it's helped down to Asif Khan at long leg, who does well to get round to his left and keep them to just 1.
Yeah, no, we just talk about it. Setting the tone is so important for any opening bowler, particularly when you haven't got a huge amount of runs to play with. You're going to go for the odd boundary. It's the nature of it. You haven't got your sweepers out yet, but as long as you know that you're in and around and you're getting hit off your good balls to parts of the ground you're happy to get hit off, your fielders will come with you.
It's a good delivery, asking questions of Peter Ross, who digs it out to mid-on. Yeah, he's always looking to take wickets, isn't he, Frosler?
Yeah, he is, absolutely. So Jack Henderson was saying earlier, when he first came over, he just tried to bowl as quick as he could, but as he's got used to conditions, he realised that sometimes he just had to bowl within himself. That wasn't always the right thing to do, but certainly sees fired up today in that bowling quick mode.
Peter Ross defends again. Do you think the headband adds a couple of miles an hour?
Well, that gets them streamlined, doesn't that's what they say. If nothing else, makes them look a little bit cool. I'm not sure I could pull that off. I don't think that's in my locker, so I'm envious of anyone who's willing to get it out there. As a batter yourself, does it change your mindset when you see someone with the headband on or the sweatband on around the ears?
There's no one at my level bowling quite as quick as Frosler, but I think if someone was bowling a headband in my division, I'd be asking questions. I suppose it's just the batter's equivalent of putting a cap on, isn't it? Just telling the bowler that I can bat in a cap here.
That's just idiotic, rather than a fashion sense. But I'm sure there's some people out there who think I'm talking rubbish. But it's a bit of like a red rag to a bull. You got a seamer on with no helmet.
Just rolled his fingers over that one, Diego, but it's onto Lloyd Brown's pads, and they come through for 1.
He's not quite as lengthy yet, Diego. He's not quick, so needs to be fuller rather than shorter, particularly to these two batters who pick up length pretty quickly. But he's just overpitched. He's not really challenged that forward defence yet on a consistent basis. And there's a good start from Heriots here. Not too many risks needing to be taken, but certainly looking like they're settling into their task.
And it's easy to forget as the tent above us nearly takes off again. Forgive my little jump there. Yeah, it's easy to forget, isn't it, that with Falkland having been bowled out for a relatively low score, they actually started their innings fairly serenely, getting to 38 for no loss, and then there was 3 quick wickets. So yeah, Heriots will just want to get through the new ball, build an opening partnership, and go from there.
Yeah, I mean, that's very much seemed to be the Falklands mindset, and we knew that's how Henderson, captain, would bat. That's what he does. He anchors innings, but Frosler normally looks to be a little bit more proactive. Wasn't to be. Main and Neil bowled well. Didn't allow that to happen. There wasn't too many full balls available, but still, you already seen in the first 3 or 4 overs here much more of intent to move around your crease and make something happen from particularly Brown, but Ross, we know, has it in his locker as well.
And Peter Ross scored an absolutely rapid 100 yesterday in the league for Heriots against Forfarshire. I think he got to his 100 inside 15 overs, which is something that I can't even begin to comprehend ever happening. But, I mean, yeah, I think De Jager's already gone to maybe a couple of cutters, a couple of change-ups, just looking to make something happen. Like you said, he's not a big swing bowler.
Well, they've obviously recognised that what they see as a sticky pitch. Certainly a slight element of two-pace nature, but those fielders in front of the bat, no third man, attack the stumps, roll your fingers over it. One goes up, one goes down. Try and get that whatever you can out of the surface.
Osler again, banged in. It's a good stop in the covers.
That's exactly, as a bowler, I'm looking at that shot and thinking I'm in the game here. So Lloyd Brown got on the front foot. Certainly not a half volley, it's not even full. It's a good length ball, a little bit of width on it, but to see him sort of trying to drive on the up, you think suddenly a ball holds in the surface. That's where you got your catching cover ready to go. Just nips or swings from there, you got your slip in place. So I'd be very, very encouraged as a bowler there.
Good length again and again. Lloyd Brown plays it on the up for no run.
Well, we also see that being, despite having said that, you can see that Brown really, really clear in his planning. Knows his strengths, wants to get on that front foot, knows that there's not a huge amount of pace in the pitch, so can get onto the front foot, willing to get the ball on the stickers, but knowing that he's showing that intent going at the bowler, what that might do to the bowler's mindset.
Dug in and just tucked off his hip for one. He always looks very calm whenever I've seen him bat, Lloyd Brown. Relatively unfussed, just knows his game, really good player. One always looking to score.
Yeah, no, he's a bit of a silent assassin. He's off the guy, very gentle-mannered, nice guy, happy to chat to anyone. As soon as he gets on the pitch, steely-eyed, comes over, team first, great competitor, exactly the sort of temperament you want from your captain.
Ooh, and that's well bowled from Ethan Frosler. Really good Yorker, dug out well by Peter Ross. You had success against any of these in your time, Ali, bowling for Carlton?
I can't remember yesterday, let alone anything that happened before that. So, no, it's always a good challenge to play against either of these sides. Got a long history of playing against Heriots. Some success, definitely not some success. Falkland, just the nature of being up in 5, not so much. But again, as I said earlier, a good club and a real competitive feeling around it. They battle for each other, they battle for the shirt. You're getting a fight up there. Scroggy Park's a bit of a fortress, has its own intricacies, just like Grange Loan does. You try to use those home conditions to your advantage. But no, two sides, two clubs that know their identity and fight for that identity.
Rosler again, good length. Oh, they're asking if that was pad first. Given not out, I think it was definitely bat and pad. It's just what it's hit first.
Yeah, he's a tall man as well, Peter Ross. Tends to bat just outside his crease as well. So as soon as he gets sort of more than a half stride, a decent stride in, hitting in and around the knee roll. The ball's got a long way to travel. Tall guy, you get umpire, you're guessing in that scenario. So, yeah, always good to ask the question, but I think on this occasion, all the knowledge it wasn't going to lead anywhere.
For all Heriot's intent, it's just 13 for no loss after 5 overs. It's going to be Julian Diego to continue. Just wonder if Jack Henderson will think about another catcher, be it a gully, be it a second slip. It's all about wickets for Falkland.
You know, we talk about the intent of Brown particularly, but Heriots here, and I'm not quite getting away, but it's that chess game, isn't it? The Brown's moving around trying to be proactive.
Oh, and there he goes. Oh, and it's just wide of the man at short mid-wicket. Again, shuffling across his crease, and it's good running to come back for 2.
But that's about. But the reason to be proactive, to go down your crease, go deep in your crease, use your feet, is to put pressure on the boulders, to see if they'll have the skill and the mindset to be able to hold their length. And thus far, Falkland have been up to the task.
Just rolls his finger over it, and they scamper through for a quick single. It's more good running. Oh, and that's a very wild throw. But Falkland do well to read and make sure there's no overthrows. Can't be giving away 3 runs. But yeah, it's the running's really, really intent, isn't it? And we've spoken about that a lot with this pair. Just looking to score, and yeah, taking on mid-on. Happy to that quick, decisive call, and then 2 quick men between the wickets.
Yeah, and intent gives the illusion of being on top of the game.
Ooh, Peter Ross just loses his shape a little bit there, but again, looking to score, coming down at Diego.
But that intent and the running between wickets, if you give the illusion on being so, it's the faking it till you're making it, and at times it is the case. But in a scenario, any sort of scenario, if you are owning that 22 yards, and whether that's the bowling team or the batters out there, that can then move the momentum one way or another.
Peter Ross shuffles down again, but content to just defend back to the bowler.
It's interesting. I don't know if this is something he often does, but with both of them looking to use their feet, I don't know whether the keeper thinks about coming up to the stumps. All of a sudden it's a completely different mindset as a batter. No, you can't use your feet. As a bowler, you feel you're in the game from a bowled and LBW perspective, because you know they're trapped on the crease and the ball doesn't have far to go.
Peter Ross stays in his crease this time and defends back to Diego, who seems to have found his length in his 3rd over now.
Much better over from Diego in terms of his length. But yeah, if I was Diego, I'd be screaming for the keeper to get up. See if he's happy to hold hitting the top of the stumps, as we talked about all day on this wicket, then all of a sudden the batter can't walk it, you can't bat outside the crease. It makes it much more difficult to score from that position.
Dances down, and that's a lovely shot. Lofted over mid-off. 1-2 bounce. And away for 4. Expertly fielded by your commentator there.
Yeah, and there's a perfect example. Nothing wrong with that delivery there from Diego. Just in around the top of off stump. Excuse me there. Peter Ross has given himself 5 or 6 balls to get used to the pace of the pitch. Realises that there's a pretty safe option. Just a couple of steps, shuffle down the pitch, hit through the line of the ball, because there's not really much nibble there. Half the bat, and he knows he's going to get a boundary. Again, that chess game, cat and mouse game, up the keeper comes. All of a sudden, Peter's stuck in his crease. Can't then go at the ball, can't get his momentum into the ball, then has to try and change his plan.
I think we're just going to have a tiny little break here, because Asif Khan's thrown the ball to the square leg umpire. He's taken an absolutely horrible bounce to him and has hit him in the face. Oh, but he's given a big thumbs up there, so I think he's all right. There's some smiles out there. I was worried momentarily there. Yeah, he's smiling and laughing away. You can see the funny side. It's going to be Ethan Frosler to continue to Lloyd Brown. 6 overs gone here at my side. It's 20 for none. Oh, that's well bowled. Really good length from Frosler.
So going back to the over before, there's a couple of times Lloyd Brown there driven on the up, And I was saying, as a bowler, your eyes lighten up. You think, okay, that's the way that he's going to play today. I know if I'm brave enough to do that, because as a batter, what you're trying to do there is to show, right, you bowl your best ball and I can score off it. I'm happy to go at you. I'm happy to take you on. That then means, do I need to do something different? But Frost has done really well just to stick in and around the top of that off stump. There he goes again.
Again, it's really good running. Both men ready to go. Quick call, very decisive, and through they come. Brings Peter Ross back on strike. You wonder, with Frosler's extra pace, I might not look to use his feet quite as much. But that shot off Diego from the final ball of the previous over going back down the ground. That's where Peter Ross looks to score. Very strong straight. Tends to go over the top. Wonder if he'll take Frosler on here. No, left alone outside off stump.
Got two very intelligent batters here as well, George. I think yesterday we talked a lot about Peter Ross's 100 off 60 balls yesterday and the way he batted. Whereas today he has shuffled down the crease. It seems to have been Lloyd Brown who's been the more of the aggressor, and I think the ability for them to read the situation, whose day is it today, who's feeling good, who's moving well, right? You take on the role of the aggressor, I'll support you, and being able to dovetail like that is a really good skill to have.
Another question asked, LBW. Given not out, I think again that looked a bit high. Shouts from the Falkland faithful, who again are enjoying the bar, I think. But yeah, I mean, it looked high, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it's an appeal in hope rather than expectation, but that's fine. I mean, that's I'd much rather have your fielding side asking the question.
Rosler again, another really good length, and Peter Ross happy to defend to extra cover. But yeah, like you say, if you don't ask, you don't get, do you, Ali?
It's very much a real luxury to have as well, to be able to have Peter Ross, who when Cross and Water in the team ends up going and batting at 5 or 6, but having him experienced campaign, a top order batter, to be able to move up and open when those guys are around is a real luxury.
That's a bit of a false shot there from Peter Ross. Just hanging back a tiny bit. Bit of an inside edge, and there's no run. And that's the end of the 7th over for Osler's 4th, and it's 21 for none. Fairly watchful start for these two, for all the intent. Just happy to tick along, not taking any unnecessary risks.
Yeah, but I think that can also be a misunderstanding. Intent doesn't mean aggression or overhitting or scoring freely. Intent is just that, the intent to look to score. Moving around, keep putting that pressure back onto the bowlers. If the bowler are then good enough or are able to hold their plan A, that's absolutely fine. You can then respect that. You can still, defend those balls, but it's just giving you the best opportunity to score. And then if the bowler does their job, you tip their hat to them and you say, I'll come back again. Whereas if you don't have the intent, just looking to survive, you're looking to survive and go, wait to put that bad ball away, you can often miss out on bad balls. And you miss out on scoring opportunities, because good balls can still be scoring opportunities. So I think intent doesn't always translate to scoring. It just gives you the best chance to score.
And you see there, just as soon as Diego gets a little bit straight, Lloyd Brown first of all finds the gap, takes 2, and then finds the sweeper for 1. And without doing anything risky whatsoever, he's picked up 3 from the first 2 balls.
It also means, we saw the last ball of the Frosler over there, Peter Ross not getting a particularly good position, got a little bit stuck, his feet didn't really go anywhere, but because he had the intent, his then movements allowed him to get out of trouble.
Well, that's well bowled and gone, given, caught behind. Peter Ross again uses his feet, walks at Julian Diego, who I think saw him coming, dragged his length back a tiny bit, and it's a tiny little nick. Yeah, through to keeper Nellies.
Brilliant from Diego, and I tell you what's got that wicket was the field change. So just before that very ball there, they'd seen Peter Ross use his feet in the last couple of overs, trying to take the attack back to the bowler, looking to hit straight. We know his strength is hitting straight all the time. Bring the square fielders up, put long off back, take that ability away to hit straight, or put the doubt in the minds. So Peter Ross there, instead of being able to hit through the line, hit through mid-off, over mid-off, all of a sudden has to play with a squarer face of the bat, opens his bat face to try and guide it through third man, through point area, as we can see there, tries to guide it away because he can't hit through the line of the ball because long off's back through to the keeper. That little change made such a difference.
Yeah, it was really subtle, and you saw Diego say to Asif Khan at mid-off, back you go, just before he bowled. And it's a big breakthrough for Falkland. 24 for 1. We know how dangerous Peter Ross can be. Brings Dougie Voas out at number 3 for Heriots to join his captain. But yeah, I mean, Falkland were 38 on the board before their first wicket. Heriots 24 here. 1-2 quick wickets. That little doubt starts creeping into the batting side. Diego again, very full first up. West does well to dig it out to mid-on. And yeah, suddenly the Falkland crowd are up. They're in the game. Fielding side get up. That's what a wicket does.
Yeah, Dougie Voss coming in at 3. He's moved around the order a little bit as well this year. Open on occasion. Down in that sort of lower middle order at times as well. Interesting, the keeping Dickinson at 4. Josh Elliott, the overseas, sliding down the order as well. He's batted 3 quite a bit this year. So Dougie Voss, again, someone who likes to score first, looks to hit the ball hard where possible. Again straight. Again, maybe a ploy to look to use this first 10 with no cross or what. Send him up there to see if he can capitalise and take the momentum back to Heriot's way.
And he just finds mid-on. Again, good running. The previous ball, he was maybe stuck in his crease a little bit, just jabbed a bat down on it, whereas that one, looking to score, very quick, early call, and through they come for 1, and Voas is off the mark.
What I've really enjoyed in so far these first 8 overs is that there's been constant little battles within battles going on in terms of what we're talking about, the batters and the bowlers, and holding your length and using your feet and moving around your crease and little field changes here and there. But when, despite all that, that's not then changed what actually the bowlers have tried to execute and the shots that the batters had to play. It's all been a little bit of bluffing here and trying to take a chance there, but despite all that moving the field, they then stuck to plan A, and they've executed pretty well.
Fosler's to continue, and that's a gorgeous shot from Dougie Voas. Driven nicely through point, and he picks up 4.
Yeah, first time we've really seen Fosler over pitch there, really full of length, half volley, 5th stump line. We talk about the first 10 balls as a batter being the most important, getting your feet going, absolute gift for Voas, and he puts it away nicely.
Fosler again, drags his length back, and Voas does well just to run it down to Asif Khan at 3rd man, and he takes 1.
Yeah, again, as a bowler there, a ball that's not particularly short of a length, a tiny little bit of width, but to see the batter sort of playing that as a back foot shot, stuck in his crease a little bit, not really coming out the ball. You feel like the ball stays low, bottom edge onto your stumps, you've got the slip there waiting. You're not too disheartened to see him playing that shot.
Good Yorker dug out by Lloyd Brown. Fosler targets the stumps. Yeah, Jack Anderson and Falkland here will just be wanting one more wicket early doors. Ideally the captain Lloyd Brown. It's all about little momentum swings. The game of cricket as Fosler charges in again. Played out nicely into the offside by Lloyd Brown. Dug in a little bit. And Lloyd Brown has timed the cover off that, and it flies away for 4 runs. Gorgeous shot. Much fuller this time, and again dug out by Lloyd Brown. And that's the over. Heriot's now 34 for 1 with 9 overs gone.
Down at the final of the hundreds, Sarah Bryce's Welsh Fire. They batted first. Wasn't Sarah's best outing. She unfortunately went for a duck, but Welsh Fire made 115. So she'll be behind the stumps right now as the London Spirit are looking willing to chase it down. Need 105 off 89 balls, but we hope you're going to stay with us, as we say earlier, and you can get both screens up and keep following 2 games of quality cricket.
Absolutely, and it's Diego to continue into his 5th over. He made the breakthrough, removing Peter Ross in his previous over. It's him bowling to Dougie Voss here from the pavilion end. Just 1 more wicket, Falkland will be thinking. And there it is! Dougie Voss nicks Julian Diego through to Cameron Nellies. And all of a sudden, Falkland are right in this cup final.
Yeah, he's found his length the last couple of overs, has Diego. He started really full, couldn't quite control it, but in this last he's just dragged it back to that full length, enticing the drive. That's what you want to do early on, that risk reward we talked about in the first innings. Okay, put the car out there, tempt them. Do you want to take on the drive? And getting his rewards, a little bit of nip, a little bit of extra bounce, and the easiest of catches through to the keeper.
Yeah, we can just see again here. It's that perfect length. Draws Dougie Voss into the shot. And there was a very clear edge. Big noise. Could hear it from here. Easy decision for the umpire. And it brings another South African out to the middle. Heriots oversees Josh Elliott to join his captain Lloyd Brown. Julian Diego now has 2 for 17. With Heriot still needing over 100 runs to win on a pitch that has been far from easy.
Yeah, Josh Elliott said had a slowish start to his time in Scotland, but as he's got used to conditions, very different to this part of the world. Saw him get a really important 100 in the semi-final against Grange. Real big contribution here, and they'll be looking for something similar. Will the nails in the final?
Oh, and that's a beauty. First stop from Diego. Hint of shape, just leaving Josh Elliott. And I mean, coming out to bat in a cup final, young man, lots of pressure on his shoulders as the overseas. Getting that first stop won't help his nerves. Yeah,
he's found a little bit of swing here, Diego. Known for more of his nip, but we talked about these cut balls. You know, each ball behaves differently. It looks like the lacquer's come off this one a little bit. It's just started to swing.
Shapes up much better there. A little bit fuller from Diego. No run though, fielded well at extra cover.
Yeah, it's just the length. As soon as he gets that length, which is on the top of the stumps, that's when he becomes really, really threatening. When he's just got a little bit too full, Heriot's been able to smother it quite well.
Here comes again. That might have been a bit of a change-up. Low full toss that Elliott punches to mid-on, and there's no run.
We talked a lot about it being Falkland's first ever final as a club and the pressure that can bring in the nerves. It can also bring an element of freedom. If you've never sort of been here before, you go out and get to enjoy it, have a day and just enjoy playing your cricket. Heriots, on the other
gets
hand,
off the mark.
Been here a number of times. They won it back to back in 2020, 2021. There's an element of pressure and expectation that comes with that mentality of being expecting to win, being the favourites. So as Falkland try and wrestle this momentum, they can just enjoy the experience. Heaps the pressure more and more on Heriots of having to live up to that tag of being the favourites.
Yeah, and I mean, for Falkland, they go into lots of games in the Eastern Premiership as underdogs, and I think they relish that. They like turning up, upsetting people's day. And I mean, they've beaten Forfarshire on a couple of occasions this year. They've beaten Grange, they've beaten Heriots. They're a team that are more than capable of rocking up and beating the big boys. Frosler to continue from the far end, with Elliot on strike. Back of a length from Frosler, defended into the offside by Josh Elliott.
We've spoken a lot about Frosler and the season he's having. A lot of focus has been on him and the spearhead, those 33 wickets. But we've also spoken about the difference in the type of seamer and having to change your plan accordingly. Only 13 wickets so far for Diego this year, but thus far it's been him who's been doing all the damage. Two key wickets, getting Peter Ross out early after the 100 he scored yesterday, and then backing it up, not letting Heriots get back into it, wrestling the momentum currently in the way of Falkland. So Heriots still feel they'll be in a good position here after the hard work they put in the first half of the season, but scoreboard pressure is what finals cricket's all about.
Frosler again, targeting those pads, targeting those stumps. Josh Elliott defends to mid-on. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Jack Henderson, having seen the first innings and how effective spin was at not only making breakthroughs but restricting the run rate, I think he'll keep going with his two openers for a few overs yet here. But he's got Logan Briggs, left arm spinner. He's got Kyle Jacobs, bowled as his leggies. Just be wondering when he can get them into the attack in a few overs' time. That's well bowled. Really nice from Ethan Frosler with that away shape. I think, Ali, you'll know as a bowler that when you have that shape, if you can just get one to hold its line or go the other way slightly off the pitch or through the air, might be what he's looking to set Elliott up with, if he can go away, and then bring one back. Another beautiful away swinger there. Yeah,
and more and more as world cricket has moved away from red ball cricket being the sort of predominant force that we all sort of aspire to. We talk about Test cricket, swinging ball, swing away, 4 slips and a gully. So it's with all these, the white ball at the international level becoming more and more prevalent. The T20 franchise leagues we see, club cricket going to pink ball, not swinging as much. Pretty quickly, bowlers have had to realise that we need to keep the stumps in play as much. So yes, you want to have the swing. So the development of the 3/4 seam or the wobble seam ball deliveries, we're seeing more and more where if you can either use the slope, if there is a slope, or you can swing the ball away and then also look to bowl what looks like in your hand exactly the same delivery, no change of grip, no change of action. If you bowl that little 3/4 seam, wobble seam, then it could just angle in. They're the ones that become really dangerous deliveries. We speak about knuckleballs and back of the hands and all these big drops in paces as the variations that all seamers look to aspire to have for your death skills, but the ability to control a wobble seam delivery or cross seam delivery and just to be able to stand it up, that can be as effective, because that sort of subtle change in
Oh, shout! Both for LBW and Court. Oh, given not out. Falkland are absolutely convinced here. I think they're asking for Court behind. There's definitely two noises there. It's the big wicket of Lloyd Brown on strike, the captain. Yeah, Diego's definitely saying he thinks that's edge onto pad. Cameron Nelly's took the catch safely behind the stumps. It's given not out, so the umpire must think there's no bat involved. Falkland can't believe it. It's hard to tell from that replay, Ali, but Falkland are absolutely convinced.
Yeah, there was definitely two noises. Yeah, definitely two noises. Obviously a lot going on. We talked about having to use his feet, move around the crease. You know, that makes it hard for an umpire there to, when there's a lot going on, legs, arms, bats moving everywhere. But I say Falkland, you can tell from a fielder's reactions pretty quickly what they've gone on with there. But the umpire, if he's not sure, he can't give it.
That one just pops a little bit. It's the splice of Lloyd Brown's bat. It's been brilliant though here, Julian Diego. Took him a while to find his length, and ever since he has, he's been really, really probing, asking loads of questions. He's taken both wickets to fall, and he thought he'd picked up Lloyd Brown there. It's nice as well, just asking questions on that 5th, 6th stump channel.
Yeah, he's into the battle now. He's into the contest. He's still got a little while to get going. You know, we know that they're a feisty, committed group. Falkland, they stick together. They have each other's back. Interesting to see. They feel like they've been robbed of one. What that'll do? Will they be able to get their emotions in check? Well, that drives them on. It comes to the end of another good Diego over. It's 36 for 2.
There again, full outside off. Not too much foot movement there from Lloyd Brown, but finds the middle of the bat. There's no run.
Yeah, again, foot movement is becoming less and less of an importance when we sort of look at technical batting. It's all about weight transfer. So, you know, some of the best players in the world, you see, especially these tall batters. Kevin Peterson is a great example. Didn't have a huge amount of footwork. But what he did do was transfer his weight into the ball beautifully, you know. So big wide base, big wide stance. And Alistair Cook again, not a huge seam, not a huge amount of footwork, but he made sure that his head was still, his eyes were still, and he was transferring his weight into the ball. Alex Hales being another one, especially these tall guys. So Lloyd Brown doesn't want to overstride, but what he does do is have a really nice weight transfer.
Frosler's really targeting the stumps here. Very straight. Not giving Lloyd Brown anything to work with. And they've really dried Heriots up the last few overs. Falkland, it's been a really, really good few overs for them. Just building pressure, especially with those couple of wickets. One more, and suddenly they'll feel on top. Bit of a change up from Frosler, defended nicely by Lloyd Brown. But yeah, it's never felt like any batter has truly got properly in today. Even Asif Khan, who went along at a decent rate, there are a couple of chances in there.
Yeah, it's just that two-pace nature we sort of talked about. You know, it was almost 400 runs scored yesterday on a pitch, pretty much exactly the same pitch, but
dug in. by Frosler. And Lloyd Brown does really well to swivel on it. And he times it wonderfully. And it flies away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, there's not been much reward for anyone who's dug it in today. We saw Gavin Main get his wicket by doing that, but that was more out of luck rather than skill. Jack Henderson will be disappointed how he played this one. You know, we've seen it used to try and push batters back, but you have to get it high. The only time it's shown any real value is when you got it head high. As soon as it's around hip, waist, chest height, it's been easy to swivel on and score runs.
It's the end of Frosler's 7th over, the 13th in total. Heriots have moved on to 40 for 2. Lloyd Brown, the captain, is 27 not out. Josh Elliott has 1. And yeah, I mean, you wonder if we'll go back to that appeal from Falkland where they thought they had Lloyd Brown caught behind. You wonder how big a moment that will be in the game if the captain goes on to see his side home. Diego's going to continue here into his 7th over. I wonder if Frosler might come off at the other end. We'll see. Oh, he turns Josh Elliott round there, Diego. Really well bowled again. Squares him up.
Yeah, Frosler, he's bowled a couple of deliveries that have whistled past the edge, but overall he's bowled well. He's bowled with control. He's not looked overly threatening though. He's been more sort of more building the pressure on Diego in the last couple of overs once he's found his length has looked the more threatening.
Another slightly false shot there, this time from Lloyd Brown. Just squirts off the outside half of the bat. And there's no run.
What's slightly... I don't see it as much anymore, but Diego bowls quite wide on the crease. With a lot of bowlers are told to get as close as they can to the stumps to be able to bowl stump to stump, attack the crease. But you see Diego almost bowling out on the side of the popping crease there. Looking to from there be able to angle it in towards the stumps, and then any nip he has, hopefully bring that outside edge in. Can make it difficult to get LBWs because you start in that wide angle, going at it. But that's the beauty of bowling. Everyone does the same skill, but slightly differently.
Diego again. It's that. Sally Evans said earlier on, looking to hit those bails, really nagging length, and he's really going to work in that area of the pitch, asking all sorts of questions, not giving anything away. No easy runs off Diego at the minute.
Yeah, the beauty of doing such a good bit of work in the first innings, Heriots, bowling Falkland for under 150 means that they have all the time in the world to soak up this pressure. Elliott, someone who likes to bat time, no scoreboard pressure him to work under. He can just absorb this pressure, wait for the bowlers to come into his scoring areas, and then look to score from there. Talk a lot about keep sending the bowlers back to the end of their run-up. It gets harder and harder. You're asking you, putting a lot of toil on your body as a seam bowler, so keep pushing them back, making them come at you as they tire. Do they have the capacity to keep hitting that length, and then if not, that's when you can look to capitalise.
Yeah, and we wondered whether Ethan Frosler would have a rest, and he is, having bowled 7 overs. It's going to be Zane Schlebusch from the far end. Again, not as quick as Frosler. Not dissimilar bowler to Diego.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a huge amount of Schlebusch, I must admit. Schlebusch, must admit. Tripping over my words there, but it's again probably not too dissimilar. I mean, you see on these Scottish wickets, actually sometimes those bowlers who don't quite have the same pace but have that nice sort of control, just a little sort of nip it around, because of the lack of pace you have in Scottish wickets, you set straight fields, catches in front of the bat, make the batters hit through the line, generate the pace onto the ball, which is hard to do when you don't have any pace to work with. They can often be, you know, the most effective. Think of Omar Ahmed over the years at my club at Carlton, Ricky Bower, who took hundreds of wickets playing at Uddingston. We can all think of our favourite keeper-up bowlers. But that's unfortunately not the right length if you're going to be bowling at that pace.
Yeah, he just drops short, doesn't he? And Lloyd Brown doesn't miss out there. Rocks back and absolutely smashes it away through mid-wicket for 4. And all that pressure that had been building, not all of it perhaps, but certainly a decent amount of it is released in that one ball, which skips away through mid-wicket for 4. Heriots moved to 46 for 2. And Lloyd Brown moves to 32.
This is where Lloyd could really go into his element there, because although he sort of played off the back foot, it wasn't a short delivery, but Lloyd knows with a bowler of this pace, keeper back in particular, that he can just sit back and wait, and knows that he can react and pick it up. I mean, he's got acres of space over there on the leg side boundary, so the moment there's a hint of ability to get underneath it, half a bat picks it up, and it's an easy boundary.
Yeah, that second delivery was just a bit fuller, much better length, just a dot. As he bustles in again. Again, fuller, but a lovely shot from Lloyd Brown. Ali Evans spoke earlier about weight transfer. He picked the length, rocked back, and it's a lovely shot through backward point, away for 4.
Yeah, it's too easy at the moment. Slowbush not started as you'd have hoped to. A little bit too short his first ball, a little bit too wide with his third ball. Just releasing that pressure a little bit. Brown, the longer he stays out there, the easier it will get for him. The crowds will quieten down. This is a big, although it's in Edinburgh, I'd certainly say the majority of the crowd here today has travelled down to support Falkland. Bit of a field change here, fine leg comes up. Bit of protection out on the offside boundaries. Cover goes through.
Half a shout for LBW, mainly from the crowd. It's definitely missing leg. Might have been a good shout for the next set.
Well, I keep saying you have to ask the question. Although I think that was a bit of a waste of everyone's energy, but
it's uppish from Lloyd Brown, but perfectly safe.
it's actually a shot he plays a lot, Lloyd, is that sort of check drive, chip over extra cover. Very rarely will you see someone fielding there. Naturally, any sort of offside protection will be sort of square at a cover line. So again, with that weight transfer we talk about, with that being happy to look to score off the balls that hitting the stickers slightly back of a length and transferring his weight, he knows that half a little chip, a check drive, it's an easy 2 or 1 in this occasion.
Bush finishes his first over with a dot. Heriots have moved on to 51 for 2 from 15 overs. Just waiting to see if it's going to be Diego to continue. I think it is. He's going to bowl his 8th over here. We saw Adrian Neal bowl a long spell opening the bowling for Heriots. And Diego's going to do the same from the pavilion end. And why not? He's bowled really well. And Falkland need another wicket. And that first ball very nearly snuck through onto pads or stumps. It was pretty late that Lloyd Brown jammed his bat down and took a single out to square leg. And Diego now has Josh Elliott in his sights. It's maybe a hint of wide, but nothing given by the umpire. It's another dot for Diego. Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen throughout the day that wickets have kind of fallen in clusters. And Falkland will think if they can get one more, particularly if it's Lloyd Brown, and they might find one or two more come off the back of it. And like you said, Ali, it's wickets that's going to win Falkland this game.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily an easy pitch to start on, and that's why Falkland would have liked to have got more on the board, because then new batters coming in have to have the pressure of scoring. And Josh Elliott here not really needing to look to score.
Oh, mix-up chance, gone! That's a massive moment in the cup final. Josh Elliott squared up by Julian Diego, looking to run it down to third man. Only found backward point, got halfway down before being sent back by his captain Lloyd Brown. I don't think there was ever a single there. And Cameron Nellies whips off the bails with Elliott miles short of his ground.
Yeah, it's an underrated piece of fielding that. When those mix-ups happen, there's always a lot of noise, a lot of confusion, lots of your teammates from the crowd shouting, bowler, keeper, wait, no, yes, maybe. The ability to have the composure, stay calm yourself, throw over the top of the stumps. I think it actually took the keeper 2 attempts to take the bails, but he had enough time to get back. But often in time, oftentimes we run outs. We think about those direct hit run outs. We think about, but actually these are the absolute golden moments you can't miss up. Great piece of fielding, pick up on his knees over the top, nowhere near, misses the stumps, comes back, gets it second time. So, you know, they're the gift of a run out that you can't turn down, but when you're out in the cauldron of battle and people are making noise, being able to have the coolness of head and coolness of mind to execute is an underrated skill.
I think you saw there was a little bit of hesitation from Josh Elliott as he hit it. He kind of went to go, then stopped, went again, and by the time Lloyd Brown said no and sent him back, he was too far down the track to react and recover. And it brings James Dickinson out for Heriots at number 5. Spoke a lot earlier about how much he's worked on his batting, and his team need him now with the score 52 for 3.
Yeah, I was about to say, before that ball, you look at what's coming next for Heriots. So James Dickinson in next. Normally bats at 4, slid down to 5 for this game. You know, again, someone who's happy to bat time, sort of quite orthodox, technically correct. You know, will happily bat with Lloyd Brown, the captain. But after that, you look at what's coming in, a lot of good, powerful ball strikers, but who like to get on with it. So, an important wicket here for Falkland. If they've got any chance of this game, they need to break one of the back of these two. Have a real look at that middle order and see if the middle order, which you know has explosive power that it's batting, is able to see a tight run chase home.
It's a really nice, confident start there from James Dickinson, getting firmly on the front foot and punching through the covers for a couple. And again, gets on the front foot, doesn't quite time that one, but very deliberate, very confident couple of balls to start. The diminutive Heriots number 5. I just wonder, it's going to be Zane Schlebusch to have his second over, but I just wonder if Jack Henderson will be thinking about spin. Obviously Diego looks like he's going to bowl through, and he's been the most threatening bowler. But if Schlebusch is a little bit wayward again here, just wonder what might happen from the far end.
Yeah, it'll also be interesting to see what mode Brown goes into now. You know, he's looking to keep does he keep looking to have the intent, or does he just look to absorb a little bit of time, a little bit to sting out the tail of Falklands? No, they're up and amongst it now. Yeah, knowing that a lot of the pressure will be on his shoulders.
Full from Schlebusch, and he does well to get down off his own bowling.
Interesting, we had heart rate monitors and all these fielders and batters out there. Who'd be staying the most calm?
Ooh, shout for LBW.
Run out chance.
Oh, and I think James Dickinson might have been out with a direct hit, but it misses and they scamper through for an overthrow. I think the LBW shout to start was a little bit high and maybe a little bit leg side.
Yeah.
But then, I think the LBW shout maybe caused a little bit of confusion between the batters.
Yeah, I mean, he does shuffle a couple of his crease. Does Lloyd Brown? We've spoken about that.
The umpire just signalled there that he thought it was maybe leg side.
Yeah, a little bit of doubt. He didn't really get forward. We talk about how he doesn't always do that because he's got good weight transfer, but did hit him in and around that knee roll, batting outside his crease slightly, so probably just enough doubt there.
Full from Schlebusch. Just knocked down the ground for a single by Lloyd Brown. Yeah, I mean, you still see things happening here at my side as we just have a look again at that LBW shout. I think that's just an element of doubt in both leg side and height. You see Cameron Nelly's had gone down the leg side to take it, and then the run out again. I think it was very, very tight had it been a direct hit. Yeah,
it was Brown who was scrambling to get to the bowler's end. If he'd hit, we always these direct hits how close they can be. But ultimately, another eventful ball, but Heriots still both batters standing there.
Lovely shot from James Dickinson through backward point, and that'll skip away for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of width and offer. Dickinson, that's his bread and butter. He's not the tallest of men, so likes to play from the crease, but as soon as there's any width on offer for him to free his hands up, doesn't need to overhit it, times it beautifully, moves his account on to 6. That's a better line, better length from Schlebusch to finish the over. Bring Dickinson forward. After 17 overs, Heriots are 61 for 3. Target 147 to win.
Diego to continue, full punch to extra cover by Lloyd Brown, and there's no run. Diego into his 9th over now. Oh, and that's a really, really good ball. Just nipping back a tiny bit off the seam. Inside edge of Lloyd Brown's bat. And again, there's no run. Slightly leg side there from Diego. First bad ball he's bowled in a while, but the field's set well, and it's just a single down to long leg. stifled appeal for LBW, but that was definitely missing leg stump. And they scamper through for a leg bite. That might have been given as runs, actually. Didn't see a signal there. Tiny little bit of a misfield there, but Lloyd Brown gets it past extra cover and will come through for another single. Score moves on to 64 for 3. Oh, big shout for LBW, and given. It's Julian Diego again. James Dickinson stands there. He can't believe it. I think the only thing saving James Dickinson there was if he got an inside edge on it. Otherwise, it looked very out.
Yeah, we've said it time and time again, since he's found that length, he has been a real handful. Just nibbling away, really, really difficult for him. Dickinson does not want to go. He's chatting away to the umpires, but unfortunately he is on his way. Really, really, really good spell from Diego. Has just prodded and probed away, kept asking questions, and eventually he picks up his third. Dickinson has to go.
It's a big sigh there as he walks off towards us, James Dickinson. I think from his reaction he thinks he must have hit this. It's a very good shout. Brings Vian Maritz to the middle to join Lloyd Brown, another South African keeper bat. Yeah, he can't believe it, James Dickinson.
I don't think they looked like it was inside edge. Dickinson does often bat outside his crease, and it has looked like it's hit him reasonably high. Certainly straight enough, definitely straight enough. But I say he feels it's hard. He might be hard done by there, but you missed the ball. You're going to give the umpire an opportunity to make a decision, and unfortunately for Dickinson, he feels he's been hard done by, but he's back in the shed.
Yeah, and Diego again doing the business for Falkland. Ooh. Lloyd Brown whips Zane Slaybush through mid-wicket, and that skips away for 4. Not sure he was aiming quite there, but the Heriot skipper moves on to 45.
So, Lloyd Brown again. Slaybush, we talk about that. He has to get the right length. The pacey bowls. As soon as he overpitches, or pitches a little bit too short, quality of Lloyd Brown is going to be able to pick up, and when he leaves such a vacant gap at mid-wicket, he needs to be able to. He's able to pick up and get a boundary.
I think he would have gone for another boundary there, were it not for a sharp bit of work at backward point. As it was, it's just a single, and Lloyd Brown moves on to 46. Brings Vian Maritz on strike for the first time. A length from Slaybush, hitting the splice of Maritz's bat.
Been a good addition, Maritz this year. We said losing last couple of years, losing Hayes, Vandenberg.
It's a better length from Slaybush. It's either been too full or too short in his spell thus far. Schlebusch gets a little bit full. Moritz punches it back to him. The Falkland crowd are up and about here. They sense their team are on top after that previous wicket. It's 69 for 4.
End of the over there. Another reasonable one for Falkland. Heriots knowing though that if they bat time, they should hopefully get themselves there. Really important partnership here. So Moritz joined this year, having lost Michael Sheen and Hayes Vandenberg in the last couple of years. There was a spot for another batter to join the club, and with Matthew Cross being away so much this year with Scotland commitments and other franchise commitments, he slipped in beautifully into the Heriot setup. Good keeper batter. And he comes in with his side under a little bit of pressure. Diego's bowling his last. He's bowled really well after his first two. Started a little bit full, but since then he's settled into a lovely line and length. And now, going into his last over, hopes to take and break this final key partnership.
Yeah, he's bowled. It's a quick single and scamper home. Good running in the end. But yeah, I mean, Diego's bowled beautifully here, and he's given his team a shot, hasn't he, Ali, in this cup final? He's been the pick of the bowlers, certainly for Falkland. He's picked up 3, the run out as well. His spell has put them in the contest.
Absolutely. You know, we didn't know how this pitch was going to play, and as soon as we've seen pace off the ball, we saw it in the first innings with the Heriot spinners. But when there's been pace off the ball and you've asked the batters to put pace onto the ball, you have to hit the ball hard, how difficult it has been. It'll be interesting to see once we get through this over when the Falkland spinners come into the attack. Logan Briggs and Kyle Jacobs, how the pitch responds after a little bit of wear and tear, where there's a little bit more turn. There's not been a huge amount of turn, it's just been inconsistent a little bit in terms of the pace of the pitch off the wicket.
Diego again asking questions. He might have just rolled his fingers down the side of that one. It's a very clever bowler. Always in and around the same area, but varies his pace just enough. And if he can find a bit of movement off the pitch as well, that's how he found the 2 caught behind. They'd love one more here, Falkland.
Moritz, who's very happy to score freely. We've seen that in the first season in the Eastern Premier League. Good ball striker, but situation not quite there yet. Just looking to wrestle a little bit of momentum back Heriot's way.
That's the over, and that's Julian Diego's spell. He's bowled 10 overs straight through. He's bowled beautifully. Taking 3 wickets. He's bowled really tight. He finishes with 3 for 28 from 10 overs. A brilliant spell. Took him a couple of overs maybe to find his length, and then from there he was absolutely superb. With 20 overs gone here at my side, Heriots are 70 for 4. The game's very much in the balance. It's going to be Schlebusch to continue from the far end.
Yeah, it's just gone into a shell. He's not quite timing it as well as he did at the start. Lloyd Brown, it's just a 47, not far off his 50, but certainly rate of scoring has decreased slightly.
Waits on that one. Lloyd Brown just a tiny bit short again from Schlebusch with the pace he's bowling. Lloyd Brown waits on it and absolutely smashes it, but straight to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's a very smart cricketer, is Brown, and he can bat in different ways. He's scored big runs from not many balls, but I've also seen him anchor the innings. He's very good at reading the situation, and all he'll be thinking now is, if I'm not out at the end, Heriots won't be too far away from lifting the trophy for the first time since 2021. Making it their 6th time the Nails have lifted it.
Still a long way to go though in this run chase. But yeah, like you say, Ali, as long as Lloyd Brown's in the middle, Heriots will back themselves to get home. So another gust of wind nearly sees us take off. It's a better length from Schlebusch, bit fuller outside off stump. Heriots leaves it well alone.
Schlebusch comes in again. Streak of blonde hair blowing in the wind. Back of a length. Nice line.
That hairstyle you've ever dabbled with, Ali? With blonde highlights?
Well, my gap year, when I travelled Australia as an 18-year-old, I stuck a little bit of after sun, or whatever it was called, in there, trying to get the tinted Australian look.
How did that go for you?
Not particularly flash, but we all make mistakes.
Yes, we certainly do.
What about yourself? You ever gone out there with
I was never
your hairstyle?
Confident enough to go for highlights or anything like that. Grew it out a little bit before it started going on top.
Yeah. Well, this is an interesting move.
Very attacking, certainly, to bring Ethan Frosler back, this time from the pavilion end. Sticking with seam. Bowled 7 with the new ball, and Falkland must feel this is their best chance of nicking another wicket out.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's the move I would have gone for. You've seen the success that the spinners had, and we certainly know with Kyle Jacobs with his attacking leg spin, bowls nice and flat, attacks the stumps. How effective that has been. Obviously, Jack Henderson sees it differently, wants to get a little bit more of the X factor back in. I just feel that it would have been good to see, particularly Brown up against some spin, because we haven't really seen that yet. And then if that brought success, and you get into that lower order, that extra pace coming back at that point. But again, we'll see the game differently. And when Frosler takes 2 wickets in the next 2 overs, I'll be made to look a fool. But that'll be what Falkland are certainly hoping for. Heriots, on the other hand, will just be looking for Brown to get through this barrage and continue on his merry way.
Targeting the stumps again, Frosler. Straight on the money. It's the Falkland overseas. Yeah, Jack Henderson must feel that if Frosler can get one here, especially if it's Lloyd Brown, that's the best chance they have of winning the game. That must be how he sees it, as he steams in again. That's a really good delivery. And Brown just defends it into the offside. Yeah, because Brown's the key, isn't he, Ali? He's 48 not out. Highest score of the day so far. And he's just holding everything together for his team.
Yeah, he came out. He was one of the aggressor to start with, looking to take the attack to the bowlers as wickets fall around him. He's just gone more into that anchor role.
Dug in by Fosler. Didn't get up, but Brown's good enough to react and pull it away to long leg for one.
Yeah, and that's what he'll be looking for. He'll have recognised that the difficulty of hitting through the line from the fuller pitch bowling, the sort of slight tennis ball nature of the pitch, the sort of two pace stage. It's hard to get your hands through the ball, but as soon as it's anything slightly short, looking to capitalise on it. A lot of space out on that leg side, not a quick pitch, so if you connect, you're hoping you'll get it in front of square. But this possibly is more the reason why Fosler's come back. New batter Moritz, see if he can blow him away.
Safely left alone, not really troubling the bat with that line. Yeah, one more wicket, say 70, 75 for 5. Start getting into the lower middle order with a fairly long way to go still. As we've been saying all the way through this run chase, it's all about wickets for Falkland. Full and straight, and the bat just about comes down in time from Vian Moritz. Frosler's first over of his second spell comes and goes. 72 for 4. Schlebusch to continue from the far end, so still no sign of spin. Quick single, and Lloyd Brown goes through to 50. A really important knock from the Heriots skipper. He's holding things together. And like Ali Evans said earlier, if he's there at the end, Heriots likely win. Full from Schlebusch. Moritz drives out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Just takes a single.
Yeah, very much a captain's knock there from Lloyd Brown. Started off quite quickly, looking to take the attack to the bowlers. As the wickets are falling around him, he's shown a level of composure. Possibly got a bit of a lifeline, bit of a luck. Falkland convinced they had him caught behind. The umpire saw it differently, but since then he's not put a foot wrong. Making his way through the gears, putting the team on his back, and as I said, looking incredibly in control at the moment.
And that right on cue there is an absolutely gorgeous shot through extra cover. Just leans on it, all timing. It flies away for 4. Just feels like can't get any control from that far end at the moment, and we've spoken a lot about getting spin into the attack. Schlebusch comes in again. And Brown takes one down to long on. Because Schlebusch now has bowled. He's into his 5th over. He's not really looked threatening. He's gone for a decent strike rate, 5 and over or so. And it just feels like Heriots can tick along from the far end. I wouldn't be surprised if Jack Henderson changes things up.
Yeah, I said it before and I'll say it again. Kyle Jacobs is when he's involved in the game moves forward. He's a strong competitor, wears his heart on his sleeve. You know, gets stuck into the game, stuck into the opposition, likes to be in that fight, and right now, just in the last couple of overs, it's gone a little bit flat out there for Falkland. It's just looking around. Where are they going to find the energy? Where are they going to find that person who's going to pick them up, drag them forward? Just think a leg spinner, but particularly added the personality of Carl Jacobs. Could he be that X factor to wrestle Falkland back into this game?
Yeah, and leg spinners take wickets. He might go for a few runs as well, but we keep saying it. It's so important that Falkland bowl Heriots out if they want to win this game, and it just doesn't look like they're going to pick up wickets at the moment. Brown looks comfortable. Moritz has started fairly comfortably. Frosler's going to carry on from the pavilion end, and that's fine. He's bowled nicely without taking a wicket. But yeah, I just think you have to have a look at spin here. As Frosler comes in towards Vian Moritz. Ooh, and a play and a miss. Slightly shorter outside off stump. Moritz looks to cut. Maybe a bit close to him for that.
Yeah.
Whistles through to Nellies.
Yeah, it's that sort of line where you probably want to look to punch that rather than cut it. As soon as you try and go cross-batted, that sort of line, that's when you sort of get caught in between. It becomes nickable. And I like to see him stay on his toes, punch it off the back foot, keep that vertical bat in play.
Just off the toe of the bat, Vian shapes up nicely. Vian Moritz drives to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's just with the seam at the moment, there's the occasional ball that's giving the illusion of something going to happen, but it all seems a little bit easy at the moment. You need some sort of mystery out there. I think scorable pressure isn't a factor, so you have to create pressure some other way.
Oh, edged through maybe third slip, and a good bit of fielding prevents the boundary. Vian Moritz comes back for a couple, but yeah, it's that again, drawing thick outside edge, but it was safe. It was well wide of the slip fielder.
Yeah,
played down, soft hands,
and
played it nicely.
And that sort of length, those edges will go a little bit squarer when you're sort of playing off the back foot. You square up. It tends to go a little bit wide, a little bit of a thicker edge. The thinner edges are more from when you get off the front foot or you're sort of dangling a bat out there. When you push at it, that back foot tends to go a bit squarer.
Dug in and pulled away. The Emirates gets it past the mid-wicket fielder. Won't go to the boundary, but they'll come back for a couple. Yeah, like you said, seam up at the moment after that initial movement with the new ball. Just looks like it's going a bit straight up and down at the moment, and both batters look fairly content out there with runs coming fairly freely. Heriots move on to 84 for 4.
I also think there's an element of these batters and bowlers all know each other so well, as we've talked about, and with that as well, with both Moritz and Lloyd being brought up in South Africa, whether actually pace on the ball is something they probably prefer right now, something more used to, more comfortable, particularly on a pitch that we keep saying is a little bit too pace. But Frosler is not a tall guy, not overly tall guy. I mean, he's certainly not short, but he's not a tall guy. It's a bit more skiddy along the pitch, and you find those pitches that are a little bit sticky was the word that Jack Henderson, the Falkland captain, used. The sort of taller seamers like your De Jaegers are the ones that tend to utilise those sort of conditions more.
And yeah, I think they're going to go to a short ball ploy here. They've moved another fielder out to the deep square leg boundary, but that one wasn't really troubling the batter, not the right line. Yeah, I mean, Frosler's got what, just over 1 over left, 1.2 left, so he's going to bowl through, you'd imagine. And he's going to try see if a short ball ploy might be the answer. It's full and wide, and again, not troubling the batter. Sorry, it was only 1 ball of his 9th over remaining, so that's the over. And we'll see if we're going to have a change from the far end. It looks like, yeah, there's a helmet being run on for keeper Cameron Nellies. And it is. It's going to be spin. It's going to be young Logan Briggs from the far end, left arm spinner. And I think this is the right call, Ali.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a huge amount of Logan. I know he's obviously a very talented young spinner. We talked about when he was batting, went to an under-19 World Cup last year. Keen footballer as well, I believe. But I just think in a situation like this, you know, from what I do know, what I have seen, is not a huge turner of the ball, undercuts it, sort of gets those revolutions going under the ball. That allows the ball to slide on and hit the stumps. It keeps the stumps in play, which we're talking about. But if you know that's coming as a batter, and there is a huge amount of scoreboard pressure, you can set your game plan up to be able to stay leg side of the ball, get your bat to access the ball, manipulate the gaps. Whereas when you bring that leg spinner into the game, a slight element more of mystery to deal with, and when you need wickets, and you need them soon, just building pressure and trying to bowl dots, etc., which is more what your left arm spinners, especially ones that don't turn it massively, are tend to be in the team for. So anyway, good opportunity for the young man, you know, add to his bank of experience as he's at the start of his career, and as he said when he was batting, he's got a chance to make a name for himself.
Yeah, he's clearly a talented sportsman with a burgeoning football career at East Fife, as well as his cricket prospects. He's started pretty well here. First one maybe a tad full. But yeah, bowling round the wicket. Just going to look to slide the ball on to hit those pads. Maybe sneak one through bat and pad.
I'd just like to see Henderson and Briggs be a little bit braver here. He's faced 25-26 balls, Moritz, so he's been there a while, but he's only on 6. And the only way, we keep saying it, they're going to win this game is by taking wickets. So at the moment, they've got 4. They've got the 4 players who are allowed out. You've got deep square quite far behind. You've got a cow corner, long off, deep cover. Just wonder if we could bring one of those in. Maybe bring your mid off up. Be brave. It's a slight change though with Brown coming on to strike. They go long on out and bring long off up. Swap those over, but particularly from Heriots, can you find a way to bring a player up? You know, take a little bit of a risk for reward. Try and get the wicket. You know, we talk about the time it hit the bails, okay, but also see from that length whether they're willing to take you on and hit you over the top. As we reach drinks, that's 25 overs gone, and the Heriots reply. Currently 86 for 4. We'll go for a quick break and a drink here, and we'll be back with you shortly. The players have all had a quick break, quick drink, refueled, ready for the final charge here at Myreside, 2024 Men's Scottish Cup Final. Falkland desperately trying to wrestle themselves back into the contest. As Freusler, overseas pro, bowls his last over, charging at Moritz. Goes back of a length. Moritz onto his toes. Yeah, Moritz nice and controlled behind point for one. Yeah, we've seen a little bit of a back and forth so far in this second innings. Heriots looking to take the initiative to start with. However, 3 wickets from Diego earlier and a bit of a mix-up run-out. Gave Falkland and their fans something to shout about, but since that point where the 4 wickets fallen, the captain Lloyd Brown is on strike now. Foster runs in a bowl, it's full, not to mid-off, and Jan Moritz have taken the sting out of the tail. So, very simple aim of the game for Falkland. They need to bowl Heriots out. Heriots know that they've got all the time in the world, only needing 60 odd to win from here. As I welcome my commentator friend George back in to the commentary box.
Just nipped to the gents during drinks there, Ali. Clearly wasn't quick enough. But don't think I've missed much. It's Ethan Frosler into his final over. I mean, coming into this chase, Heriots would have thought if they can get through Frosler's 10 overs unscathed, they'd be in a pretty good spot, and they're just a few deliveries away from doing just that. And you'd have thought then after Frosler, that's when you can see him loosening off at mid-on. Kyle Jacobs, so we'll have spin from both ends. Logan Briggs from the far end with his left arm offies, and Kyle Jacobs from the pavilion end with his leg spin. So yeah, things have just gone a little bit flat for Falkland in the last few overs. Dug in by Jacobs. It's a little under edge from Lloyd Brown.
Drinks can be a funny thing though. Old adage. Drinks brings a break, brings a wicket. Drinks brings a wicket. And one brings 2, and you just never know. But as I said, the energy levels both on the field from the players and also the large supporting crowds, it's just ebbed away a little bit.
Again, and that's tucked away by Jan Moritz. And that skips away for 4. Giving us leg buys, but Heriots frankly won't care.
No, he's tried his hardest. Frosler, you can see there, slightly dejected body language. He's steamed in all day for his team. He's been brilliant for them so far this year. So 32 wickets in the league. Still a couple of games to go. He couldn't add to it today, unfortunately, but he's given his heart and soul today. It's not the wicket for his style of bowling. Someone who looks to bowl quick. He wants a quicker pitch than that, but all you can do is give your all, and he's certainly done that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, half a chance there as Lloyd Brown rocks back and hits uppishly past extra cover from Logan Briggs. Just wonder if that one held in the pitch a tiny bit.
Yeah, well, this is the point. We were talking about it. I was wondering if they were going to do this. This is where just after drinks, Moritz has got to start again. Okay, well, they are doing that. They're bringing their square leg fielder in. So they're going to bring him across to the offside. So they're packing that offside. They've taken their extra cover, put him really, really straight to make it difficult to knock it down the ground, taking a deep square. Huge gap through square leg now, which Moritz just looks at, tempting him to see if he wants to sweep. Does he want to play across the line? I like this move. from Falkland. This is what I asked for. You can't just let Heriots meander their way there with 4 men out, knock it around. They need to do something to try and put some pressure back onto the batters.
Yeah, especially on a pitch like this where it's not coming onto the bat. It's not a true pitch. There's stuff in it there for the bowler. Like you say, make Heriots take a risk.
It's really good from Briggs as well to have that control as a young spinner, because the very, very easy thing to do when you take someone from the leg side and stick them on the off side is naturally you then bowl that ball a little bit wider because you know that's where your protection is. But those last 3 balls all been hitting the stumps, all been tempting him, say, God, hit me leg side, as then the commentator's curse. He drops it wide of the off stump. But yeah, I see it all the time in bowlers where they talk to them as a captain, you know, do we bring someone across from the offside to the leg side to the offside, and then ultimately they bowl that wider channel on this occasion because they're scared to get hit to where that gap is, rather than sort of that understanding of, you know, I want to tempt the batter to hit it there. I'm going to be brave. I'm going to say, look, I'm going to bowl it there. I'm going to give you that little carrot. Are you going to try and take it on, knowing that increases your chances to take a wicket?
It's been really tight to start, Logan Briggs. That's his game, isn't it? Like you say, not a big turner of the ball, but stump to stump. You miss, I hit. And there's going to be, as we said a few moments ago, change of bowling at the pavilion end with Ethan Frosler having bowled through. So we assumed Kyle Jacobs was coming on, but no, it's going to be a change of ends for Zane Schlebusch, who bowled 5 overs earlier on. Wasn't at his best. He bowled 5 overs, none for 28, but hoping a change of ends can do the trick for him.
Yeah, he's a taller guy, and you've spoken earlier about bowling from this end at my side. Most of your run up as you approach the crease is downhill, but at the last minute it just elevates and starts from uphill, and then very, very slight elevation slope that you're bowling up that can lend to just provide a little bit more bounce. So using that height hopefully to get a bit of bounce and rise.
And he starts with a half volley outside off stump that Vian Moritz doesn't quite time, but beats the infield and picks up 2. It's just, I don't know, they can't afford to give away runs with what Heriots now need I think so it's 147's the target, so I'm testing my maths here, so they need 51 to win. My A-level maths is a long time ago, but yeah, with 51 to win, that was a good one there. Yeah, it's with 51 to win, they've not got too many runs to play with. We saw Kyle Jacobs warming up. I thought it was nailed on he was going to be introduced, but it's continuing to stretch off at mid-on, so I think it's coming soon. Yeah, being asked to do maths on the spot. Not particularly, doesn't happen very often in my line of work, Ali.
Well, you've noticed that I didn't jump in to help you. It's because I was struggling even more than you were. So having to do higher maths over 2 years probably suggests where my maths is. I did get the A, but just took me an extra 12 months longer than it should have done.
An A's an A as Schlebusch bowls again, full, and he fields off his own bowling. That one might hurt in the morning. So he wears one on his left hand. A length from Schlebusch, not giving Vian Moritz anything to work with. Just defended back to the bowler.
It just seems to be holding and waiting Falkland, almost hoping someone does something. You know, just trying to hang in there, waiting for Heriots hopefully to make a mistake. That's why That's why I wanted them to go to Jacobs from their perspective, you know, because just his personality, let alone anything else, just, you know, that brings energy, that brings the crowd back into it. It means something can happen. Just it's all a little bit placid at the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a mistake's coming, does it, really? It feels like Falkland need to be a bit more proactive, look to make something happen. That's what you were talking about with maybe the field squeezing a little bit. Make Heriot's chase take a little bit of a risk. All feels a little bit easy for the Edinburgh side at the moment. Briggs continues and Lloyd Brown punches out to the cover sweeper for a single.
Briggs in once again. A little bit too much width. We were just talking about last over. He's had that good control to keep the stumps in play. Left arm spinners more and more. Ability to control your line and length. Threat of spin, but again not too much, because you don't want all of a sudden and to be not using the stumps as a real wicket-taking weapon.
Yeah, Lloyd Brown's just picking off singles at the moment. He's ticking over really nicely, the Heriots captain. You just wonder, could he bring mid off and mid on up? Is that maybe a bit too much of a risk? But yeah, at the moment there's always a single down the ground, and Lloyd Brown in particular is taking them almost at will. Briggs to Moritz, bit of a leading edge false shot. It's good from Briggs, he's landing it nicely.
They've also made a bit of subtle chain on this leg side field as well. They don't no longer have a mid wicket. Last over they'd left, it's a good bit of fielding from the captain, they'd left square leg open and had mid wicket. They had a cow corner and they'd had a mid wicket and they'd left square leg. This over they'd moved it so that square leg, mid wicket moved to square leg again, almost wanted to bowl Tace, enticing the batter to try and play slightly across the line, close face of the bat. I like that move. Just keep tinkering with it, keep putting different thoughts in the batter's head, giving them different pictures to think about. That's what we talk about being brave, being creative to see what you can do.
It's going to be Zane Schlebusch to continue from the pavilion end, and change with me on commentary as Ali Evans steps away and his fellow Scotland international James Dickinson takes a seat next to me. Pleasure to have you, James.
Thank you very much.
So we watch Schlebusch come in, and Vian Moritz defends out into the leg side. You walked off with a wry smile on your face earlier on. You reckon you hit that one?
It's not much I can say now I'm out, but I wasn't agreeing, but these things happen.
Yeah. It's very diplomatic because Schlebusch comes in again. Oh, a bit of a false shot there from Vian Moritz. Plays and misses outside off stump. Yeah, I think when I spoke to Jack Henderson earlier, from the time you were out there and obviously bowled 10 overs on it as well, it feels like there's maybe a two-paced pitch, not too easy to bat on.
I think so. I think for the time I was out there, cross-seamers were a bit sort of slower and getting a bit of nibble when held the seam up. But I think it's... I don't think the scores represent the pitch, to be fair. I think the ground staff have done a good job, and I think it's... I think the element of it being a final has kind of maybe brought it all a bit sort of closer together, but I think it's a good pitch by and large.
Schlebusch comes in again to Moritz. Full again. Whipped to mid-wicket. It's a good bit of fielding, no run. Yeah, you must have been pleased at the halfway stage as a bowling and fielding unit. It felt like it certainly was a really good performance as a unit.
Yeah, absolutely. Falkland got some dangerous batters, and I thought Adrian Neil up top was fantastic. He's bowled well all season. To be fair to him, always kind of set the tone, which we kind of speak about. And I guess it's sort of different people standing up on different days. And it's always someone taking the wickets, and it's, in cricket it's not necessarily the person who takes the wickets, it's sort of bowling in combinations. Myself and Ryan Brown have enjoyed bowling together this summer, and all the seamers have contributed as well.
Left alone by Vian Moritz, and that's the over. Yeah, it just feels like everyone really knows their roles as bowlers in the team at the moment, and obviously it helps when you're winning a lot of games, which you have been this summer. Yeah,
absolutely. I think we're blessed with some good bowlers. It's about having a bit of variety, and also handy having a bit of pace as well with Gav. So we kind of cover all the boxes really, which is good. I was just checking to see if the viewing's gone up since I joined, but it seems to have stayed the same. 270.
People have heard James Dickinson's on, and the viewers have piled
racing
in
to the telly.
Round of applause from the Heriots dugout to our left as the Edinburgh side reach 100. They need 47 more for what would be a 6th Scottish Cup triumph. Is this your first Scottish Cup personally, James?
It is, yeah. It's my first one. Hopefully not the last, but it's a pretty nerve-wracking watch, to be honest. It's quite nice to be doing this, take the mind off it.
I'll just keep you talking.
Yeah, it's good.
That's good from Vian Moritz. Just drops it into that gap at mid-wicket that Ali Evans was talking about the last time Logan Briggs was bowling. Comes through for an easy single.
Briggs is a tidy bowler, to be fair to him.
Yeah, we were saying just before you came on, it looks like he's not really trying to spin it too much, just targeting the stumps and pads and maybe try to get the odd one to slide through.
Yeah, I think so. He's definitely bringing the stumps into play. You speak to any spinner, and you're always looking to keep the stumps in play. His next development's probably trying to get maybe the ball going sideways maybe a bit more, but you've got to work to your strengths. Someone like Mark Watt in our team, and everyone will know, not a big turner of the ball, but has developed his skills nicely.
Just a bit wider on the crease there. Logan Briggs darts one in. Moritz defends. That's the over. Now you spoke there about you bowling in partnership, James, with Ryan Brown, spin from both ends. Me and Ali were wondering if and when Kyle Jacobs is going to come on, bowl a bit of leg spin, or whether it'll be Zane Schlebusch to continue. Just waiting to see what's happening here. If it will be Schlebusch to continue, yes, it will. He takes his cap off. The way Julian Diego bowled first up for Falkland, feel like they must feel that seems how they're going to get this breakthrough that they need.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, for you watching on, I know you said you're sweating a little bit, but with Lloyd Brown out there, you must feel pretty comfortable with, well, not comfortable maybe, but with the skipper there, it makes things a little bit nicer.
Yeah, no, Lloyd's been good for us all year, and long may that continue.
As he rocks back and punches through the covers, out to the sweeper for a single. It just seems like a really calm head from an outsider's perspective, just pretty unfazed by the big occasion, just goes about his work.
Yeah, he is. He absolutely loves batting, which is the important thing, and enjoys spending time out there. Vian, who's with him at the moment as well, again, also enjoys batting and being out there and in the contest.
Just back of a length from Schlebusch, and Vian Moritz defends back to the bowler. Yeah, I mean, for you personally, James, it's been a good few seasons since making the move to Heriots, and then got recognition for that with first Scotland cap. Just talk through your development and how you feel you've grown as a bowler. We'll just watch this delivery from Schlebusch. As Moritz defends.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've really enjoyed the move. I won't lie, I've had to make some difficult decisions in terms of sort of, you know, moving to different clubs to try and sort of benefit my development. You know, but at the end of the day, I think they've been the right choices, thankfully, and you know, I'm really enjoying. Shot.
Yeah, lovely shot from Vian Moritz, who beats Kyle Jacobs at mid-on. I think Schlebusch maybe thought he was in the game off the bat, but whistles past Jacobs' left hand and goes away for 4. It's 108 for 4 now, Heriots. They need 39 more to win.
Yeah, it's a top shot from Vian. Strong down the ground. Normally against spin as well, likes to go over the top. But yeah, going back to it, you know, I think the big thing for me was to be able to sort of train around, you know, your likes of sort of Cross and Watt and Lloyd and everyone, and sort of test myself. I want to be playing in games like this and kind of showing what I could do. And you know, I think it's been a really good move for me, and you know, I'm looking forward to hopefully a good end to the season.
Thick outside edge from Vian Moritz out to the cover sweeper, comes through for another single. He moves on to 19. Lloyd Brown is 63 not out, and Heriots are 109 for 4 at the end of the 32nd over. But yeah, I mean, you talk about the success, and obviously, like, the season's not finished yet, but top of the Premiership, going well here. Let's not jinx anything,
Yeah.
but I mean, it's been a pretty good season for you guys, and want to finish strong, yeah? Couple of trophies.
Absolutely. We lost a close game at Force sort of early on in the season, and it's been a bit of a sort of turning point for us in terms of, you know, the way we've gone about our cricket. And look, I think with sort of club cricket, a lot of it's to do with sort of momentum and building from game to game, and we've done that nicely, and you know, we just need to keep it going.
Briggs again to Moritz. Yeah, just speared in. He's bowled well here, Logan Briggs. Really good control. And just turned Moritz around a little bit there.
And bowled again.
Yeah, just talk about this plan that he's bowling to here with that catcher in really close extra cover. Just looks like he's trying to maybe get one to stick and pop one up.
I think so. I think he's just changing up his pace a bit. Sort of one at the front a bit there.
How much do you enjoy watching other spinners bowl and taking stuff from them and what they're doing?
Yeah, I do. It's important.
Bit slower from Briggs, and Moritz just defends back to the bowler.
Yeah, I think it's really important. I've been speaking to Watty when he was up yesterday about sort of Zampa and the spinners at the Oval Invincibles and what they're doing.
It's nice from Vian Moritz, just nudges it to mid-wicket's right hand and they take a single.
I guess it's just, you know, important to look at ways you can potentially sort of develop, and you know, you got to stay true to what you do in terms of your sort of skills, and see if you can kind of add to it. You know, batters do the same, so we've got to do as spinners.
Lloyd Brown defends. Yeah, I mean, someone like Adam Zampa is maybe a similar height to you. Do you look to sort of international bowlers, see what they're doing?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I've learnt as a leg spinner is, you know, we had the best bowler in the world, Shane Warne. You know, sort of making our craft look sort of pretty easy, and the big thing is not to sort of, you know, to try and emulate sort of someone like him. You look around the world now, every leg spinner is very different. You know, bowling at speeds up to sort of 65 mile an hour. Some are a lot slower, and you know, I think that's really nice to see. And you know, Jacobs is very different to me. You know, there's other leg spinners around who are, you know, we're all quite different. But you know, the big thing for me is just trying to keep learning to adapt and improve. And you know, there are certain spinners that I like to look towards to what they're doing. You know, because they might have similarities to me. So
that's interesting. And like you say, we're going to get a first look at Kyle Jacobs today, Falklands overseas professional. We thought he might come into the attack a little bit sooner, but here we go. And Falkland desperately need a wicket here. Heriots just slowly but surely working their way towards this target of 147.
It's an important little phase here with Jacobs coming on. You know, looking to take a wicket, but there might be some loose balls as he settles into his spell.
That first one may be a tiny bit short, and it just means Moritz can rock back and take a single into the leg side. I mean, you know these guys pretty well, the two guys in the middle. Do you think they're going to just kind of get their way there with fairly risk-free cricket, or do you think they'll want to step on the gas a little bit?
I think so. There'll still be the intent there to score, which is important, and they'll, you know, look to pounce on the bad ball. Lloyd just sort of checking the field and going from there. Quick on your feet.
Yeah, again, just maybe slightly short to start from Kyle Jacobs, and it's easy enough for Lloyd Brown to punch one down to Asif Khan at long off. It's a better length from Jacobs. Just bringing Moritz forward. And again, just feels like that's a much better length, those last couple.
Yeah, especially on this pitch, looking to sort of bring the batter forward. He's done that nicely the past sort of couple of balls, getting the ball to, as we say, spinners to go up and down rather than sort of flat. Makes the batter have to make a few more decisions.
And slightly shorter, and Vian Moritz can get up on his toes and take one to backward point.
It's well played. Maybe a little bit unnecessary going for the quicker one. Kept a couple of dots, but you know, nice to see some sort of variety there.
Tossed up by Kyle Jacobs and defended back to the bowler by Lloyd Brown. Big thanks to James Dickinson for joining us. And
cheers, thank you very much.
Try not to be too nervous for the remainder of it, mate. And Ali Evans comes back in. A different type of bowler and a slight height change next to me.
Well, I'm just looking at my producer to my left again, who decides that once the leggy comes off, that we've had enough of James Dickinson and wants my expertise on leg spins. So we'll let the debrief decide whether that was the best route to go. But I shall endeavour to give you my expertise on a left arm spinner and a leg spinner.
Yeah, Logan Briggs continues from the far end, and Vian Moritz punches down to long off for a single.
Yeah, we're just meandering their way. It's too easy for Heriots at the moment. Just every little thing going their way. Not really ever been able to, since drinks or just before drinks, not been able to get into this contest, Falkland. It's been one tempo. It's been too easy for Heriots, and unless something changes soon, it'll be the 6th title or 6th Scottish Cup for the Edinburgh Bay side.
Yeah, it's just been a really, really good team performance so far from Heriots as Logan Briggs comes in again. It's nicely bowled, and Moritz just defends. Yeah, they just seem to have all bases covered as an 11, bowling and batting. Bat pretty long way down. Got all bowling bases covered. They're a really strong fielding unit. They run well. And as we've seen in the league, that translates to plenty of wins.
Yeah, and as we talked about earlier, you know, it's as a club they've been performing for the last couple of years, number of titles and cup competitions as well. So it breeds confidence. It breeds an aura of success, and that can then sort of play minds of the opposition that players and teams are at a level higher than maybe they are. But that's, you know, they've worked hard to create that aura around themselves, and they've had to work hard. They're a tight knit group. You know, they've recruited well over the years, and they're reaping the rewards for that.
Yeah, while you were away, obviously, Ali, Carl Jacobs did come into the attack. Just wondering if it's maybe a bit late in the contest. It feels like a final throw of the dice almost.
Yeah, I think so. I think, look, we don't always happen. It's beauty of sport, but you almost feel that, again, any success that he may or may not have right now, it's just going to provide. You don't have that same pressure that you would have had with if you're taking wickets earlier. You know, that mystery element of it. You know, he bowls with, you know, he's a person who plays his cricket with passion, and not always the most consistent, but stuff's always happening when he's in the game, and that breeds confidence to the teammates around him.
Well bowled from Carl Jacobs there. Good length, drawing the Emirates forward.
I mean, after Vosler, I mean, he's the second highest wicket taker for them in the league this year. Those two have been the real mainstays to their success, and to leave him until there's only 30 odd runs left seems potentially a missed trick. But we have to trust the people out there. They're the ones who can see the conditions and what's happening out in the middle. It's a very easy game from the sideline, as we always say.
Yeah, and you never know. One wicket here with a cup final and everything that comes with that. But you sense it has to happen now if it's going to happen at all for Falkland.
Yeah, a little googly there. Just started a little bit too wide to be threatening, but yeah, no, you're right. I mean, in any run chase, let alone a run chase of a final, the last 20 runs, they're always the hardest. You know, when finally the finish line is in sight, you know, the different thoughts creep into your head. If you do suddenly get a wicket or a couple of wickets, or suddenly twitch your feet in the changing room, but right now something special would have to happen.
And they're running so well, Heriots. They have done all game, I mean, and Lloyd Brown's led that. Just really busy, looking to score.
You know, and that sort of stuff, yeah, and I like this move from Jacobs, bringing his long off up. You know, we've spoken about this earlier in terms of still got 3 men out there, but, you know, trying to make Heriots do something. And you slip in. Deep points. So again, just doesn't have to necessarily bowl a different ball now. Jacobs, you know, something that, although he's not playing Mark Watt of Heriots, does very, very well. He'll move a fielder even just a step to his left, step to his right, you know, just to give the impression to the batter he's going to do something different. You know, he takes his fine leg, his deep square, a little bit fine, a little bit wider, a little bit tighter, or swaps his mid on and his mid off just for a ball. Suddenly the batter's thinking, oh, what's he doing here? And ultimately he's going to bowl exactly the same delivery he's bowled before, but just those little mind tricks can give you a slight advantage if you time it right.
And I think, yeah, we're going to get a change from the far end. It's going to be one Scotland Youth International replaced by another as Logan Briggs comes off and George Cutler comes on. Change back to seam up. Not seen much of the young man, but bowled fairly well in the recent tour over to Ireland in the Celtic Challenge, so I'm told.
Yeah, he was involved in the 250 over games, opened the bowling for Scotland in that. Played one of the T20s as well, as I believe. Got a couple of wickets in that game. So, a real young talent, and it's Falkland have put a lot of time and effort in the last 5-6 years, particularly into their junior setup. They dropped right down the leagues a number of years ago, had a reset period, which can sometimes be the best thing for a club. And the fruits of that is seeing young Briggs and Cutler come into it. So a really, really good opportunity for him to gain some experience. I was probably a similar age to him when I had my first Scottish Cup final appearance. And I learned so much from that. First time I played in a crowd in front of a crowd that size and under that pressure. So a really good opportunity for the young man to go and make some memories.
And he gets through the crease nicely. Nice repeatable action.
Yeah, it's just trying to look at his action there. Hard without slowing it down. He looks to attack the crease hard. Hit it hard. Looks like when he holds his front arm a little bit longer, when he gets stronger and bigger, that will help. But nice, picks up his knees. Nice knee drive. Yeah, that's a good length there. A nice snap to his action. A little bit front on, which is good. Adds an element of slinginess. Hopefully that will be used to be able to accentuate his desk skills as he looks to develop them. But all in all, he's got some good raw tools to work with.
Yeah, that's good again, hitting that length. Lloyd Brown just defends. Pleased to see a seamer come on to talk about Ali, not another leggy.
That's fine. I can talk about anything you want, George, including your runs yesterday, I believe, which you've been very quiet about. Just be ashamed to not get to the end of the fixture without giving you opportunity to talk us through it ball by ball.
Lloyd Brown works one off his legs, and again more good running. They come back for a couple. Yes, I was very generously dropped by the opposition captain when I was hardly on any yesterday at first slip. So big shout out to him. And then, yes, we're getting ever closer to promotion, which would be nice. So yeah, it's a good day out yesterday. At a level far below this, as Cutler comes in again, and Lloyd Brown works it off his pads. This time just one. But yeah, it's this contest's only going one way at the moment. As we end the 37th over.
Yeah, it's been to this point, and as we keep saying, you never know what's going to happen. But thus far, apart from that one little scare for Brown, where Diego got one to nip back in at him, and big appeal from Falkland. They were convinced they had him. Umpire saw it differently. But apart from that, the skipper for Heriots has had a real professional, well-controlled innings. Looked to take a couple of early risks to get himself in at the start, but then when wickets fell around him, he's just nestled into that second gear, taking the runs on offer, bowling nice controlled fashion, taking all the sting and energy out of the Falkland charge, and all things being equal, by the end of it will hopefully, from a Heriots perspective, be lifting that trophy once again.
Yeah, you just think that was the moment, wasn't it, for Falkland? They were convinced they had Lloyd Brown caught behind off Julian Diego. Sliding doors moment, given not out, and he's gone on to really anchor this innings. He's 74 not out now. Looks in total control. as Heriots move to 126 for 4, needing 147 to win. Yeah, it just looks like it's got easier to bat as the game's gone on. As that ball softens, it stops moving as much sideways.
Yeah, and that's why, I wondered whether sooner that Falkland could have brought an extra fielder up, force Heriots to have to go over the top or go through or what have you, as keep attacking those stumps, that soft ball, cross seam deliveries, 3/4 seam deliveries, arm balls, whatever it is, keep making the ball hit the stumps, make them have to put pace onto the ball. They just haven't quite managed to string enough of those balls consistently together.
And this time the big shot comes out from Vian Moritz, gets down on one knee, big slog sweep, and he absolutely nails it through cow corner for 4.
Yeah, well, there we go. That's I say they started to bring up these fielders, and then Moritz is happy to take on the big wide open space from long on round to mid wicket. But Moritz has been in there for 72 balls now, so it becomes a lot easier to go up that gear once you've got used to the pace of the pitch, got used to the bowlers from the start, making them have to do that before they've got in, building the pressure. They just haven't been able to squeeze them enough, unfortunately, from a Falkland perspective.
Moritz goes again and beats mid-on to his left. It's a really good shot. And Heriots now move ever closer to a 6th Scottish Cup title.
Yeah, it looks like that Moritz has had enough now. He's taken his time, he's worked hard, he's allowed himself to get to a position where he can look to capitalise and wants to finish it off with a style.
And he goes again. Asif Khan stops the boundary, but they scamper back for a couple after a slight fumble. It's 4-4-2 for Vian Moritz. He moves to 35 not out. Lloyd Brown has 74 at the other end, and Heriots now need, if my maths is correct, just 11 more to win.
Even I managed to get there, George, I think. So between us, we're moving up in the world.
More good running there from the Heriots pair. So they scamper through for a single to backward point. Lloyd Brown back on strike. Ooh, short from Jacobs. And Lloyd Brown rocks back and helps himself to 6 over the leg side. Big fist pump from the Heriot skipper. It's into single figures to win now. And I think the engravers will be getting to work on that trophy.
Yeah, enough was enough. That's what Moritz and Lloyd Brown were thinking. That was the over to go. Said Jacobs finally brought some fielders up, trying to squeeze a little bit of pressure. And Brown and Moritz decided that's all the invitation they needed. Real clean striking, knew their options, backed it, head down, executed, and one hand is well and truly, and probably 4 fingers on the trophy.
Yep, just 4 to win now. It'll be George Cutler to continue from the far end. Vian Moritz is on strike on 36. That 6 took Lloyd Brown, the Heriots captain, to 80. He's batted all the way through for his team here. And yeah, I think with that 6, the big fist pump, he knew. Cutler comes in and Moritz drives down to long off. I think that'll just be a single. Yep. 3 to win now. What do you reckon here, Ali? Lloyd Brown want it done, this ball? Boundary to finish?
I think if it's in his area, he'll obviously look to target it. He's a class act. Lloyd Brown, he will He'll play on his merits. He's done all the hard yards. He'll want to finish with that not out to his name, so he will play what's in front of him. He's the consummate professional. You know, it's not done till it's done from his perspective. He'll want to be the one getting the job finished, and there'll be nothing worse than doing all the hard yards then throw it away at the end. So I think if it's in his zone, he'll go for it. Otherwise, he'll just keep doing what he's been doing and what's made him successful the whole way through this innings.
Yeah, and Lloyd Brown just respecting the good balls here from George Cutler. One defended out into the offside and then just punching that onto mid-wicket.
As we see the Heriots players on the bench on their feet ready to celebrate. Club legend Ali Farouk there supporting, bringing the family down. Great to see that it's that all from the club are coming down. The next generation watching, hopefully the next heroes getting involved.
Oh, and that'll be it. Goes away, beats the keeper. It's 4 wides to finish, and Heriots are the 2024 Men's Scottish Cup Final. The 6th time they've got their hands on the trophy, and they're deserved winners here at Mireside. They've been superb, Ali.
Yeah, absolutely professional performance from the nails. From the word go, the tone was set by Adrian Neal and by Gavin Main. From that point, they never looked back. At one point, Khan looked to put some runs on the board, put the pressure back on him, but when he ran out of partners and had to do it all himself, the Falkland innings unfortunately fitted away. There was 3 wickets from De Jager that at one point looked like that Falkland could wrestle their way back into it, but a captain's knock, a captain's performance. Lloyd Brown, supported by his South African compadre, was able to be enough to take them over the line with a convincing 6-wicket victory.
Yeah, and Lloyd Brown walks off there, looks absolutely delighted, the captain. Big fist bump to his team. He raises his bat as he walks off. He finishes 80 not out. A real captain's knock from Lloyd Brown. A brilliant performance from him and his team. Vian Moritz salutes the crowd as well. He played his part with 37 not out. Handshakes all round for Heriots. They've beaten Falkland here at Mireside by 6 wickets and are deserved Scottish men's Scottish Cup final winners. Disappointment for Falkland and Jack Henderson, who had a superb run to get here. Special mention to them, a first ever Scottish Cup final for Falkland. A brilliant, brilliant effort to get to this point, and they fell just short. But it was all about Heriots today. Lloyd Brown's side, a brilliant effort in the field and with the ball. And then the captain himself stood up with the bat. Big, big hugs. Peter Ross hugs Lloyd Brown. And I think we're going to get to speak to the Heriots captain any second now. And it'll be Ali Evans with the questions. Yeah. Lloyd Brown, 84 not out for 102 balls, 8 fours, 1 6. Batting all the way through, opening the batting, carrying his bat. He's had a brilliant season to this point, and that'll top it off. Big partnership with Vian Moritz to see his side home. And we can talk to the Heriots captain now. He's with Ali Evans.
Lloyd, massive congratulations. Really, really good performance, both from you and the team. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, obviously, absolutely buzzing. I think firstly, credit's got to go to Falkland. I mean, what an unbelievable season they've had. I think the T20 Cup final, Scottish Cup final, you know, for a side that probably wasn't competing a couple of years ago. So to Jack and his team, I think unbelievable effort. And then obviously for our boys, you know, from the start today, just we were really clinical. So just absolutely buzzing with the win. Yeah,
and absolutely. And any victory, there are always obviously some keys to victory. Today, what was it that got you across the line?
I think the way that we started with the ball, I think they were under 3s for the first 10 overs. That really just set the tone. I think guys were really clinical. And then we always said, chasing 150, you just need one partnership. I think myself and Vian doing that, taking us over the line, I think that saw us home today.
Absolutely. 6th time you've won it as a club, first time for you as captain, I believe. How are you going to celebrate?
I think there will be a few boys late for work tomorrow, so we'll be back at Goldie, and I think there'll be some good celebrations.
Massive congratulations once again, really well deserved. Well done to you and the team.
Cheers, thanks, Eddie, appreciate it.
That was Heriots captain Lloyd Brown with Ali Evans. I mean, you can see how much it means to all the Heriots fans and to the players. Thoroughly deserved win for the Golden Acres side here at Mireside. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for the presentation and the trophy lift. Yeah, thank you.
Give me a 15-second intro, and then I'll just cue Paul.
Welcome back to my side, where we're just about to have the presentation, trophy and all. You see the trophy there on the table. Scotland CEO Trudy Lindblade there on the right-hand side, and Watson's president John Reid. Got both sets of teams lined up. Falkland and winners Heriots. There's Paul McCarry there, just addressing fans and players alike. Just thanking scorers, umpires, and all the other staff that go along with an occasion like this. And hosts Watsonians here at my side. Ground staff prepared a really good pitch, something in it for both bat and ball, and produced a really good spectacle. With obviously Heriots coming out on top, having bowled Falkland out for 146 and then knocking them off. Largely thanks to Captain Lloyd Brown's excellent 84 not out. Recognition there for the hosts Watsonians. And Paul McCarry just hands over there to just introducing Trudy Lindblade, who I think is going to help with the presentation here. It's going to be Falkland to come up first, with Captain Jack Henderson leading the way. Huge rounds of applause and cheers from the big travelling support they've brought down. Their first ever Scottish Cup final. I'm sure it won't be the last. They were brilliant in getting to this point. Just came up short today, but they can all be thoroughly proud of their efforts in getting to this point. Julian De Jager there, he was superb with the new ball for Falkland. He can be very proud of his efforts. Taking 3 wickets as he bowled his 10 overs straight through. But yeah, Ali Falkland getting to this point, a really impressive run. just came up short on the day.
Yeah, I think they can be very proud of their efforts this season, Falkland, as a club, getting to the T20 finals day last week, just falling short against Grange, and then again today against a very strong Heriots side. They're building something special up there, and they've got a really good conveyor belt of talent coming through, as we've seen. So this will be the start of what hopefully be a good successive era for the club.
I think the umpires, yeah, there they are. Match officials coming up to receive their medals. 2 on-field umpires and the 3rd umpire as well. And finally, the 2024 Men's Scottish Cup winners, Heriots. The 6th time they've won this competition, and there he is, Lloyd Brown, the captain, who led the way with the bat. He leads his side up to get their medals. A well-deserved triumph. And yeah, Ali, we spoke about it a lot on commentary. It was just a really polished all-round performance today.
Yeah, you know, when you get to finals cricket, all the neutrals out there, spectators, you want a barnstorming one that goes down to the last couple of balls, a super over, and everything else thrown in to create a recipe for a highlights package that will go down in history. Wasn't to be that today, and that's purely down to the professionalism and brilliance of Heriots. They gave everything that Falkland threw at them. They absorbed it. There were times in the game where they had to absorb that pressure and hold themselves in the arm wrestle, but then as soon as they had the opportunity to move the game forward, they sprung on it. A really, really clinical performance, a real team performance highlighted. However, as ever in cricket, there needs to be one person to perform, and that has to be Lloyd Brown. Only one to get any real score of note, 80 odd not outs, captain's performance, a really, really well-deserved Scottish Cup champion.
Yep, and this is the moment that captains dream of as he's handed the trophy. So just pose for a couple of pictures there. Lloyd Brown with Trudy Lindblade of Cricket Scotland. And here we go. As Heriots lift the Men's Scottish Cup for the 6th time. They're champions here at Mireside, and I suspect the celebrations will go long into the night.
A couple of people winning their first ever Scottish Cup, which is great to see. You know, they've had a huge amount of success over the years, but Dougie Voss there, Jason Elliott, it's just great to see people really embracing it, because this is why we play sport. You know, the hard yards pitting over the winter, the time you can't see in the gym, all that sort of stuff comes down for you to be able to take trophies away with you. So huge congratulations to Heriots Cricket Club for another fantastic cup run.
Yep, I'll echo that. Well done to Heriots. An excellent performance today. They'll look to add to their cup triumph with a league title in the weeks to come. From me, George O'Neill, and from my co-commentator Ali Evans, thank you very much for joining us, and that's all from us today. Bye now.